Long Chen had summoned Xuanhuan at this critical moment to protect Xuanhuan. None of the blood race's experts could survive staying in its flames. Arrows shot out from the flames, detonating the siege war chariots one by one. With Xuanhuan's protection, Xuanhuan was able to shoot from within the flames, but the blood race's experts didn't dare to charge into the flames. The power of the inverse Tao water spirit flame was not to be underestimated. For a moment, the blood race's army was thrown into a panic. They hastily ordered the siege war chariots to retreat. It had only been a few breaths' time, but dozens of the siege war chariots had already been destroyed by Xuanhuan. Unfortunately, the siege war chariots were too big to be that agile. The explosive blood bowl monsters that pulled them along were also in chaos. Some of them began to flee without regard for orders. Xuanhuan continued unleashing his arrows. The chaos resulted in him destroying all the hundreds of siege war chariots before they could properly retreat. It's done. Xuanhuan didn't tarry after handling the siege war chariots. He returned to the Dragonblood Legion. As for Xuanhuan, after helping out Xuanhuan, it vanished, leaving behind only ashes on the ground. On the way back to the Dragonblood Legion, Xuanhuan looked at Long Chen, who was still in an intense fight with the golden-horned blood expert. The void there was flashing. Black chi and golden light clashed, twisting space. That was a world-shaking battle, but the twisted space meant that people couldn't see it clearly. It was impossible to tell who had the advantage. Xuanhuan had to charge through a tide of the blood race's experts to reach the Dragonblood Legion. They were in a tough situation due to the sheer numbers of the blood race. Their assault came from every direction now, causing their formation to slow down and making it more difficult to push through. Meng Qi's magical beasts were also forced to join in, but their intelligence was limited, and Meng Qi couldn't perfectly control so many of them in battle. When they were angered, they might even furiously counterattack regardless of Meng Qi's orders. As a result, Meng Qi's magical beast army was quickly cut down. When the magical beasts were fighting on their own, they couldn't hold against the blood race and the devoured soul black armor core numbers. Liu Ruyan, Chu Yao, Yizhiqiu, Tang Wan'er, and Cloud were all doing their best to slaughter their enemies. Their robes were covered in blood. The air was full of bloody mist as the battle reached an exceptionally intense level. As for Xia Chen, the work of his formation was not at all inferior to the Dragonblood Legion. The Dragonblood Legion was only able to stop a portion of the blood race's torrent. The majority managed to charge through, as that was their main objective. After getting past the Dragonblood Legion, the only thing left in their way was Xia Chen's formation. Xia Chen was seated, 6 formation discs arranged around him. His hands repeatedly pressed down on various spots of the formation discs. Sharp swords flew through the air, and arrows rained down from the sky. Other than those attacks, illusory beasts would occasionally appear to attack the blood race's experts. Xia Chen's killing formation was at full power, and mountains of enemy corpses had piled up. When those corpses ended up blocking his sight, Xia Chen would activate the formation to summon a gust of astral winds that blew them apart. Even from a great distance, the Martial Heaven Continent's experts were deeply shaken by what they were seeing. This battle was incredibly savage. Many of them were sweating. Normally, they fought for themselves, but this cruel battle showed them just how minuscule their little bit of power was. No matter how powerful someone was, in the face of this endless tide, they would be drowned. Xia Chen's fingers pressed various runes on the formation disc. Each rune represented a change in the formation. Sometimes one rune could activate an attack from the formation, and sometimes it took multiple runes to unleash a different attack. Xia Chen's fingers were quick as lightning as he controlled the formation. All kinds of attacks were unleashed, creating a region of death. Whenever the blood race's experts looked like they were about to breach his formation, Xia Chen would slap an entire formation disc, causing countless needles to shoot out of the earth. Those experts struck would instantly become pitch black and corrode. Xia Chen was like a musician, playing an overture of death for the blood race's army. Li Jing stood behind Xia Chen, not daring to move. Seeing the endless tide of the sinister blood race and the devoured soul black armor core, she was terrified, afraid that they would reach them and tear them apart. The only thing that offered her any comfort was that Xia Chen remained calm. He didn't seem the slightest bit nervous. Suddenly, a glaring light lit up the battlefield. The void in the distance collapsed, drawing people's attention. The golden-horned blood expert had torn apart the void behind him, and from that crack, a giant blood sea had surged out. His aura grew violent and sinister. As for Long Chen, there was a sea of lightning behind him. The lightning and blood clashed, the two opposing forces causing bursts of light more intense than the sun. Immersed in the lightning, a giant pair of lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back. Holding Evil Moon in his right hand and a lightning spear in his left hand, he coldly looked at the shocked golden-horned blood expert. The pillars of light shining out of the golden-horned blood expert's back were stretched into the sea of blood, giving him an endless source of power. This was a secret technique of the golden-horned blood race. It gathered all the accumulated faith of one race. However, his blood sea domain was actually suppressed by Long Chen's lightning domain. "Just who are you?" demanded the golden-horned blood expert. This sea of blood had its own history. It had the human race's essence blood within it as well. It was one of the trump cards of the golden-horned blood race to use against the human race. When the blood sea was summoned, it would affect the blood of human experts, reducing their combat power. It was a powerful trump card capable of not only boosting their own power, but also restricting the power of the human race. In his previous exchanges with Long Chen, he had thought that they were evenly matched. However, when Long Chen had summoned Huo Long to help Yu Ran, it had enraged him. Long Chen hadn't been using his full power. That was an insult to him. In his fury, he had directly summoned this powerful trump card. He no longer cared if the other humans saw this trump card. He just wanted Long Chen dead. However, Long Chen's Sea of Lightning had blocked it. Furthermore, the bloodline suppression of the blood sea didn't affect him at all. That was why the golden-horned blood expert guessed that Long Chen wasn't even part of the human race. "The person who will kill you." Long Chen smiled coldly and didn't bother saying more. Time was running out. He had at most half an incense stick's worth of time before his mission was complete. Sundering lightning heavenly wings. The huge lightning wings on Long Chen's back slashed down like blades. On the other side, the golden-horned blood expert roared furiously. A blood spear shot out of the sea of blood and struck Long Chen's wings. Boom! The spear and wings exploded at the same time. Lightning and blood runes fell to the ground. Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. Boom! Split the heavens 8. Long Chen used 3 of his strongest attacks at once. Even though the golden-horned blood expert was able to block them, he was forced back over and over. "You!" When he saw the 8th form of Split the Heavens, his expression completely changed. Long Chen had previously used the 8th form of Split the Heavens, but this time it was completely different. Previously, his attack had contained the form, but not the power of this attack. This was done by Long Chen to numb his opponent into thinking that this attack was only this powerful. Now Long Chen's true attack came, a fully powered 8th form of Split the Heavens. The golden-horned blood expert reacted too slowly to this realization. The previous 2 attacks had shaken his blood, making him powerless to block it. With a furious howl, he stepped into his sea of blood, vanishing within it. The blood sea at the front condensed into a giant shield. Unfortunately, the giant shield was cleanly cut in 2, unable to bear the power of Split the Heavens. "Impossible," the golden-horned blood expert cried out in shock. Long Chen sneered. He had previously used the 8th form of Split the Heavens against this guy without putting any power behind it to cover up the shield-breaking effect of Split the Heavens. This was the result. The golden-horned blood expert quickly sent his chains flying out to block it. As a result, the chains blew up along with his arms. Evil Moon then sliced him apart from his shoulder to waist, cutting him in 2. The lightning spear in Long Chen's left hand immediately followed up, piercing toward the golden-horned blood expert's head. Boom! Suddenly, a hand reached out from the sea of blood, blocking Long Chen's spear. It was like Long Chen was struck by lightning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A 4th-step nether passage expert. Long Chen was startled. A 4th-step nether passage expert had actually interfered through the sea of blood to save the golden-horned blood expert's life. "Little human, just wait. I'll cut off your head sooner or later," roared the golden-horned blood expert, retreating with his blood sea. "I'm very busy and don't have the time to wait for you." Long Chen chased after him. "Long Chen, get back." Upon seeing Long Chen chase the golden-horned blood expert, Jianying and the others' expressions changed. They shouted after him. Chapter 22, 60 Yi Bencheng. The reason why Jianying and the others' expressions changed was because once Long Chen chased him into the depths of the yin-yang world, he would be outside the range of the remnant sovereign aura. In that case, the blood race's 4th-step nether passage experts would be free to attack him, and there would be no way he could return. However, they were too far from Long Chen. Their shouting was drowned out by the sound of battle. Long Chen isn't impetuous. He'll be fine, comforted the old man. If he doesn't count as impetuous, does anyone in this world count? Raged Jianying. Long Chen had done plenty of brainless things. Long Chen had gone through the seal, so their shouting was useless. However, the 3 days were about to be up. At that time, they would be able to help the Dragonblood Legion. The battle was growing more intense, and the Dragonblood Legion was starting to show signs of not being able to hold. The Blood Race's numbers were simply too great. Xia Chen's formation was also starting to break. The formations at the front had shattered along with one of his formation discs. The formation discs were the crux of his formation. With one broken, it indicated that a corner of the formation had also been broken. However, Xia Chen's expression was still calm. His fingers danced across his remaining discs, controlling the grand formation. The Blood Race's army continued to pour out and collapse on his formation, while the rest of the Dragonblood Legion was only able to protect themselves at this point. Meng Qi's 108 peak 12th rank magical beasts had been rapidly cut down, leaving her with just over 10. This was a desperate battle. Yizhikyu, Tang Wan'er, and Cloud were the same. This high-level battle had taken up a great deal of their energy. The only one still in their peak state was Dong Minju. However, the majority of her time was spent protecting Meng Qi. Now that many of her magical beasts had been killed, she was able to unleash more soul arts. It could be said that Meng Qi's soul arts had a terrifying effect on this chaotic battle. When the Blood Race's army entered her spiritual domain, their minds would grow sluggish, sharply reducing their combat power. Without her, things would have been far worse. To protect Meng Qi from any top experts that targeted her, Dong Minju rarely left her side. Any experts who approached Meng Qi would have their lives reaped. Dong Minju was frightening, but this kind of battle didn't allow her to show her full potential. While she was protecting Meng Qi, the most she could do was pick off a few powerful targets to reduce the pressure on the others. As for Wilda, his gigantic form had vanished a while ago. The explosive blood bull monsters had all been killed and eaten by him. Without their energy to support him, he was forced to go back to his 300-meter form. When he had calmed down from his berserk state, he was overcome by a wave of exhaustion and almost fainted. He hastily took out some meat rations to eat. Wilda ate as he fought, but he remained hungry. He had used up too much energy. In his hunger, he had ended up stuffing a few corpses from the devoured soul black armor core into his mouth, only to instantly spit them out. Although he wasn't picky, they tasted completely unbearable. Helplessly, Wilda could only fight while racked with hunger. Even as he consumed his rations, he wasn't able to keep up with his energy expenditure. Time's almost up. Martial Heaven Alliance, prepare for battle, shouted Jianying. The Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet came out. Just at this moment, the void split open, and a man wearing robes of the divine families appeared. He unleashed a slash of his sword, sending a streak of sword light through the Blood Race's army. All the Blood Race's experts in the line of his attack were annihilated. What's going on? Is the time up? Wasn't there a few seconds left? Seeing someone from the divine families come out, people were startled. This person was Shen Qingfeng. It was a slim, middle-aged man with a mustache and beard. His aura was just as powerful as Shen Qingfeng's. He was a third-step nether passage expert that gave off an alarming pressure. The air of an immortal Taoist radiated out of him. Xia Chen's expression changed when that sword landed. He angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man's attack hadn't just killed the Blood Race's experts. It had also destroyed the core of his formation. The entire formation was ruined, and the Blood Race's army charged out. The Dragonblood Legion has failed to stop the Blood Race for the agreed-upon time. The Blood Race's army has managed to charge onto the land of the Martial Heaven continent. All forces, hear my orders. Stop the Blood Race's army, shouted the middle-aged man. What? The Dragonblood warriors were infuriated. This was completely intolerable. Just as they were about to succeed, he ruined all their efforts. It wasn't just the Dragonblood Legion. The Martial Heaven Alliance's people were all enraged. This was shameless to the peak. Bastard, you are courting death, raged Xia Chen. This was clearly toying with the Dragonblood Legion. The divine families didn't have any sincerity. You dare to blaspheme the divine families. You are the one courting death. One of the nether passage experts beside the middle-aged man suddenly attacked. He was quick and ruthless, his sword arriving in front of Xia Chen in an instant. Stop, The Dragonblood warriors raged. Chen wasn't a warrior and definitely could not survive an attack from a Nether Passage expert. They stopped caring about the Blood Race's army and charged back. Boom! Just as the sword was about to strike Chen, another sword pierced through the void, shattering the attacking sword. The void rumbled, and a huge army of the Divine Family's experts appeared. They immediately blocked the exit, slaying the Blood Race's experts. These people were all Nether Passage experts, and they easily cut down the Blood Race's experts and the devoured Soul Black Armor Corps. The battlefield was emptied. As for the one who had saved Chen, it was Shen Qingfeng. He coldly looked at the middle-aged man. "Yi Bencheng, just what are you doing?" The old man's heaven-splitting blade was already out. He had started charging over, but when Shen Qingfeng appeared, Kajianying and the other experts pulled him back. Clearly, Shen Qingfeng had been keeping an eye on things the entire time. As for this Yi Bencheng, Shen Qingfeng was familiar with him, so the others could only watch. Just from this, they could tell that the interior of the Divine Families was very complicated. Before they figured out what the problem was, the smart thing to do was to keep watching. In any case, all the experts present had seen that it was Yi Bencheng who had intentionally ruined things. They could all testify for the Dragonblood Legion. "What am I doing? 8th Commander, did you not see? The Dragonblood Legion failed. If I hadn't interfered, the Blood Race's army would have charged onto the Martial Heaven continent," said Yi Bencheng lightly. "Bullshit." The Dragonblood warriors had already returned, and now the only thing separating them from Yi Bencheng was the Divine Family's army. "Shut up. If you continue showing disrespect for the 7th Commander, then all of you will die here," shouted the expert who had attacked Chen. "What big words. I want to see just who has that ability." An icy voice suddenly rang out. Startled, everyone saw that Long Chen had returned to the battlefield. He was covered in blood, with injuries to his shoulder, chest, and thighs. The injury to his shoulder in particular was so deep that they could see bone. Those injuries had death energy within them. They were sucking up Long Chen's life energy so that he couldn't heal. That's the power of a 4th step Nether Passage expert. People's pupils narrowed upon seeing those injuries. Those injuries were caused by a 4th step Nether Passage expert. The Blood Race was different from the human race, but the realm known as the Nether Passage realm was similar for each race, especially their control over life and death energy. Long Chen had actually exchanged blows with a 4th step Nether Passage expert and survived. When they saw what he was holding in his hand, they let out startled cries. It was a head, the head of the golden-horned blood expert. His eyes were wide open and dim. His expression was one of terror and unwillingness. Long Chen had actually charged into the enemy world and killed him in front of a 4th step Nether Passage expert, then returned with his head. Everyone, including Shen Qingfeng and Yi Bencheng, was shocked. "Were you the one who attacked my brother just now?" Long Chen tossed the head to Xuanhuan. He took out a towel and wiped off the blood on his hands. "Those who blaspheme the Divine Families deserve 10,000 deaths. Killing him is simply his punishment. What, do you have some opinion?" sneered that man. "Opinion? No, don't misunderstand. I don't have any opinion." This made that man's sneer grow even bigger. He clearly didn't care about Long Chen. "I've never liked expressing my opinions. Since you've admitted it, I don't need to worry about killing the wrong person." Long Chen smiled. "Long Chen," Jining and the others started. Long Chen attacked before he finished his sentence and smashed a fist at that person's head without any warning. This was purely the power of his physical body, but he was so fast that no one could react. Chapter 22:61 Take care of calamity coming from the mouth. That person didn't even have time to summon his manifestation or use his spiritual yuan. However, his reaction speed was very quick. He ignored Long Chen's attack and sent a kick to the injury on Long Chen's thigh. Although Long Chen had attacked first, an arm was shorter than a leg. Furthermore, this person could lean back while kicking, allowing him to strike first before getting punched. This person was clearly an experienced fighter. Regretfully, before his foot could reach Long Chen, a sharp point of lightning shot out of Long Chen's fist, piercing his head. His body stiffened, and then he collapsed on the ground, dead. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Long Chen had attacked without any warning, and there hadn't even been any fluctuations when he used his Thunder Force. Long Chen's Thunder Force and Flame energy weren't his own. With just a thought, Lei Long could cooperate with him. Hence, at such a short distance, that person was killed instantly. Everyone was silent. Long Chen had actually killed someone from the true divine families. Die. After a moment of startled silence, Yi Benqing attacked. His sword slashed toward Long Chen and his manifestation appeared. People were horrified by his manifestation. It was also a heaven's soul manifestation, and he was an expert with awakened spirit blood. Yi Benqing's summoning of his manifestation and attack with his sword were completed in almost an instant. None of the other experts were able to enter their battle state this quickly. Boom! Long Chen was prepared, and he directly summoned his divine ring and battle armor. Evil Moon appeared to parry the attack, but a cracking sound rang out as Long Chen's arms broke. He was sent flying back. Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan hastily caught him, only to find that it was like they were trying to catch a shooting star. They all coughed up a mouthful of blood and tumbled back. Yi Benqing's power contained its own terrifying law. Although he was just a third-step nether passage expert, his death energy was unblockable. Death energy swirled within Long Chen's body. As for Gu Yang and the others, they were also affected. Their faces turned ashen, with a ball of death chi appearing on their foreheads. Just as people were shocked by Yi Benqing's power, a dagger cut across his throat. But Yi Benqing's reactions were too quick. His sword knocked that dagger back along with a figure that appeared in midair. Dong Minju was sent flying, but her manifestation shook and the death chi was wiped away. As a divine daughter, she possessed God energy, which was able to wipe away Yi Benqing's death energy. Courting death. Yi Benqing was shocked and infuriated at having his neck cut. Just now, he had just been a bit away from having his head leave his body. He raised his sword. However, before he could attack, another sword blocked it. Shen Qingfeng had stopped him. Shen Qingfeng, you dare to block me, demanded Yi Benqing. Yi Benqing, your Yi family has gone too far. Flames of fury raged in Shen Qingfeng's eyes. Shen Qingfeng, you're just a dog of the Long family with an outsider's name. Do you think you're qualified to lecture me? Today, I'll slaughter all these ants that blaspheme the divine families. What power do you have to stop me? Sneered Yi Benqing. Long Chen stood up. Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan were about to pour their life energy into his body, but they were waved off by Long Chen. In order to kill the golden-horned blood expert, he had been injured by a fourth-step nether passage expert. Although he had managed to kill his target, he had paid an immense price. As for Yi Benqing, perhaps it was because his spirit blood was awakened, but his death energy was particularly powerful. It was no longer a kind of energy, but a kind of law. That kind of death energy wasn't something that Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan could erase unless they first advanced to the nether passage realm and awakened their spirit blood. Fortunately, the primal chaos space contained the yin-yang immortal grass. It was able to absorb this law. Yi Benqing's death energy was not at all inferior to the power that the fourth-step nether passage blood race's expert had left in his body. Based on Long Chen's estimates, third-step nether passage experts like Yi Benqing and Shen Qingfeng were not inferior to ordinary fourth-step nether passage experts. At the very least, with me present, you aren't qualified to run amok, said Shen Qingfeng coldly. Ha ha ha, you stop me. You don't have that ability, sneered Yi Benqing. Shen Qingfeng glared at him. I'm very clear on your abilities. If it weren't for your connections within the Yi family, do you think you'd be the 7th commander of the Heavenly Dragon Legion? If you're confused by what I'm saying, I don't mind using this as an excuse to cut you down. If you don't believe me, you can come and try it. The two of them looked at each other. The dozens of experts that Yi Benqing had brought with him slowly took out their swords. Only half the experts that Shen Qingfeng had brought kept watch over the battlefield. The other half were standing right behind Shen Qingfeng, and they all took out their swords. Killing intent filled the air, so dense that the martial heaven continent's experts didn't dare to make a sound. They didn't know what was happening. Why would the divine families be fighting each other? Shen Qingfeng, you're relying on numbers. I don't believe you dare to do this, taunted Yi Benqing. You can try it. To tell the truth, I've found you disagreeable for a long time. I'd advise you not to keep provoking my desire to kill you, said Shen Qingfeng. Yi Benqing's expression was dark. He had only brought a few people. If they did fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. I didn't think that this place would be so lively. 7th Commander, you're quite enthusiastic. Did you come over to help? Just as the two of them were deadlocked, an ancient voice rang out and a thin elder walked over. Upon seeing that elder, Shen Qingfeng, Yi Benqing, and the other experts of the divine families hastily bowed. Greetings, Elder Long. This elder was precisely the Long family's heaven elder, the one who had discussed things with Long Chen. I was worried that the Dragonblood Legion wouldn't be reliable, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect that I would arrive just in time to see the Dragonblood Legion's defenses collapse. I had to stop the blood race. Who would have thought that the Dragonblood Legion would then curse and attack me for saving the martial heaven continent? Long Chen even killed my trusted deputy. I ask that Elder Long find justice over this matter, shouted Yi Bencheng. Gu Yang was enraged and about to curse him when Long Chen stopped him. Yi Bencheng's intentions were already all too clear. There was no point in talking reason with him. Oh, there was such a thing. Long Chen did such a thing happen. Elder Long looked at Long Chen. Yes. Long Chen indifferently spat out a word, looking at Elder Long calmly. He didn't even feel like saying more than a word. Elder Long, you've seen it now. Long Chen has admitted to it. This disciple proposes that Long Chen be arrested and brought to my Yi family to handle. After all, the person he killed was a member of the Yi family, said Yi Bencheng. Elder Long didn't even look at him. He continued to look at Long Chen. Why did you kill someone? Because he wanted to kill my brother, said Long Chen indifferently. What bullshit. Your brother didn't even die, but you killed my deputy, shouted Yi Bencheng. If my brother had died, then I wouldn't have just killed one person. I would make all of you accompany him, said Long Chen, turning to look at Yi Bencheng. Ha 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 ha, how arrogant. Elder Long, as you can see, this person cannot be depended on. He doesn't even care about the divine families. If such a person were led into the star-field divine world, don't you think it would be like letting a wolf loose amongst a flock of sheep? How could the resources of the star-field divine world be wasted on such trash? Yi Bencheng laughed. Hearing this, people saw some clues. It seemed that Yi Bencheng was targeting Long Chen because of the star-field divine world. They had heard that if Long Chen could accomplish his mission, he would win a spot for everyone in the Dragonblood Legion to enter the star-field divine world. Apparently, that was a sacred world that Nether Passage experts would dream of entering. This matter was actually so important that the divine families were fighting amongst themselves about it. Then, based on your opinion, Elder Long turned back to Yi Bencheng with a faint smile. Based on my opinion, we cannot allow trash like Long Chen to enter the star-field divine world. The resources of the divine families can't be wasted on them, especially since they have no respect for the divine families, said Yi Bencheng. Based on your opinion, the matters of the divine families are for you to decide, said Elder Long before he finished speaking. Yi Bencheng was instantly at a loss for words. He was just an Earth Elder. How could he be qualified? Elder Long continued smiling. Since you can't, what is the point of saying all these things? You should find someone qualified to make decisions to do the talking. Also, as an elder, I'd advise you not to have such a toxic mouth. After all, wounds from blades can heal quickly, but the hatred raised by bad words doesn't fade. Be careful of a loose tongue causing trouble. Elder Long, disciple. Yi Bencheng tried to speak, only to have Elder Long wave his hand. Helplessly, Yi Bencheng could only leave with his people. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glance at Long Chen, his gaze one of disdain. I really want to kill him. If I can't kill him, I want to half-kill him at least. Xuanhuan ground his teeth. It's fine. There will definitely be a chance, said Long Chen indifferently. For Yi Bencheng to target him like this, although Long Chen's expression was calm inside, his killing intent was surging. He wanted to play. Fine, he'd play him to death. Chapter 22, Elder Long's Warning. Long Chen, I apologize. However, you don't need to worry about one thing. What should be yours will definitely belong to you, said Elder Long. Well, I find myself lacking confidence in your words. I don't know whose word in the divine families counts. I don't want to be played by others. Long Chen's expression was still dark. Elder Long didn't get angry. Switching to spiritually speaking, he said, that's not the important thing. What is important is that you and your Dragonblood Legion need the star-field divine world, and we need you. The martial heaven continent needs you. The weak are devoured by the strong. This is an unshakable principle at any level. You're a smart person, so you know how this can benefit you. You should be aware of whether this cooperation hurts or helps you. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. I understand. Good, I'm sure you're all tired, so you should go rest. Long Chen nodded. He didn't directly rest. Instead, the first thing he did was arrange the golden-horned blood expert's head in the original location of the sovereign seal. Long Chen didn't say anything, but his actions said everything. Everyone knew that he was using that head as an offering to the sovereign. The divine might of the sovereigns could not be blasphemed. That scene made the righteous path's countless experts clench their fists tightly. This golden horn blood expert had insulted the sovereign, calling him a dead ghost. That had infuriated them. With his head now hanging there, they were filled with gratitude toward Long Chen. He had charged into the yin-yang world and exchanged blows with a fourth-step nether passage expert to do this. The danger was unimaginable. Only after the head was properly arranged did the Dragonblood Legion leave, going to the Martial Heaven Alliance's side. But just before they left, rumbling rang out from deep within the ground. That was Chen destroying the marks of his formation. The formation had been ruined by Yi Benchang, but there were still some secrets within its remnants that couldn't be exposed to others. Those secrets would only let their enemies get an advantage over them. Hence, Chen was erasing those secrets so that even if others did investigate, they wouldn't find any valuable information. "You foolish child, what am I supposed to tell you? Why are the two of you as stubborn as donkeys?" Seeing Long Chen covered in blood, with an injury so deep that she could see bone, Jianying shook her head regretfully. After coming out of the yin-yang world covered in wounds, he had then been attacked by Yi Bencheng, worsening his condition. The death chi on his forehead was much denser now. Meng Qi and Chu Yao were holding his arms to support him. They were all distressed about his condition. "That's just my character. I won't be able to change it in this lifetime." Long Chen smiled, knowing that Jianying sincerely viewed him as her own child she had to take care of. That was why, despite disagreeing with many of the things that she had done, he still respected her. After all, they were family. "HMPH, if you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed that Yi Bencheng." The old man was also furious at seeing his family's child being injured so badly. If Jianying and the others hadn't held on to him, he definitely would have gone after Yi Bencheng. Upon seeing Long Chen up close, his rage was further provoked. He felt like he was unable to help his own child that was being bullied. "No, Yi Bencheng is mine. Don't fight over him with me or I won't be able to expel my fury," said Long Chen. Fortunately, the old man hadn't attacked. If he had, then it would have been troublesome. After all, the old man's age was already getting up there. Although his realm was high, his blood chi had started to decay, while Yi Bencheng had awakened his spirit blood. If the old man was injured, it would be very dangerous. If the old man wasn't able to beat Yi Bencheng normally, then he would definitely use the ninth form of Split the Heavens in a suicidal attack. Exchanging his life for Yi Bencheng's was not worth it. Long Chen embraced the responsibility for this matter. This was his target for vengeance. That way, the old man could forget about this. Long Chen truly understood the old man. The old man's temper was more violent than his, and he couldn't hold back anything in his heart. "Long Chen, don't do anything stupid. Yi Bencheng has awakened his spirit blood and connected with his manifestation. As a third-step nether passage expert, his power rivals a fourth-step nether passage expert. Without entering the nether passage realm, you cannot attack him. After all, he's a member of the divine families. His foundation is unimaginable," warned Jianying. She was worried about Long Chen being just like the old man and not having any restraint. "Alliance head, I completely understand," Long Chen nodded. Just as Long Chen received Jianying's warning, Elder Long turned to Shen Qingfeng. "Elder Long, the Yi family goes too far. What were they doing here?" demanded Shen Qingfeng. "You are still lacking. Just now you had such a good chance. Why didn't you attack?" Elder Long shook his head at Shen Qingfeng. "Elder Long, you..." Shen Qingfeng was startled. It seemed that Elder Long had wanted him to eliminate Yi Bencheng. "Although you aren't surnamed Long, you are still a member of the Long family. In terms of position, you are not inferior to Yi Bencheng. He insulted you like that in that kind of scenario. Even if you killed him, so what? Even if you were punished in the end, would they demand your life? After a bit of punishment, you would have won your own dignity and glory to your 8th Legion. Would that not be worth it? Sai, I really thought that some of Long Chen's temper would rub off on you, but..." Elder Long shook his head, disappointed. Shen Qingfeng just stared at him, not knowing how to respond. "Child, I've watched you grow up. Tell me, if Yi Bencheng killed your deputy, what would you do?" asked Elder Long. "Disciple would do anything to crush him," said Shen Qingfeng without hesitation. "Then if you beat him, would you dare to kill him?" "Well," Shen Qingfeng stumbled. He dared to beat Yi Bencheng as badly as possible, but as for killing him, that wasn't possible. Yi Bencheng was the commander of the 7th Legion. His ranking was higher than his. Look at Long Chen. Someone targeted his subordinate, but that subordinate wasn't injured at all. What was Long Chen's response? A man must know when to assume responsibility. If you rely on intelligence to resolve everything, you'll lose your courage. Without that courage, you might be able to be a strategist, but you won't be able to be a leader. As the commander of the 8th Legion, you are in command of 100,000 warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Legion. There have been many times where you didn't lack intelligence, but lacked ruthlessness and daring. On the other hand, Yi Bencheng will use any contemptible means to achieve his goals. It might make him look like an idiot, but he has set up his position very well, said Elder Long meaningfully. His position, Shen Qingfeng muttered to himself. Elder Long nodded. Yes, his position. He has set himself up as the Yi family's sharp sword. He does whatever the Yi family wants him to do. If something happens as a result of his actions, the Yi family will handle it. That is why even though he did such a thing to the Dragonblood Legion, he will survive. Just because someone doesn't have a brain doesn't mean that they don't possess killing power. You have a brain but are put into a vexed state of being at your wits' end because of someone like him. Rather than the manner that you do things, the more important thing is the result. If you achieve the right result, then even if you use the most childish, idiotic method to achieve it, it will be fine. That is because they want that result. As for the process, it will be forgotten quickly. Results are merits. Results are history. As for the process, no one cares. Even if it was despicable, if the result is favorable, people can choose to have selective memory over their accomplishments. You consider too many things in your thought process. You had an absolute advantage but were still insulted and didn't dare to attack. The result is that your 8th Legion was given a mental blow. Do you not see the anger and humiliation in your warriors' eyes? They were just waiting for an order from you. Even if they had to die, they wouldn't have frowned. They would rather be humiliated than allow you to be bullied, not just because you are their commander, but because you are their soul, their faith. Perhaps you are considering an even further result and overlook the closer result. Although people say that those who don't think about the future will soon find suffering, if you can't even handle the things in the present, what is the point of looking into the future? If you can't even see the pits beneath your feet, then even if you're looking toward a grand mountain, it is still nothing but an unattainable dream. Shen Qingfeng suddenly understood Elder Long's meaning. He had to be tougher, more ruthless. Even if he caused a calamity, someone would handle it for him. Disciple understands. Shen Qingfeng nodded. If he had known this before, he would have directly killed Yi Bencheng. You missed one chance, but there will be more. You don't need to force it. As a person, you must be bold and scrupulous. You must understand the situation. The Long family has endured it for many years, and we're not enduring it any longer. Qingfeng, I cannot say some things to you too explicitly. You need to open your own eyes, see your own truth. Taking a loss isn't bad. It is the price of growth. What would be worse is focusing so much on steadiness that you don't dare to make mistakes. If you lose the heart that dares to take risks, then you would have reached the end of your martial path, warned Elder Long. Shen Qingfeng's heart shook. It seemed that he really had changed greatly after becoming a commander. His Dao heart had gradually lost its aim. It was no wonder his realm had not advanced at all in the past few years. Instead, it had shown signs of regressing. He began to sweat. Many thanks for Elder Long's warning. Disciple understands. Shen Qingfeng bowed deeply. Make sure to look after Long Chen. Elder Long looked over at Long Chen, seeming to indicate something. Chapter 22, 63 Competing Geniuses. Elder Long left. As for the Divine Family's army, they slowly retreated, leaving behind giant ballistae to stand guard. Those ballistae were even larger than the Blood Race's siege war chariots. They set up 180 ballistae. Although they had yet to be activated, just the pressure exuding from them made people's hearts shudder. Everyone, the Blood Race's main army has retreated. However, their auxiliary forces will continue to cause trouble. Most of them are low-ranking races, but they also contain immemorial essence blood. If you want the immemorial essence blood, you can enter the yin-yang world and kill the Blood Race's experts for it. However, the inside of the yin-yang world has fourth-step nether passage experts standing guard over it. Due to the sovereign will that has yet to fully scatter, they don't dare to come over. That is why your movements must be limited to the nearby surroundings, or if you go too deep and a fourth-step nether passage expert attacks you, no one will be coming to save you. It doesn't matter what your age or cultivation base is, anyone may enter the battlefield. However, if I were to make a personal suggestion, I would advise all Life Star experts to join in. The battle against the enemy races is truly cruel. You must maintain your sharpness and experience in battle if you wish to become a true expert. You all saw the Dragonblood Legion's power. Even in the same realm with the same cultivation base, they are incredibly powerful. You can consider how great the difference is yourselves. Alright, that's all I have to say. I will leave things to you now. You don't need to worry. The Heavenly Dragon Legion will be standing guard here, and if the Blood Race's main forces make a move, we will handle it." After the arrangements were complete, Shen Qingfeng made an announcement to the Martial Heaven Continent's forces. After failing to gain control over the exit for 3 days, and with the young king of the golden-horned Blood Race killed, the Blood Race had suffered an immense setback to their morale. Most likely, they would not be making a big move in the short term. Instead, they would order the low-ranking races to exhaust their enemies over time. This was the best chance for the talented youngsters of the various powers to temper themselves. As for the Heavenly Dragon Legion, they were all Nether Passage experts, and killing these low-ranking members of the Blood Race was meaningless to them. The various powers thanked Shen Qingfeng and began to enter the battlefield. The Martial Heaven Alliance, Pill Valley, the Xuanhuan Beasts, the Ancient Family Alliance, and the Ancient Races all sent people into the yin-yang world. At this time, the Blood Race's experts were still rushing toward this area from every direction, but it truly was as Shen Qingfeng said. The high-ranking races were not amongst them. However, occasionally, some of the devoured soul Black Armor Corps would appear. The various powers occupied their own defensive points. Even the Pill Fairy, Kun Pengzi, Tianzizi, Dongfeng Yuyang, Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushuang, Ximen Tiangsheng, and Dai Feng were focused on setting up defenses first. Although they were powerful, the others weren't as powerful as them. It was time for them to show their qualities as leaders. If they only looked after themselves, the disciples following them would be in danger. In the end, those disciples might be killed until only the peak experts remained. However, the likes of the Pill Fairy, Kun Pengzi, and Tianzizi were not natural leaders. They only relied on their immense power to lead people. On the other hand, Nangong Zuyu and Beideng Rushuang managed to form a complete formation with their forces, which allowed them to quickly get used to the battlefield. As the other experts were still testing things out, they had led their troops into battle. As for the Martial Heaven Alliance's side, they had the most disciples, and directing them was very difficult. Fortunately, Yi Lingshan had come prepared. She had 18 trusted aides beneath her called the 18 Iron Guards. They were the people she trusted the most. The 18 of them also had 10 subordinates each to better control the entire group. This system was something borrowed from the Dragonblood Legion. The Dragonblood Legion didn't keep many secrets from Yi Lingshan. She had asked for some pointers from Xia Chen and Gu Ran when it came to commanding troops in a formation, and the two of them had helped her. Xia Chen had even made a special formation for her capable of holding hundreds of thousands of experts. However, the more people that were part of the formation, the more difficult it was to control it. If one person was in the wrong position, it would cause a chain reaction. For a group of a few 100,000 people to link together in a formation, although they had drilled it countless times, there were still many mistakes occurring. So even as the other powers began to move out, the Martial Heaven Alliance's side was still disordered. After an incense stick's worth of time, they were still stuck. Let alone killing their enemies, they were in a mess. Yi Lingshan began to sweat. First, start from the One Dragon Rush formation. Just as Yi Lingshan was unaware where the problem lay, Long Chen sent her a message. The One Dragon Rush formation was the simplest one that required almost no skill. Yi Lingshan naturally knew of it, but such a formation was child's play to these people. She didn't want others to laugh at the Martial Heaven Alliance for using such a low-level formation. However, she trusted Long Chen. Since he said such a thing, she directly gave the order. The One Dragon Rush formation was a straight dragon-shaped formation that was like an arrow shooting forward. Once they charged forward to a certain point, the dragon head would become the dragon tail, and the tail would become the new head. Then the charge would go in the opposite direction. It was the most basic of all formations. To the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples, this formation could not be simpler. As they began to charge back and forth, the disciples gradually got used to it. Long Chen continued, "There is a huge difference between practice and actually using the formation. Don't expect the same results in training to manifest on the battlefield. After charging 10 times, switch to the Dual Dragon Rush formation. Then the Cross Kill formation, the Scissor formation, the Crane Wing formation, the Phoenix Soar formation." Long Chen rattled off the names of over 10 formations. They started off simple and gradually grew more complicated. To jump onto a roof was very difficult for an ordinary person, but if they had a ladder, it would be much easier. Long Chen was giving them a step-by-step process to get used to the battlefield. What happened during practice and what happened on the actual battlefield were two completely different concepts. If you taught someone how to swim on land and then tossed them into the water, 9 out of 10 would drown. Yiling was thinking too simply about using the formation. Not everyone was able to fearlessly face their opponents. Who wouldn't get nervous? Who wouldn't get worried when facing death? Who was willing to risk their own life for the people beside them? Trust needed to be built over time. It couldn't be forced with a kick. Based on Long Chen's experience, as time passed, these disciples would be able to put down their fear and nervousness. Then the power of the formation would gradually show itself. Battle formations required meticulous cooperation between their members. They required making up for other people's weaknesses to increase the overall potential of the formation. In some cases, the cooperation between members was so perfect that 1 plus 1 equaled 3. However, if the cooperation was bad, then it would be more like 10 plus 10 equals 2. If others were just holding each other back, it would be worse than if they were fighting on their own. With so many people, one person's mistake would lead to a chain reaction. In training, that mistake could be singled out and quickly adjusted. On the battlefield, though, they were facing the sinister blood race's experts and the devoured soul Black Armor Corps. Not everyone could enter such a perfect state to face them fearlessly. Even in the simplest formation, there were people making mistakes, resulting in injuries. Even with Mo Nyan standing in the sky and saving any areas with troubles, the disciples were still unsteady. There were too many mistakes, so wasn't able to help them all on his own. However, after they gradually got used to it, the mistakes started to lessen. Mo Nyan was entirely able to keep up with this tempo, and as the injuries and casualties lessened, their confidence grew. The power of the formation gradually manifested. As the power of the formation increased, everyone's cooperation fell into line. Their killing efficiency continuously grew, allowing Yiling to sigh in relief. She couldn't help feeling ashamed at her immaturity, but she also understood that Long Chen had been leading the Dragonblood Legion from the start. Although he wasn't a formation master, he knew many principles. That wasn't something that she could compare to. There was nothing she could do about that now except continue to gain experience. Once she did, she was confident in properly leading her troops. The Martial Heaven Alliance's side had started off with an efficiency far lower than the other powers. But as time passed, they began to spread out as much as they could and then go deeper. If they spread any further, they would affect the other powers. Due to the heavenly divine writ, they were unable to fight amongst themselves. As for pressing forward, no one had pushed very far in yet. Yiling was the first to lead her forces deeper in. There was no need to fight over what the others had. Now that the disciples were familiar with using the formation, there was no need to stay in one spot. Senior Apprentice Sister Lingshan, we've already gathered 58 vats of essence blood, reported one of the 18 iron guards excitedly. Before everyone had entered the yin-yang world, they had prepared special divine items to gather the essence blood. That was why they were all maintaining a respectful distance from each other. If their divine items stole the essence blood from the others, it would cause a conflict. That little bit is nothing compared to what the Dragonblood Legion got. Don't get too satisfied. Let the junior brothers and sisters control the tempo. We'll need to kill even more enemies to show the world that the Martial Heaven Alliance is deserving of the name of the continent's #1 alliance, said Yiling. Yes. With Yiling's guidance, the Martial Heaven Alliance entered a fully battle-ready state. They switched to stronger formations gradually, increasing their efficiency. The expression of Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Ancient Races, and the Xuanhuan Beasts experts twisted slightly. The Martial Heaven Alliance was starting to move out, but on their sides, their ordinary disciples were holding them back. King Xuan, go and fight by yourself. You'll kill more enemies like that. Xuanhuan finally couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 22:64 The Most Terrifying Existent. The Pill Fairy left her group on her own, going deeper into the battlefield. 18 flame phoenixes shot out of her like meteorites, exploding amongst the blood race. However, the Pill Fairy did not take out the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame. That was because its power was too great, and it would incinerate the essence blood of these low-ranking races. If she used it, she wouldn't be able to gain much immemorial essence blood. The flame that she used was a white one. Although it was much weaker, it was more than enough to slaughter these weaker races. Once the Pill Fairy went out, Tianzizi, Kun Pengzi, Daifeng, Dongfeng Yuyang, Ximen Tianxing, Nangong Zuyu, Beiding Rushwang, and the other peak experts also made a move. After all, this was a rare chance to compete over immemorial essence blood. The timing was also important, as they were about to advance to the Nether Passage realm. If they got the immemorial essence blood now, many people would be able to use it. This was their best chance to strengthen their group. Yibencheng's attack had shown everyone the difference between having awakened their spirit blood and not. Those like the Pill Fairy and the others were so powerful that they could ignore ordinary third-step Nether Passage experts, but not someone like Yibencheng who had been powerful enough to send Long Chen flying. Although Long Chen had been heavily injured before being struck, it had still been shocking. Two people in the third-step Nether Passage realm could have vastly different power levels. At the same time, they saw how powerful the Heavenly Dragon Legion was. There was an immense difference between them and the Nether Passage experts of the continent. Although they hadn't awakened their manifestations, their power was still a level higher. Within the same realm, an expert of the Martial Heaven continent wouldn't necessarily even be able to last 3 exchanges against one of them. That was the difference in foundations. The divine families were terrifying. If these geniuses didn't do their best to increase their power now, they would be forced to obey their orders. Although the divine families had only expressed that they would lead this battle and work together with everyone else for the continent's safety, that kind of favor wasn't good. So this immense opportunity could not be missed. With the top experts of the continent making their move, everyone's attention was concentrated on them. So the stories are true. Dai Feng really did awaken the Blood Emperor's manifestation. Right now, the only ones fighting were the junior generation. The seniors had only helped out at the beginning to stabilize the formation. Afterward, they just stood aside to watch. Dai Feng had charged out and in the process had summoned a manifestation. This was a double manifestation, with the Blood Emperor's image now within his original manifestation. With that unique energy, Dai Feng caused heaven and earth to shake with just a wave of his hand. He didn't even summon his 3 divine items. On the battlefield, his slaughter of the blood race was the most intense. This is an intentional display of his power to Long Chen. With a single punch, the earth was torn asunder. With the slam of a foot, the void shattered. Every one of Dai Feng's moves was simple and relaxed, indicating that he was far from using his full power. But his power shocked everyone. Dai Feng was acting much more high-profile than the likes of the Pill Fairy and the others. Occasionally, he would glance toward Long Chen with a sneer. This truly was a taunt, and a very clear one at that. If you want to compete against my boss, then go charge into the depths of the yin-yang world and kill one of the blood race's kings in front of a 4th-step Nether Passage expert, shouted Xuanhuan. Dai Feng's expression twisted, but he quickly returned to normal, sneering, "Tell the blood race to send out another king and I'll easily slay him." As for Long Chen, if it weren't for the heavenly divine writ, I'd have been the first to challenge him. Dai Feng was confident. It seemed that he truly did no longer view Long Chen as a match for him. With his double manifestation, he had put on a display that was no weaker than Long Chen's. This rat bastard, Xuanhuan clenched his teeth. Dai Feng was truly vile. He had only reached this level by relying on a woman. He is very powerful, but don't get tricked by his idiotic display. He's crafty. He's doing this to antagonize us. Dai Long, I really underestimated you. Dai Feng and Zhu Luocha's marriage was a trap. Their goal was her manifestation and spirit blood, said Long Chen. But can a manifestation and spirit blood really be taken? Demanded Xuanhuan. Long Chen merely smiled slightly. His spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone had been taken. He was the best example. However, he had no proof. This was just a guess. If such a thing had happened to him, then perhaps some unknown secret art had occurred between Dai Feng and Zhu Luocha during their copulation. To have 2 manifestations was an extremely rare thing in the cultivation world. There had been such existences within legends, but legends were just legends. No one could verify their authenticity. Just from Dai Long's crafty smile, it was definitely his scheme. Gu Yang glanced at Dai Long, who was putting on an indifferent look. He had managed to trick many people. Before this, he had acted violent and easy to enrage, when in reality, he was quite the schemer. At the very least, Long Chen no longer underestimated him. On the other hand, Mo Nian's pretty reserved. Why isn't he going out? Tang Wan'er looked at Mo Nian curiously. He was still silently protecting the Martial Heaven alliance. Perhaps he hasn't given up on Yi Lingshan. What a rude fellow. Doesn't he know he shouldn't covet a friend's wife? Said Liu Ruyan lightly, intentionally glancing at Long Chen. Long Chen's expression darkened. Don't talk nonsense. I have no such relationship with Yi Lingshan. Seeing his dark expression, Chu Yao hastily said, Ruyan was just joking, right? Ruyan, Yi Lingshan is the current head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Don't make jokes about her. What a petty man. I must have misspoken. My apologies. An apology was quite rare from the stubborn Liu Ruyan. Long Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Perhaps his injuries had worsened his temper. After calming down, he said, Yi Lingxian has given her everything for the Martial Heaven Alliance. Perhaps her talent and power are inferior to my own, but she has willingly picked up this heavy burden and is working hard every day to improve herself. That is why she possesses her own powerful charisma and her own loyal warriors who will follow her into death. Countless disciples dream of marrying her, but she is now the mental pillar of the Martial Heaven Alliance. She has already given her life to the Martial Heaven Alliance and cannot marry anyone else. So this joke really isn't appropriate, especially when it includes me. If others were to spread that joke, it would cause the hearts of the Martial Heaven Alliance to fall. I also apologize for overreacting. I have yet to expel the death energy in my body, so my mental state isn't very good. All right, let's just not talk about this in the future. Long Chen, can we really not help you heal your wounds? Chu Yao smoothed things over. Long Chen bitterly smiled. I'm pretty angry about it myself. My luck is amazing. I didn't encounter 1/4 step nether passage expert, but 3. I almost died. Hearing that, everyone turned pale. They hadn't thought that it had been 3/4 step nether passage experts. Fortunately, I had the lightning domain's Dragon King block them for me, said Long Chen. Only after Long Chen had killed the golden-horned blood expert did he learn that those 3 old fellows were the latter's protectors. It was just that due to the sovereign aura, they didn't dare to step onto the battlefield. They had been forced to stay behind. When Long Chen had chased after his target, they had hidden themselves until their king had been unable to hold on any longer. Then they suddenly appeared to cut Long Chen off. He had been prepared for such a thing, and had kept Lei Long active behind him the entire time. Hence, he instantly connected to the lightning field and summoned the Dragon King. The Dragon King was truly powerful and had managed to block the attack of the 3 Nether Passage experts, but then it exhausted all its energy and was forced to retreat. However, by that time, Long Chen had managed to capture their king, and using him as a shield, he had managed to leave. At that time, he had been quite courteous. He hadn't even taken his whole hostage back. He had left most of the golden-horned blood expert's body with them, taking only his head. As a result, he had seen Yi Bencheng's deputy attack Xia Chen. He had naturally killed that deputy, but then Yi Bencheng's attack had worsened Long Chen's injuries. Then what are you going to do? With your terrible condition, why didn't Elder Long help you? Asked Meng Qi. He wanted to, but I didn't want to owe him a favor. I can handle it myself, but it will take some time. It's not like I have anything to do right now. We should all be taking this time to heal. How is Wilda? Asked Long Chen. He's gone unconscious from hunger. Cloud's feeding him, answered Chu Yao. As she said, Wilda was lying in the distance, unconscious. However, if something entered his mouth, he instinctively chewed and swallowed it. Hence, Cloud was feeding him large chunks of meat. It shouldn't be a problem. Once his body had enough energy, he would wake up naturally. Then he could eat for himself. Boss, it seems that Dongfeng Yuyang has received quite the setback after the last beating. His power has sharply dropped, said Xia Chen as he watched the battlefield. Long Chen shook his head, a serious look appearing on his face. You've misjudged him. That fellow is the most terrifying existence amongst all of them. Chapter 2265, a 37-year-old supreme expert. What? Everyone was startled by Long Chen's words. Dongfeng Yuyang was still powerful, but was now much inferior to Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushuang, and Ximen Tianxiang, let alone divine daughters and divine sons like the Pill Fairy and Tian Zizi. If he was compared to Dai Feng, the difference between them would be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Although Dongfeng Yuyang's expression was unchanged, he was clearly increasing the tempo of his attacks. However, his killing efficiency remained far below the others. He's hiding his power, asked Meng Qi. No, there's no way. Dongfeng Yuyang was put in his place by the sea demon race. They slapped his face repeatedly and caused his reputation to plummet. This is his chance to put on a good show and win back some face. At the very least, he should try to be above average. But his current display isn't even as good as some of the experts of the neutral factions, said Yu Ran. There were many experts amongst the neutral factions as well, but they were more low-key. At this time, though, some of them had begun to make their moves. After all, this was related to immemorial essence blood. Some experts who were suspected to have awakened their spirit blood also appeared. Their displays were very powerful, and not at all inferior to Dongfeng Yuyang. Dongfeng Yuyang has given me an extremely dangerous feeling from the start, but I've never been able to pinpoint what exactly about him is so dangerous. He schemes deeply and doesn't display much hatred when he sees me. Last time when he was beaten to the point of almost being bedeviled, I feel like he was faking it. I want everyone to be careful around him. If I get a chance, I'll try to test him," said Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely confident in his spiritual perception. With the 9-star Hegemon body art, his sense of danger was extremely strong. He had never been mistaken. As for why Dongfeng Yuyang would rather have others look down on him, and have the Dongfeng family's morale plummet instead of using his full power, Long Chen had no idea. "Zia Chen, how were our gains?" asked Long Chen. Not one member of the Dragonblood Legion had died this time, but almost everyone had been injured. Some people's injuries were so severe that they needed to rest for a long time. The one who had taken the most losses was Meng Qi. All her magical beasts had died in the end. After all, their intelligence was too low and they were unruly. They didn't perfectly listen to orders. When surrounded, they could only rely on brute power, and so they couldn't survive very long in that kind of group battle. Hence, Long Chen was hoping to cheer people up with the talk of their gains. "We have over 30 pools of essence blood," said Zia Chen. That amount delighted them. The battle toward the end had resulted in high-rank races appearing. Those races possessed a higher quality essence blood. However, don't get too excited. Much of the essence blood belongs to the devoured soul Black Armor Corps. Their essence blood is useless. There's also the essence blood of the explosive bull monsters. After taking them into account, I'd say there are around 15 pools worth, said Zia Chen. Then why didn't you say 15 from the start? You say over 30 and then cut that by half. Zia Chen, are you trying to toy with us? Gu Yang bitterly smiled. That's not bad though. At least half the Dragonblood Legion should have enough to awaken their spirit blood, said Li Qi. Long Chen shook his head. Sorry brothers, but I'll have to give you a blow. Due to cultivating the dragon blood body tempering art, you'll need several times the immemorial essence blood that others in the same realm do. The saying that 10 drops of immemorial essence blood are enough for someone to have a high chance of awakening their spirit blood only refers to ordinary Empyreans, and it still isn't a guarantee. You should be mentally prepared. Everyone felt a chill. After cultivating the dragon blood body tempering art, their own bodies had gone through a change that even they couldn't explain. Even their manifestations were identical. There was no way to explain that with the martial heaven continent's cultivation principles. Boss, how much immemorial essence blood will we need? Asked Xuanhuan. Based on my estimates, at the very least, we'll need 10 times more than other people. 10 times? Everyone gasped. That amount was enough to cause despair. Just how many of the blood race's experts would they need to kill in order to refine that much immemorial essence blood? Every drop of immemorial essence blood was incredibly precious. Don't panic. We'll only need it in the Nether Passage realm, so there's still some time. Furthermore, hasn't the Dragonblood Legion managed to get through many difficulties already? Who cares about some essence blood? Comforted Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors smiled with him. That was true. While following Long Chen, their path had been one of creating miracle after miracle. Perhaps others couldn't do something, but the Dragonblood Legion could. Long Chen, do you feel better? Just as they were talking, Shen Qingfeng walked over. Thank you for your concern, Commander Shen. This little injury isn't enough to take my life. Long Chen smiled, not being hostile or friendly. About Shen Qingfeng, Long Chen didn't feel much one way or another. When Yi Bencheng had attacked, Shen Qingfeng had been called a dog by him, but he still hadn't dared to kill Yi Bencheng. Long Chen felt him to be too cowardly. Shen Qingfeng helplessly said, I truly didn't handle things well today, causing you to feel wronged. However, in terms of position, Yi Bencheng is the 7th commander while I'm the 8th. His position is a bit higher than mine. For Shen Qingfeng to actually apologize was unexpected. Long Chen had been feeling dissatisfied with Shen Qingfeng's conduct. After all, he was in charge of this battlefield but had allowed Yi Bencheng to charge in and ruin the Dragonblood Legion's formation. He had responsibility for this. Of course, from Yi Bencheng's arrogant display, it could be seen that the interior of the divine families was extremely complicated, and Shen Qingfeng was truly helpless. Adding on this apology, Long Chen didn't feel good trying to make him feel worse. Long Chen was never in the habit of leaving his life in other people's hands. Complaining wasn't his style. Then you mean to say that the Heavenly Dragon Legion has 8 commanders and you are the lowest ranking? Asked Long Chen. He patted the seat beside him. Shen Qingfeng cupped his fists and sat on the beast hide beside Long Chen. He nodded. Correct. The Heavenly Dragon Legion has 800,000 members, with each commander in charge of 100,000 people. They are ranked according to power. We truly are the bottom ranking. The Dragonblood warriors were quite startled to hear that the Heavenly Dragon Legion possessed 800,000 members. That was 800,000 Netherpassage experts. The Heavenly Dragon Legion's power was extremely shocking. They had taken control over the entire battlefield in an instant. At that time, the Dragonblood Legion had only been able to bitterly hold on, but to them, crushing those enemies had been easy. That was a terrifying legion, but the 8th Legion was actually ranked last. Then just how powerful was the 1st Legion? The Dragonblood Legion was called the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 Legion, but compared to the Heavenly Dragon Legion, they appeared incredibly weak. You don't need to be surprised. When we were in the Life Star realm, we weren't necessarily stronger than you. My subordinates are all full of praise for your display, said Shen Qingfeng. The Dragonblood Legion's display had truly amazed the Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors. What shocked them wasn't their power, but the undefeatable will possessed by every Dragonblood warrior, as well as their absolute trust in each other. For over 12,000 people to unite their hearts like this was essentially a kind of miracle. Commander Shen, may I ask if Yi Yaochen and Yi Benqing are on the same side? Asked Long Chen after being silent for a while. This related to the secrets of the divine families. Even if he asked, Shen Qingfeng might not answer, but he still wanted to know. Unexpectedly, though, Shen Qingfeng didn't hesitate. They belonged to one family, the Yi family. However, Yi Yaochen is the youngest heaven elder of the divine families. At just the age of 37, he is already a 4th-step Netherpassage expert. What? All of them were startled. At 37, he was already a 4th-step Netherpassage expert. What kind of monsters was he? On the Martial Heaven continent, the only one known to be a 4th-step Netherpassage expert was Taoist Heavenly Feather. She could only be described as ancient, and all the experts of the continent were her juniors. As for 3rd-step Netherpassage experts, practically all of them were over 1,000 years old or even more. Even the youngest one had to be a few centuries old. 37 years old, a 4th-step Netherpassage expert, that even shocked Long Chen. Brother Shen, can you tell me why they are targeting me? Asked Long Chen. Chapter 2266 Respite from the Blood Race. To tell the truth, I really don't know, but even if I knew, I wouldn't necessarily be able to say. I'm also very curious why the Yi family is targeting you. I asked Elder Long, but he didn't answer me, said Shen Qingfeng. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that Shen Qingfeng really didn't know, hence he didn't continue pressing him. After Elder Long had left, he felt that Shen Qingfeng had begun treating him better. Long Chen could clearly feel that Shen Qingfeng's guard against him had dropped. After chatting for a bit, Shen Qingfeng left to allow Long Chen to focus on healing. Once he was healed, he could enter the battlefield as well to gather immemorial essence blood. Watching as Shen Qingfeng left, Chu Yao guardedly wondered, is Shen Qingfeng trying to pull us in? Most likely, or perhaps I should say that the divine families want to use us. The Yi family is targeting us, perhaps as a show of power to the faction that Elder Long comes from. As for Elder Long, he's trying to help us. We've become a chess piece utilized between the two factions, said Long Chen. Isn't it going too far to use us? Demanded Xuanhuan irritably. What's too far about it? They have no duty to help us. We have something they need and they have something we need. At the very least up to this point, it's been profitable for us. If their goal wasn't clear, I'd feel much more worried. We're still too weak compared to the divine families. However, we have our own advantages and trump cards. What we lack right now can be made up with time and opportunities, said Long Chen. Seeing the fighting, he clenched his fists. It wasn't just the divine families, Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Xuanhuan Beasts, and the others that were powerful. Many unknown powers were still hiding their trump cards. Who knew when they would reveal themselves? They were still waiting for the right timing and chance. Right now, the only way that Long Chen could get the most benefit was from working together with Elder Long. Of course, those benefits lay within immense danger. The Dragonblood Legion continued to rest. On the battlefield, experts occasionally died. When one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts was killed, their corpse was fought over by the Blood Race. Some of them would even slaughter each other to grab the corpse. The Blood Race wanted complete bodies from humans. That way, they could gather the root chi within their Danshan. Meanwhile, the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts wanted the Blood Race's essence blood. The human race's corpses were treasures to the Blood Race. When one appeared, The surrounding experts of the blood race would fight over it in a horrifying manner. As time passed, more and more casualties began to appear on both sides. The blood race's experts seemed to be endless. The only force able to maintain a zero casualty count against them was the Dragonblood Legion. All the various powers took casualties. That was unavoidable. The weak were washed out in this cruel battle. As for the seniors, they were clenching their fists, afraid of seeing the ones they favored being the next to fall. This was a cruel battle, but worry did not stop the cruelty. Seeing the corpses of their juniors taken away by the blood race, they were enraged, but there was nothing they could do. Even if they did charge into the battlefield to help, what would happen in the future? These juniors were the pillars of this world. If they didn't accept this cruelty of battle, then even more of them would die in the future. When those disciples died, people couldn't help thinking of the Dragonblood Legion's zero casualty count. Behind that miracle lay an unknown amount of blood and fire. The Dragonblood Legion had endured the grinding of battle after battle to become a sharp blade. If these experts wanted to be that sharp as well, they needed to be tempered by this battle. A portion of them would definitely be ground to dust. Some of the seniors regretted pampering their disciples and keeping them close. If they had let them go earlier, allowing them to experience their own blood and fire trials, perhaps they would be stronger and more likely to survive. The Righteous Path's experts in particular had quite a few people crying bitterly upon seeing the disciples falling one by one. Battle was simply this cruel. Seeing the people they loved have their lives mercilessly stripped from them while they could only watch was the cruelest torment. In this vast battle, the Corrupt Path's power was shown. They had the least casualties, as the Corrupt Path's experts were fearless toward death. Perhaps the only thing that they were afraid of in this world was the Dragonblood Legion. More and more casualties appeared, but the ones remaining grew stronger and stronger. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples also continued to work better together, increasing their killing power. Under Yi Lingshan's guidance, their formations continued to grow stronger, allowing them to slaughter the blood race. Although Yi Lingshan didn't go out on her own, the Martial Heaven Alliance still had the highest killing efficiency on the battlefield. Suddenly, a towering willow tree appeared, its roots digging into the battlefield. It cut out its own domain of death for itself. Liu Ruyan was an undying willow, and although the battle before had been very exhausting, her yin-yang energy recovered very quickly. Even though the rest of the Dragonblood Legion was resting and focusing on recovering, she was already ready to fight again. Liu Ruyan needed a huge amount of immemorial essence blood for her own advancement, and with her stubbornness, she would rather earn it herself rather than take the Dragonblood Legion's resources. Her branches were like swords cutting through the blood race's experts. The roots were like dragons sweeping across the land. These low-ranking races were completely unable to threaten her. The second to enter the battlefield was Chu Yao. As a wood cultivator, she had massive stores of spiritual yuan and recovered quickly. Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan joined forces, creating a giant land of death for the blood race. Fortunately, the battlefield was large enough that even as everyone fought for themselves, they didn't disturb anyone else. The Dragonblood warriors who had recovered joined in one by one. Chen was sent to Yi Lingshan's side. He directed the formation, increasing their killing efficiency once more while reducing casualties. The Dragonblood warriors formed their own killing formations as they slaughtered their enemies. Even while fighting, they were recovering because this level of battle was nothing to them. 7 days later, the numbers of the blood race began to diminish. In the end, they stopped charging toward the Martial Heaven continent, instead stopping in the depths of the yin-yang world. With the blood race retreating, the Martial Heaven continent's side didn't dare to charge in. If they went past the range of the sovereign aura, they would be attacked by fourth-step nether passage experts. That was no different than suicide. Seeing the blood race retreat, the Martial Heaven continent's experts also retreated, returning to the Martial Heaven continent. It seems that the blood race has switched strategies. They've used up their useless cannon fodder. The next attack might only come after a long wait, said Long Chen. His injuries had healed. Even the injuries left behind by a fourth-step nether passage expert could be resolved by the yin-yang immortal grass. Is the blood race going to unleash a crazy assault like at the start once more? Then we can get more essence blood, said Xuanhuan, rubbing his fist. Long Chen shook his head. The sovereigns will has yet to dissipate. They might be waiting for that. Then their fourth-step nether passage experts will be able to attack, and the Martial Heaven continent's side might not have enough power to stop them. How long will it take for the sovereign's will to dissipate? Yu ran, and the others were alarmed. If fourth-step nether passage experts suddenly attacked, then they would no longer be able to fight on the battlefield. Elder Long said that it should last for a few more months, but no one can say what day exactly. So this time is also the best for everyone to break through to the nether passage realm, said Long Chen. Inside, Long Chen was shocked that the sovereign's will could last this long. The sovereign seal had been broken by others, but even the remnant will was enough to give the Martial Heaven Alliance time to breathe. The Martial Heaven Continent's experts needed this time that the sovereign had won for them. They had to break through to the nether passage realm. The sovereign had clearly died ages ago, and yet it seemed that everything had been within his predictions. He had left this hope to the continent. If that was a coincidence, then it was far too coincidental. If it wasn't a coincidence, then how could the sovereign have known that such a thing would happen? Just what kind of existence was a sovereign? As Long Chen had said, the blood race retreated. No one knew what they were doing, and no one dared to probe them. Going over there would be sending themselves to their deaths. The divine families also said not to go, as taking this risk was meaningless. As a result, the various powers returned to their homes. The young warriors once more focused on comprehending the essence of life and death. Some of them already felt the bottleneck weakening for them, and they prepared to make their breakthroughs. As for the seniors, they began refining the essence blood. When their Empyrean disciples advanced to the nether passage realm, they could use the immemorial essence blood. Long Chen said goodbye to Jianying, Beideng Rushwang, Nangong Zuyu and the others, and returned to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. He announced that everyone was to go into seclusion, and his orders were that they all had to comprehend life and death before coming out. That was because time was running out. Chapter 22:67, Heading into the depths of the yin-yang world. After returning to the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, everyone, including Long Chen, entered seclusion. Liu Ruyan activated her yin-yang energy, unleashing rays of light that enveloped the dragon blood warriors. Within that divine light, they were able to sense the transformations of yin and yang, which embodied the cycle of life and death. This battle had been extremely dangerous. They had been right on the line between life and death. However, because of it, all their accumulated comprehension grew, and this seed began to sprout thanks to Liu Ruyan's help. It was as Long Chen had predicted. The reason that most people didn't manage to reach the necessary level of comprehension was because they lacked that true feeling of being right next to death. However, all their previous comprehension was just as important. Comprehending life and death could be likened to growing a plant. Their previous comprehension was plowing and fertilizing the earth as a foundation. Then their life and death battle against the blood race had become the spark that allowed the dormant seed to grow. With more nourishment, it began to sprout. Of course, those were all things that Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Gu Yang and the others felt. Long Chen didn't feel any such thing. Long Chen found that the 9-star Hegemon body art was completely different from all the continent's cultivation techniques. It was also different from the Dragon Blood body tempering art. The Dragon Blood Legion's Dragon Blood body tempering art caused the Dragon Blood warriors' original cultivation techniques to be wiped away. That aspect was something that shocked even Long Chen. The Dragon Blood body tempering art was extremely domineering. For the Martial Heaven Continent's experts, switching out cultivation techniques was a very normal thing. Those cultivation techniques were like fertile soil, while magical arts were various vegetation. The stronger the cultivation technique, the greater the potential of the magical arts. Many cultivators first started out with lower quality cultivation techniques due to their own limited circumstances. The best cultivation techniques were within the hands of the large powers. As a result, as disciples climbed up, they constantly switched out their cultivation techniques for better ones. Normally, every switch would take a few months to get used to. However, the Dragon Blood body tempering art had essentially erased the Dragon Blood warriors' old cultivation techniques. There was no remnant of them. From that, it could only be said that the Dragon Blood body tempering art was far stronger than any of their cultivation techniques. It was like a beggar had been brought into the royal family. While the beggar had wanted to bring some of its old things, the royal family had forcibly thrown them all out, down to the beggar's very clothes. That was an indication to the Dragon Blood body tempering arts class. This was a cultivation technique that came from a mysterious dragon expert. It had wiped away the old heaven-class cultivation techniques of the Dragon Blood warriors, leaving not even a trace of them. However, this terrifying cultivation technique still required comprehending life and death to advance to the Nether Passage realm, just like all other cultivation techniques. Only the 9-star Hegemon body art was completely unaffected by it. When Long Chen reached the 12th heaven stage of Life Star, he could already feel the next level. He didn't need to comprehend anything. He could just accumulate energy through eating pills and directly break through. Although the 9-star Hegemon body art took up a ridiculous amount of resources, in the same vein, it had its own heaven-defying abilities. Long Chen didn't encounter bottlenecks like other people. As everyone else focused on comprehending life and death, Long Chen busied himself with eating pills. After reaching the 12th heaven stage during the Chi Flow eruption, he hadn't consumed more pills. He had even stopped eating the Nethergate pills. That was because after the star had formed, no matter how many pills he ate, he was unable to undergo the first star transformation. Once the Nethergate star had reached a certain level, it was like a cup of water that was full, and no matter how he tried to add to it, it simply overflowed. This was something he had never encountered before with the 9-star Hegemon body art. The only thing he could do was conclude that it had something to do with his current realm. Of course, this was just a guess. He would have to test out this theory when he advanced. Since he couldn't undergo the 9-star transformations now, he had to wait until he advanced into the Nether Passage realm. As he consumed life star pills, he got closer and closer to the peak of 12th heaven stage. The majority of the Dragon Blood warriors had also touched the barrier and were ready to make their breakthrough. However, Long Chen wanted everyone to advance together, so they were still waiting for some warriors that hadn't felt the barrier yet. After considering all his options, Long Chen decided to take a trip to the yin-yang world. That made Meng Qi and the others jump. Long Chen, entering the yin-yang world is too dangerous at this time. Without the protection of the sovereigns, you won't be able to handle their 4th-step Nether Passage experts, said Meng Qi. I know it truly is very dangerous, but Little Snow is still there. I want to see how Little Snow is, said Long Chen. Hearing that, everyone fell silent. They all knew how Long Chen felt about Little Snow. No matter how they tried to advise him, he wouldn't change his mind over this. I'll go with Big Brother Long Chen, announced Dong Minju. Yes, that's good. Little Sister Yuer is an assassin with unparalleled aura-concealing arts. She's the best one to go with you. Meng Qi nodded. Dong Minju was the most terrifying assassin of the Martial Heaven continent. With her beside Long Chen, then even if they encountered a 4th-step Nether Passage expert, they should be able to escape. Furthermore, Dong Minju specialized in stealth. Perhaps the two of them really would be able to slip past the Blood Race's army. All right, then I'll go with Yuer. Everyone, work hard. I hope that everyone will be touching the barrier when I get back. That way, we can all break through at the same time. Long Chen left with Dong Minju, arriving at the yin-yang world. When the Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors saw him, they all greeted him. Although Long Chen was just a life star expert, his combat prowess was outstanding. Adding on his domineering conduct, he had won their profound respect. Moreover, when he had killed Yi Bencheng's deputy right in front of him, that had been especially amazing. Experts respected the strong. Where is Commander Shen? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen found that only Shen Chengfeng's warriors were present. He himself was gone. Commander Shen has returned to the ancient battlefield. To tell the truth, this current battle against the Blood Race is child's play to us. We won't gain any merit fighting here, which signifies that we aren't getting any resources, said one of the warriors directly. One of the older warriors coughed, causing that first warrior to say, Long Chen isn't an outsider, so these aren't secrets. If we don't do anything meritorious, we won't get paid. And without more resources, we can't strengthen the Legion. As for those bastards from the 7th Legion, cough, those fellows are still racking up merit on their battlefield. In order to not let us fall behind, the commander has gone off with other brothers to the ancient battlefield, leaving us to guard here. That made Long Chen realize that the interior of the Heavenly Dragon Legion was full of intense competition. By standing guard over here, the 8th Legion was sacrificing their own precious time. Seeing that there was no danger here, Shen Chengfeng had left to continue competing with the other legions, leaving behind only 10,000 people. As for what those merits they were competing over were, Long Chen didn't ask too much about them. Using the heads of enemies to exchange for merits was quite common. Merit points could be exchanged for weapons, cultivation techniques, and other treasures that increased their power. Ever since he had joined the Xuanhuan monastery, he had come into contact with similar rules. They were very understandable. When reward and punishment were clear, they became the foundation on which any power could grow. "It's been hard on you. The Dragonblood Legion will remember the 8th Legion's favor," said Long Chen. Long Chen said this favor was to the 8th Legion, not the divine families. It was because he still wasn't familiar with their situation over there. Since the 8th Legion was the one guarding them, he viewed it as a favor to them. The Martial Heaven Continent's geniuses all needed to thank them for ensuring that they could cultivate in peace. The goal of the divine families was still unclear, but at least up to now, the Martial Heaven Continent had benefited immensely. "Brother Long, you have come here too," asked one of the warriors. "I want to enter the yin-yang world and see if I can dredge up some useful information." "That's too dangerous. There are 4th step nether passage experts inside. Only the commander is able to face them. As for the two of you..." Long Chen's heart shook. Although he guessed that the likes of Shen Qingfeng and Yi Bincheng had the power of 4th step nether passage experts, hearing it personally from this warrior was still shocking. It seemed that getting vengeance for that attack from Yi Bincheng would be a bit troublesome. "It's fine, we're just going to take a look. If it doesn't work out, we'll retreat. We definitely won't fight them head-on," said Long Chen. Seeing how much Long Chen wished to enter, there was nothing that they could say. After a moment's hesitation, one of them took out an arrow. "If Brother Long Chen encounters any danger, unleash this arrow. If you are within a certain range, we will go all out to save you. But if you're too far, we really won't be able to do anything." Long Chen received the arrow and cupped his fists. "Many thanks." After that, Long Chen and Dong Minju entered the yin-yang world, slowly walking into its depths. Chapter 22, 68 Gathering of the Blood Race. "Big Brother Long Chen, it seems that these warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Legion like you. Perhaps we can have another ally in the future," said Dong Minju. The 8th Legion, from its commander Shen Qingfeng to its regular warriors, all seemed to treat Long Chen with respect. They were an extremely powerful legion. If they could have such an ally, Long Chen would have even more support. Long Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Using the concealing art that Dong Minju had taught him, he continued pressing on. "What, did I say something wrong?" asked Dong Minju upon seeing his expression. Long Chen sighed. "Although you are the most outstanding assassin, you don't quite understand people's hearts. Perhaps this is why assassins must maintain a state of emotionless indifference. The Heavenly Dragon Legion is different from the Dragonblood Legion. They don't have their own thoughts." "I don't understand," Dong Minju frowned. Long Chen explained. "The Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors are soldiers. Soldiers have to listen to orders. In other words, it doesn't matter what orders come from up above, they still have to carry them out. It doesn't matter if those orders are right or wrong, carrying them out is their only choice. Although you can tell they've gone through the baptism of blood and fire, they remain weapons under someone else's control. Although they might respect me and treat me well, if the divine families were to give them the order to kill me, then perhaps without a moment of hesitation, they would raise their butcher's blades against me." "Really, I don't think so. Actually, the other powers are the same. For example, the Corrupt Path, Pill Valley, the Xuan Beasts, the Ancient Races, and the Bloodkill Hall. Their disciples are all raised as weapons. Those disciples are their soldiers, and soldiers can't have their own thoughts or they would be a double-sided weapon. To control them, you have to constantly brainwash them and instill them with controlling beliefs. Either there are people they must get vengeance on, or the gods' orders demand it. Their minds grow rigid as a result. They lose their ability to differentiate between right and wrong." Hearing that, Dong Minju understood. "Big Brother Long Chen, I recalled the god's baptism countless times while I was in the Bloodkill Hall. Those baptisms didn't contain any god energy. It just contained the aura of the god to make people submit. Using that, they controlled people, teaching us about the killing god and how we had to follow everything the killing god arranged. They used the god's name to turn people into killing puppets." Long Chen nodded. Perhaps this is why when I mentioned the killing god and the corrupt god to Sovereign Yun Shang, he had such a strange expression. At that time, Sovereign Yun Shang had smiled oddly. It seemed that he felt a kind of disdain toward gods, but he didn't say anything about it. "Could it be that gods are all con men?" asked Dong Minju. "Don't lump them all together. At the very least, I like the Huyun Sect's wealth god and the wine god palace's wine god. Just look at their followers. They're all happy and blessed. Their god never asked them to do anything. The god even silently invested in them without asking for anything in return." Long Chen's whole body suddenly trembled, making Dong Minju jump. "What is it?" "Nothing." Long Chen waved his hand, indicating to her not to worry. In truth, his heart was pounding wildly. It seemed that he had thought of the crux of the problem. The killing god, the corrupt god, Lord Brahma, fallen Daynite, these gods, what was their goal in controlling their followers? When he had said that certain gods didn't ask for anything in return, he had suddenly thought of this. Gods were existences far above them. Why would they control these ant-like existences like them? What secrets lay within this? As he considered, the two of them stealthily walked out of the battlefield. They were no longer protected by the sovereign's will. As a result, Long Chen had no choice but to brush aside his questions and focus. Big brother Long Chen, don't be nervous. The aura concealing art that I taught you is very powerful. As long as you don't expose your killing intent and don't look at people's eyes, then no one other than a fourth-step nether passage expert would be able to sense us, transmitted Dong Minju. At this time, Dong Minju held Long Chen's hand. Ripples spread from their bodies, concealing the two of them in midair. I'm just worried about implicating you. It's about being exposed and ruining your reputation as the #1 assassin, joked Long Chen. Dong Minju was at the front right now. Her aura concealing art enveloped Long Chen. As long as he kept his aura on the same frequency as Dong Minju's, it was much easier to keep himself hidden. Who cares about such a thing? Big brother Long Chen, your cultivation technique is very powerful. Even this divine-level concealing art can be utilized by it. But it seems that your cultivation technique is a bit too powerful. You need to control your emotions. Otherwise, with just the slightest killing intent, you'll be exposed, said Dong Minju. When Long Chen had asked her to teach him her concealing arts, she had only transmitted some simple ones. As long as Long Chen could control his aura, she could help conceal him. As a result, Long Chen had easily mastered those concealing arts. Long Chen was able to control techniques from multiple fields, and that made him a genius amongst geniuses. At that time, Dong Minju was stunned. If she didn't know Long Chen, she would have suspected that he was an outstanding assassin. She had directly tried to teach him the aura-concealing art taught to her by the killing god. Only then did she realize that Long Chen's cultivation technique was incredibly powerful. Even the divine-level aura-concealing art could be utilized. This aura-concealing art she had received from the killing god didn't just require talent. It required a corresponding cultivation technique. However, Long Chen was still able to use it. In truth, she had just been teasing him when she had tried to teach him this technique. After all, she was still a child. However, when she found that Long Chen really had learned it, she finally realized the problem. Long Chen's cultivation technique was so powerful that it was able to use this divine-level aura-concealing art. However, there were drawbacks as well. If Long Chen's emotions fluctuated too strongly, this aura-concealing art wouldn't be able to hide him. I'll pay attention. I won't let myself get too emotional, Long Chen nodded. This aura-concealing art was purely a technical magical art. Learning it wasn't difficult, but using it in practice was difficult. To be like Dong Minju would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. The 9-star Hegemon body art was too domineering. Using it to use this gentle aura-concealing art was like having a giant of immense power take out eggs one by one from a chicken nest without cracking them. Knowing himself, Long Chen did his best to maintain a clear mind and heart, suppressing all fluctuations. He left the rest to Dong Minju. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen saw the blood race's garrison. However, there weren't any hidden sentries like he had expected. It seemed that the blood race truly viewed the martial heaven continent's experts as sheep for the slaughter. They weren't afraid of an attack. That made sense. Without the protection of the sovereign's aura, how could the martial heaven continent launch an attack? The only known fourth-step nether passage expert on the continent was Taoist Heavenly Feather. As for the blood race, they had at least 3 fourth-step nether passage experts that Long Chen knew of. The difference in their peak combat power was immense. As the two of them passed through the cracks between their garrisons, Long Chen felt his heart tremble. There were countless garrisons set up, all of them giant. From a great distance they looked as vast as the stars in the sky. There was no end to them. Big brother Long Chen, the blood race's experts are slowly gathering. These are all high-ranking members. They're waiting for the sovereign's will to fade away. Based on the current scale, the next attack might be 100 times greater than the last. They're determined to get through no matter the price, said Dong Minju. Long Chen nodded. This was just as he had predicted. There would be no testing attacks this time. When the next attack came, it would be like a clap of thunder, seeking to blast through all opposition. Last time there had only been 3 high-ranking races in the attack. This time, in just an incense stick's worth of time walking, Long Chen saw over 10 different high-ranking races, all of them with stronger auras than the Blue Ring Blood race, the Stone Blood race, and the Golden Horned Blood race. The most shocking thing was that he sensed auras that made his heart tremble. There were some terrifying existences amongst these garrisons. Those auras weren't fourth-step Nether Passage experts. His guess was that they were similar young kings of the blood race like the Golden Horned Blood expert. Their auras were a bit similar, but these auras were stronger and more reserved. As the two of them slowly walked past this area, rumbling rang out ahead of them. A giant blood sword pierced into the sky. "What's going on over there?" Startled, the two of them rushed over to that streak of sword light. Chapter 2269, The Blood Race's Divine Fetus. Long Chen and Dong Minju carefully crept past the blood race's garrisons and then rushed deeper into the yin-yang world. It took them a full incense stick's worth of time to get out of the garrisons. Standing atop a tall mountain, they saw an endless torrent of blood race experts charging over to one area. At the center of that area were two people fighting intensely. Both of them were supreme experts. One of them belonged to the blood race, while the other wore strange robes. There was blue light coming from his eyes, and his hair was left long and wild. Although he looked a bit odd, he was definitely a human. Who is he? His manifestation and spirit blood are both fully awakened. He can't be a nameless person, but why don't we recognize him? Dong Minju was startled. Die! The blue-eyed man suddenly let out a cry, and his fist smashed apart the blood race expert's fist, extending claws and gripping his opponent's throat. The blood race expert's expression completely changed, and he didn't dare to move. With just a thought, the blue-eyed man could kill him. He's very powerful. Dong Minju's pupils shrank. This blood race expert didn't seem much weaker to the golden horned blood expert that Long Chen had killed, but he had been captured alive. Long Chen was also startled. The blue-eyed man seemed to have runes flicker in his eyes the moment he attacked, but due to the great distance, Long Chen could only guess that he had used some kind of special pupil art to throw off the blood race expert. It was a curious move. "This is the third. According to our agreement, I've won. You have to honor your promise and release me to the Blue Heart continent," said the blue-eyed man coldly, his hand tight around the blood race expert's throat. It seemed that he had an agreement with the blood race. "That's right, you've won, you're free, you can go," said one of the blood race's elders. Long Chen immediately recognized his voice. This was one of the 3 fourth-step Nether Passage experts that had tried to stop him. However, Long Chen didn't dare to look due to focusing on the aura-concealing art. If Long Chen looked at him directly, he might very easily be sensed. Dong Minju smiled and tightened her hold on Long Chen's hand. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes, and through the senses that Dong Minju shared with him, he saw the elder. He truly was one of the experts that had surrounded Long Chen back then. If it hadn't been for the Lightning Domain's Dragon King coming out, Long Chen would have lost his life. However, unexpectedly, there were now 7 elders, 7 fourth-step Nether Passage experts. Long Chen's hair stood on end. If they were noticed, they would be doomed. It was a good thing that he had absolute confidence in Dong Minju's aura-concealing arts. As long as they maintained a safe distance, the odds of being noticed were very low. Blood-colored shackles fell from the blue-eyed man's wrists, ankles, and neck. His aura instantly grew explosively. "The blood race always follows its word. You can leave," said that fourth-step Nether Passage expert. "Many thanks." The blue-eyed man warily began to retreat. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His expression completely changed. "You despicable!" Blood-colored runes covered his body as he trembled. Like a fractured vase, cracks spread across his body. "We've agreed to our promise and released you. We also gave you freedom from the blood soul chains. How is that despicable?" The fourth-step Nether Passage expert laughed sinisterly. "Bastards, you did this to me. When the chains break, I—" The blue-eyed man coughed up more blood. Pieces of his body began to fall off. After he died, some of the blood race's experts handled his corpse. They held various storage tools. "Leave behind the root chi. Take his spirit blood, spirit bone, and soul bone to the divine fetus," said the fourth-step Nether Passage expert indifferently. Those people quickly finished up, and a cage was pulled over. In it, a large man covered in fury roared like a beast. "You garbage blood race, release me. I'll smash you to pulp." The large man crazily smashed his cage, but there were countless divine runes on the cage that made his struggles meaningless. All he did was make noise. Another expert with awakened spirit blood, Chen sucked in a cold gasp of air. The strangest thing was that he didn't recognize experts on this level. Big brother Chen, do you think they come from other worlds? Wondered Minju. If it was just one expert on this level, then it was possible that they wouldn't recognize him. But two. Furthermore, their auras did seem to be quite a bit different than the humans of the martial heaven continent. It's very likely, Chen nodded, agreeing with Minju's guess. Brat, calm down. As long as you can defeat 3 of the blood race's warriors, we will release you from the blood soul chains. The blood race always follows its word. We won't go back on our promises, said that 4th step nether passage expert. One of the blood race's young experts walked to the front of the cage. He was another large expert who seemed to specialize in power. The runes on the cage shattered, releasing the human. His manifestation burst into existence, unleashing a wave of runes that poured toward him, strengthening him. After that, he smashed a fist at his opponent. This fellow's quite powerful. Chen was startled. The support of his manifestation had caused his power to far exceed Chen's expectations. Boom! His fist was like a star, and his opponent was knocked back despite being prepared. After a punch, he turned and swung his leg like a whip. Although his large body looked too bulky and clumsy, his actual movements were quick and agile. The blood race expert was struck before recovering from the kick. He hastily raised his elbow to block. As a result, his arm shattered, and the human's kick landed on his neck. A clear cracking sound came from it. The human expert grabbed his opponent's neck, his eyes blazing with fury. You won. After beating 2 more, you can leave peacefully, said the 4th step nether passage expert. However, before he could finish speaking, that human crushed his opponent's head. Courting death. The 4th step nether passage expert furiously waved his hand. A black and white chain shot out. Damn blood race, just wait. The human race will sooner or later erase you from this world. The human roared, but he was unable to escape the chain. It then tightened around him, crushing him. That chain made Chen's expression change. The 3 nether passage experts that had attacked him had also used that chain. It was a chain condensed from the laws of life and death. Even with all that human's power, he was unable to break one. Someone from the blood race then stabbed him in the head. He immediately died. After pulling out the saber, a human-shaped mark had appeared on it, still moving. He had extracted that person's soul essence. At this time, the 4th step nether passage expert loudly said, "This martial demonstration is over. Now you should realize that the human race from the other worlds are no longer the old humans you're used to. They've grown stronger. If you judge them using historical standards, you'll be the ones to die. Although the blood race will be the victor no matter how strong they are, in the end, only the ones living will be able to savor victory. The dead will simply be dead and used as fertilizer." The blood race was currently speaking their language, but Chen had killed plenty of them and undergone many soul searches. Understanding their language wasn't difficult. "All right, you can go. Bring the final batch of offerings to the divine fetus," ordered the 4th step nether passage expert. At that time, a particular group of the blood race holding special tools went off in a certain direction. "Let's go take a look at what they're doing." Chen glanced at Minju. The 2 of them went around the blood race's experts, following that group. Chapter 2270, once more descending upon the giant egg. To be safe, Chen and Minju went around in a giant loop before going in the direction of that group. Fortunately, that group wasn't going too fast. 2 hours later, the 2 of them were stealthily on their tail. "Big brother Chen, what is it?" Minju saw that Chen's expression was a bit off. "I think I know what the divine fetus that the blood race is talking about is." The direction they were going seemed to be the mountain range, containing the mysterious giant egg. However, the magical beasts that had littered this area were now gone, leaving only some bloodstains on the ground. They had most likely been killed. The group that they were tailing eventually stopped at a circular mountain range. The mountain range remained the same, but the surroundings had completely changed. There was a giant sacrificial altar set up at the peak of the mountains. The blood race experts stopped at the altar. They respectfully knelt and prayed, then placed the cases they were holding on at the altar before stepping aside. The altar's runes lit up and the cases were opened. Blood shot out of the cases, followed by powerful spiritual strength. The spiritual strength and blood seemed to be on the verge of exploding, but a barrier of light came from the altar, sealing them. That's human essence blood and soul essence. There's also bone essence. What is the blood race up to? Even Dong Minju, a peerless assassin, felt a chill at this sight. The earth trembled. A majestic aura rose and swallowed the blood in spiritual strength. After seeing that, the blood race experts left. Once they were gone, Long Chen and Dong Minju stealthily approached the altar. From the altar, Long Chen could see that there were 4 such altars set up in the mountain range. Every altar had a beam of divine light connecting it to the mountain range, but that area was covered in mist. The only thing that could be sensed from within was a terrifying aura. Big brother Long Chen, do you know what's going on here? There should be a giant egg down there. I merged Little Snow's crystal core with the original soul. Let's go take a look. Long Chen held onto Dong Minju's waist and took out a rope. The two of them jumped into the pit. Last time Long Chen and Meng Qi had fallen inside. Due to the special laws here, it was a no-flying zone. No magical arts could allow someone to float here. The two of them rapidly descended. After an incense stick's worth of time, they reached the divine pool. However, at this time, the old divine pool had almost dried up. All that divine life elixir was used up. As for the giant egg that had been floating in the pool, it was now floating in the air. The glossy eggshell was now covered in blood runes. As for the 8 chains binding it from back then, they were still present, but 4 more had been added. Those 4 connected to the altars on the mountain peaks. Long Chen still didn't understand the secrets of the altars. He didn't dare to climb onto them, so he had chosen to jump down. "You were what's wrong?" asked Long Chen. It's nothing. This egg's just frightening." Dong Minju's heart was pounding hard. That wasn't actually from fear but from being held by Long Chen. He had held her tightly while descending, and various emotions had risen in her heart due to it. She hastily changed the subject, blushing. Long Chen's focus was on the giant egg, so he didn't notice. Examining the chains, he sensed an endless flow of energy entering the egg from them. The energy coming from the 4 altars in particular was immense. Long Chen slowly walked over until he touched the egg. As a result, he instantly felt a terrifying pressure crash down on him. His hair stood on end, and his robes blew in a powerful wind. This was just an instinctual reaction from the egg. It wasn't malicious. However, the immense pressure still gave Long Chen a feeling of mortal danger. Its power is even more terrifying than before. Long Chen was deeply shaken. Last time, the giant egg clearly hadn't been this powerful. Otherwise, he and Meng Qi wouldn't have been able to send Little Snow's soul inside it. After hesitating, Long Chen clenched his teeth and sent his spiritual strength inside the egg. The countless blood runes covering the egg instantly lit up. It was as bright as a sun, and its light soared up above the mist. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and was blown back. Dong Minju jumped and caught him. "Not good. Such a huge disturbance will draw out the blood race's experts." Dong Minju's expression changed. The entire mountain range was rumbling. A pillar of blood-colored light was soaring into the clouds. The blood race's experts would quickly rush over. Long Chen hadn't expected such a thing. He had hoped to connect to Little Snow's soul. As long as Little Snow's soul was present, it should have recognized him. Have such a reaction instead, Long Chen's heart dropped. Could it be that Little Snow's soul had been consumed? There was no time to think about that. He grabbed Dong Minju and began rushing back up. Just as they were about to reach the top, Long Chen's expression changed. He sensed several terrifying auras rushing over. They were 4th step nether passage experts. If they went up, they would definitely be noticed. Against 7 4th step nether passage experts, even the Lightning Domain's Dragon King couldn't save them. Furthermore, there were too many experts on the other side. It was unknown if he would even manage to summon the Dragon King. A 4th step nether passage expert could easily interrupt him if given the chance. Long Chen ran back, landing on one of the chains. He ran toward the cave that it came out of. As a result, he was blown back by a terrifying force when he reached that cave. There was an invisible current within the cave that he couldn't go against. Long Chen's expression was growing worse and worse. This time, he really had thrown himself into his enemy's net. He rushed to the bottom of the giant egg, hoping to find a channel they could go through, but it was once more a dead end. Just at that moment, as countless supreme experts gathered above, and there was nowhere to go, a single ray of light shot out of the egg and enveloped Long Chen and Dong Minju. Long Chen felt space twist and he appeared within a mass of primal chaos. This scene delighted him. "Little Snow, is that you?" Suddenly, Long Chen noticed he was standing atop a giant head. It was a giant white wolf which only had a thin layer of down covering it like a baby. It was immersed within the laws of this place. This was the space within the giant egg. He had come inside spiritually before. For the two of them to be drawn inside now, it had to be Little Snow. A very faint spiritual fluctuation struck Long Chen's mind. Long Chen clenched his fists, tears almost falling from his eyes. Little Snow had responded, but the current Little Snow was still in a fetus state and couldn't communicate. Little Snow was still present and had taken control of this body. Now Long Chen was at ease. Suddenly, Little Snow sent him a message that made him bend down and place a hand on the giant wolf's head. After that, a clear image appeared in Long Chen's mind. It was what was happening outside the egg. The 7th step nether passage experts had all rushed over. They were examining everything in the surroundings. Curious, why would the divine fetus be startled awake? Just at this moment, the egg once more lit up, releasing rays of divine light. Long Chen knew that Little Snow was doing so intentionally. Long Chen's aura had startled Little Snow awake from a deep slumber, resulting in a change in the giant egg. Perhaps we haven't been giving it enough energy. The divine fetus is still hungry. Let's increase the amount of energy, said one of the 7 elders. That's likely. The divine fetus is at the crucial moment of condensing a divine core. It needs more energy. But the Martial Heaven Alliance's side has the sovereigns will protecting them. We're at too much of a disadvantage fighting them, so we have less energy to provide the divine fetus. Perhaps this is an instinctual reaction to hunger. Should we report it to above? Absolutely not. If they learn that we've stalled the divine fetus's development, we'll all be heavily punished. Then what do? We can't keep sacrificing our warriors against the Martial Heaven continent. We're just sending them essence blood. If there's no other way, we can use the training people. Don't we still have a few prisoners from the Blue Star continent? Release them and have our warriors hunt them down. That way we can use their heads as rewards and kill a portion. That's the only way that we'll have enough energy to nourish the divine fetus. Before the true battle against the Martial Heaven continent, that's our only choice. The others all nodded, seeming to agree with this elder. The 7 of them left along with the other experts that had rushed over. Chapter 2271 Deciding to Help. When the Blood Race's experts left, Long Chen and Dong Minju finally relaxed. It was a good thing that Little Snow had pulled them into the giant egg, or they would have been finished. Long Chen sent his spiritual strength into Little Snow's mindset, but the majority of Little Snow's consciousness was still in a deep slumber. Long Chen's spiritual strength spread to Little Snow's Yuan spirit without any struggle. What shocked Long Chen was that Little Snow's Yuan spirit was incredibly powerful. It possessed its own divine nature, similar to God energy. To have his spiritual strength go so closely to Little Snow's Yuan spirit was very dangerous. If Little Snow resisted, then Long Chen's own Yuan spirit would be damaged. Long Chen had never encountered a Yuan spirit as powerful as his own on the Martial Heaven continent, but now he found that it was minuscule in front of Little Snow's. Little Snow's Yuan spirit was still mostly in slumber, but it still gave him a feeling of immense pressure. Countless scenes began to appear in his mind. Long Chen came to a general understanding of what Little Snow had gone through after entering the giant egg. Little Snow's soul had merged with the original master of this egg. The original master's soul had been in a befuddled state, and after merging with it, Little Snow's soul had come to be the dominant one. It could be described as a kind of possession. Through Little Snow's memories, Long Chen saw the scene of the Blood Race's experts slaughtering the original magical beasts and lifeforms that had been in the surrounding areas. After they were killed, an endless stream of nutrients was sent down through the chains and absorbed by the egg. It was at that time that Little Snow's body had started to rapidly grow. It was originally just a tiny fetus, but now its body was gigantic, with its bone and flesh fully formed. Right now, though, was the most important part. The egg needed a huge amount of energy to condense a core. Powerful lifeforms were being slain and having their essence absorbed by the chains to nourish the egg. Little Snow had been in a deep slumber this entire time, with only intermittent moments of being aware of the outer world. However, after all these nutrients, a fraction of its soul had started to awaken. Long Chen noticed that the moment that a flood of nutrients had entered the giant egg was the same time as when the Blood Race had attacked the Martial Heaven continent. It seemed that Little Snow was the one who had benefited the most from that battle. Without an ocean's worth of energy, Little Snow's incredibly powerful body couldn't move. Just now, Drawing Long Chen and Dong Minju into the egg was Little Snow's limit. It had used up quite a bit of energy, and Little Snow's spiritual strength was starting to fall into a slumber again. After learning this, Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. Just what kind of terrifying origin did Little Snow's current body possess? This giant egg had been here for an unknown number of years. It had been constantly nourished by the yin-yang world's life energy, and now even the pool of divine life elixir had been absorbed by it. The powerful life forms within the yin-yang world had been slaughtered to feed it. Furthermore, the countless experts of the blood race that were killed in battle were also feeding it. Despite all that energy, Little Snow was still not fully grown. Just maturing an egg had used up all this energy. That was a horrifying concept. When Little Snow came out of the egg, just what kind of existence would it be? Little Snow, don't rush. I'll help you. We'll meet again soon. Long Chen gently rubbed Little Snow's giant head. He thought of their hopeful aspirations when he had left the Phoenix Cry Empire with Little Snow, stepping into the unknown cultivation world. Little Snow had always accompanied him. After seeing Little Snow with a new body of such immense power, Long Chen's heart was burning with various emotions. The slightest spiritual fluctuation once more came from Little Snow, as if in response. Little Snow, send us out. I'll work hard to help you wake up, said Long Chen. Without Little Snow's help, they couldn't leave the egg. He sensed that Little Snow was unwilling to send them away so soon after meeting again. Long Chen didn't know how to comfort Little Snow. After an incense stick's worth of comforting and rubbing Little Snow's head, space twisted. Long Chen and Dong Minju appeared outside the egg. Long Chen rubbed the egg. He sensed that Little Snow's Yuan spirit had fallen into slumber once more. Little Snow had used up much of its energy to move them in and out. Little Snow, we'll meet again outside. Long Chen gently kissed the egg and left unwillingly with Dong Minju. The two of them climbed up and saw that there wasn't a single person in the surroundings. Thinking about it, that was reasonable. With how terrifying Little Snow's egg was, who would dare to touch it? There was no need to guard it. Big brother Long Chen, are we going back? Dong Minju felt that their mission had been accomplished. No, we have something else to do. Long Chen pulled Dong Minju deeper into the yin-yang world, vanishing amongst the mountains. The mountains collapsed as a wolf-like pack of the blood race's experts chased after a man. That man's manifestation was active behind him, and his main focus was on blocking a red-haired man as he fled, while at the same time staving off the others. The red-haired man was extremely powerful. There were chains wrapped around his body. However, his true power was inferior to the human. It was just that they completely outnumbered him. All the human's attempts at using magical arts were interrupted, and he was now covered in wounds. Damn blood race, you won't have good deaths, roared the human. His aura was growing weaker as he fought. Even his manifestation was shuddering like it was on the verge of collapsing. He knew that he was doomed, but he was still unwilling to give up. Even in despair, he continued to fight. Too bad you won't see that. Your head can be traded for 100 high-grade spirit roots, haha. Go in peace. The red-haired man laughed and unleashed a powerful attack with both chain-wrapped fists. The human barely managed to block his attack when he was struck from behind by another blood race expert, causing him to hack up blood. These blood race experts weren't using deadly weapons. In the distance, there was another group of them wearing different robes. They held bizarre tools. This group specialized in dissecting human corpses, extracting their spirit root, essence blood, and soul essence. They had to be near to extract those things before they lost their value. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. The human suddenly turned and unleashed a vicious punch. This punch contained all his power. Before dying, he wanted to drag a few of them down with him. This one punch killed over 10 of them. After that one punch, he no longer had the slightest bit of energy. He was powerless to resist the red-haired man's next attack. Just as he knew that he was about to die, just as he memorized the face of the red-haired man so that he could haunt him, a flash of cold light flew by. The red-haired man's head was now held by someone in a cloak. What? The human was startled and delighted. He knew that this person was someone from the human race. Before he could make any reaction, he was grabbed by a powerful hand and sent into the sky. World Extermination Flame Lotus. A giant flame lotus exploded in their midst. Water-like flames devoured heaven and earth. Those blood race experts didn't even know what was going on before they were devoured by the flames and incinerated. Only a few of the stronger ones were able to escape the flames. However, before they could flee far, they were shot down by lightning arrows. In just a few seconds, all of them were killed. The human stared in shock at the two figures who had saved him. He knew that those blood race experts had all been elites, and yet they had been killed instantly. You are, upon seeing their faces, he was confused. He also saw that he was different from Long Chen and Dong Minju. Now's not the time to talk, let's leave first. Long Chen took out a halberd and smashed it into the ground, creating a giant hole. A nearby mountain was pierced, and river water began to fill the hole. This way, the scars of the battle were temporarily covered up. The entire yin-yang world was currently a hunting ground, so no one should have a reason to check this place in particular. After that, the three of them left. Chapter 22, 72 Luo Chuan. The Martial Heaven Continent. Within a hidden cave, that person stared in shock at Long Chen and Dong Minju. Yes, we come from the Martial Heaven Continent. Based on your appearance, you must come from another continent, correct? Asked Long Chen. Only then did that person understand. He nodded, saying that he came from a place called the Blue Star Continent. After asking some questions, Long Chen learned that the Blue Star Continent was similar to the Martial Heaven Continent in that it had been attacked by the Blood Race. However, the Blue Star Continent's war was much more intense. The Blood Race had occupied over half the land. The current Blue Star Continent's human race was relying on a natural stronghold to stop the Blood Race's invasion. The terrain there made it easy to defend, or the human race would have already been overrun. That person introduced himself as Luo Chuan. He was the top genius of one of the sects of the Blue Star Continent. Due to a sudden attack from the Blood Race, his sect had fallen into enemy hands. He had been unwilling to flee on his own and had bitterly defended the sect, allowing the other disciples to flee. As a result, he had been poisoned and captured. According to Luo Chuan, the Blue Star Continent had just gone through its own chi flow eruption. His generation was the continent's strongest generation. Originally, they had possessed the confidence to handle the Blood Race, but the Blood Race's sudden attack caught them off guard. When he explained, he was full of hatred. Due to the spatial limitations of the connection between the Blue Star Continent and the Yin-Yang world, fourth-step nether passage experts were unable to enter the Blue Star Continent. That made it easier to face the Blood Race even though they had invaded the continent. Does the Blue Star Continent have any potential sovereign experts rising? Asked Long Chen. Sovereigns, what are they? Asked Luo Chuan. Only then did Long Chen learn that not all continents had experts on the level of sovereigns. The Blue Star Continent might be a human continent, but it was still different from the Martial Heaven Continent. In the Blue Star Continent, there was only the human race, unlike the Martial Heaven Continent with its Xuanhuan beasts, the ancient races, and the other powers. The Blue Star Continent's experts were also powerful. Due to never going through miserable wars like the Martial Heaven Continent, many of the sects' ancient inheritances remained. Brother Long, although it's hard for me to ask this of you, I must. Can you save the other experts of the Blue Star Continent? Over 100 of us were captured, but based on your explanation, the majority of them have probably been killed. Our last batch had 37 people. We were viewed as prey and released into the yin-yang world. Luo Chuan suddenly shut his mouth as rumbling rang out. A group of the Blood Race's experts whistled by. They were clearly searching for the Blue Star Continent's experts that they had released. After they passed, Luo Chuan continued, "You've also seen that there's no chance of us escaping against the Blood Race's giant army. I hope you can help us." Long Chen shook his head and sighed. "You're overestimating me. I was almost noticed when I entered the yin-yang world. If someone noticed my tracks, it would be difficult for me to flee with my own life." Long Chen was aware of his own abilities. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them. After all, they were all part of the human race. Furthermore, they were enemies of the Blood Race. Saving them would be helping his side as well. But Long Chen was truly powerless against the endless army of the Blood Race. Luo Chuan was disappointed, but he also knew that this request was excessive. If fourth-step nether passage experts were drawn over, Long Chen would be killed. "Sorry for asking that of you, Brother Long. You saved my life, but I probably won't have a chance to save you. When I return to the Blue Star Continent, I must rejoin the battle against the Blood Race. I suppose that can help as drawing some focus away from the Martial Heaven Continent," said Luo Chuan. You can return to the Blue Star Continent?" asked Long Chen, surprised. "Yes, our astral spaces are connected to the Blue Star Continent. As long as we sacrifice a portion of our astral spaces, anyone from the Blue Star Continent can condense a transportation formation to return." "If that's true, then I feel like we can try it out," said Long Chen. Try it out, Luo Chuan was delighted. If you can go back on your own like that, we might be able to save the others, said Long Chen. I thought that you would need to find the passageway back to your world just like the martial heaven continent. If that was the case, there would be no way to bring you all throughout the yin-yang world. But if you can return on your own, it'll be much simpler. If we launch a sneak attack, we can get you all away before the blood race can react. Brother Long, I should be open with you. Creating such a transportation formation will require a full day and night. I also cannot be interrupted, or it would be a waste of all the previous work. Such a thing will definitely be extremely dangerous, so I must warn you. If I caused your death, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in death, said Luo Chuan gravely. Long Chen smiled. Luo Chuan really was not bad. He didn't want to con Long Chen in the slightest. I know, but I feel like this risk is worth it. After all, we're all human. We should be united against our enemies. Luo Chuan was extremely grateful. He took a deep breath and, clenching his teeth, he took out a bone tablet. It was the size of a fist and glossy like jade. Powerful spiritual fluctuations came from it. Brother Long, all my treasures have been dragged out of me by the blood race. I was only able to keep this, my sect master, as star-guarding jade. It was buried deep within my astral space. This star-guarding jade is not only a treasure for supporting the astral space's growth, but it also has my 9 Tribulation Sword sect's secret art imprinted on it. The 9 Tribulation Sword art is a technique ranking amongst the top techniques of the Blue Star continent. I bestow it to you, Brother Long. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. This is a secret of your sect. If an outsider like me were to learn of it, your sect would blame you. Luo Chuan bitterly smiled. My sect, it probably no longer exists. By giving you the 9 Tribulation Sword art, it can count as entrusting you to pass it on one day. If I die, I would rather not let such a powerful sword art be lost. It doesn't matter who you transmit it to. I trust that they will use it to attack the blood race, and I'm sure my sect's ancestors would support this decision. Then I'll accept it. Long Chen nodded and took the bone plate, feeling even more esteem for Luo Chuan. Brother Luo, are you a sword master? I have a sword here. Long Chen suddenly took out a divine item. It was definitely not a bad sword. It might even be classified as better than the swords in the Dragonblood warriors' hands. That was because their swords were made by Yu Ran so that their power could link. That was where their potential lay. This is a good sword. Many thanks. Luo Chuan seemed to transform into a completely different person. His dispirited air was wiped away. The 3 of them walked out of the cave. Luo Chuan led the way. The Blue Star Continent's experts required the energy of the core of the continent when condensing their life star. That allowed them to easily sense in which direction their comrades were when they summoned their manifestations. Very quickly, Luo Chuan sensed someone. Long Chen changed his appearance on the way, but thinking about it, he supposed that there was no point. Why would the blood race's experts recognize him? That was like recognizing one black leopard amongst millions of them. That was impossible. Long Chen had come into contact with the blue ring blood race, the stone blood race, and the golden horned blood race. Other than that differentiation, he couldn't recognize one member of the blood race from another. He supposed that it was the same for the blood race when it came to the human race. As long as he switched out Evil Moon for an ordinary saber, that would already be a perfect disguise. The 3 of them quickly found a group of the blood race's experts attacking a human expert. Die! Luo Chuan's eyes turned scarlet, and a streak of light shot out of his sword. His sword chi slashed through their midst. What surprised Long Chen was that Luo Chuan's sword attack split apart even the laws of heaven and earth. With a sword in hand, Luo Chuan was exceptionally powerful. Although his attack wasn't as sharp as Yue Zifeng's, there was surging lightning on top of his sword. From that lightning, Long Chen sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of heavenly tribulation. Is the 9 Tribulation Sword art connected to heavenly tribulation? Wondered Long Chen. The blood race's experts were cut down by Luo Chuan's sword. The lightning on top of it targeted the soul, so even if his sword was blocked, the defender's soul might still be injured. Luo Chuan, don't bother with me, run. The human being besieged shouted, and as a result of that distraction, he took a fist in the chest and coughed up blood. The attacker had barely pulled back his fist when a dagger appeared right next to his neck. Startled, blood chains appeared on his neck. The chains were cut by the dagger, and blood spurted out of his neck, but his head was not severed. The blood race expert roared, and more blood chains appeared, protecting him. He transformed into a giant ball of chains and rolled away. Knowing he had encountered some powerful enemy, he chose to retreat before anything else. Boom! That ball of chains had barely rolled anywhere when it was kicked back. Long Chen's saber chopped down like a bolt of lightning, slicing that ball of chains and the blood race expert inside in two. Chapter 22, 73 Luring Enemies. With one blow of Split the Heavens, Long Chen killed not only the blood race expert, but also cut the entire battlefield in two. All the blood race experts in the path of his attack were blown apart. As he killed, he activated an essence blood gathering formation disc made by Zia Chen. As he gathered the essence blood, he sensed their life energy not dissipating into thin air, but actually being absorbed by the ground. The chains were absorbing that energy and sending it to the giant egg, nourishing little Snow. Sensing this, Long Chen thought of the person that had been slumbering within the depths of Devil Spirit Mountain. The heaven-flipping seal had been under its head, and Bao Buping had switched it out with a chamber pot to use as a pillow. Little Snow's giant egg was so terrifying, and that slumbering person was about the same. Long Chen suddenly felt a chill. He thought of the giant human skull bound by countless chains he had seen at the bottom of the immemorial path. He had only managed to see it thanks to the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Was that also a lifeform being nourished by countless other lifeforms? Just how many secrets were hidden within this world? How many horrifying schemes existed? Big Brother Long Chen called out Dong Minju. Long Chen came out of his thoughts. The blood race experts were fleeing in every direction. Dong Minju and Luo Chuan were chasing them down, and now Long Chen also attacked. Working together, they were able to kill all of them. Let's go. The person they had saved recognized Luo Chuan. Long Chen gave him a medicinal pill to help him recover and also picked out a weapon he specialized in, a divine spear. The four of them rushed for an incense stick's worth of time and found someone who was on his dying breaths at the bottom of a mountain. He was already exhausted from being chased down by the blood race. However, he had managed to leave behind some fake tracks to draw the blood race away while he hid within the mountain. His injuries were extremely severe. Even with the pill that Long Chen gave him, he barely recovered enough to keep himself alive. He wouldn't be able to help with the fighting for now. With one person carrying him, the five of them continued searching while ducking the blood race's experts. After 5 days, Luo Chuan managed to find 7 of the Blue Star Continent's experts. With their group growing, they stopped dodging the blood race's experts and instead began hunting them down. That was because at this time, the blood race had also sensed something wrong. Too many of their members had been dying during this period, and there were various signs that the Blue Star Continent's experts were gathering. As a result, the blood race increased the scale of their hunt. However, the yin-yang world was too large. This original game of cat and mouse had become too bloody. Long Chen's group continued to hunt down the blood race's experts. Long Chen calculated that they had killed a few 100,000 elite experts, and now he had several vats of their essence blood, which belonged to the elites of the blood race with higher quality bloodlines, so more immemorial essence blood could be refined from it. The Blue Star Continent's experts were all very grateful to Long Chen. Upon learning that he came from a different world, they also transmitted their sect's strongest techniques to him. Their thinking was the same as Luo Chuan's. If they died, they hoped that someone would be able to use their techniques to kill more of the blood race. That would be their revenge, and a way for the fallen members of their sect to also get some vengeance. Long Chen was impressed with them. After being saved, their first reaction had all been to save more people rather than to immediately flee back to the Blue Star Continent. As time passed, more of the blood race's experts gathered into large groups to search for them. As for Luo Chuan, he had managed to find more people, and their group had now grown to 19 members. Unfortunately, on the way, they had been noticed once by 2 large groups of the blood race. Combined, they had possessed hundreds of thousands of experts. In that battle, 3 of the Blue Star Continent's experts had fallen. That had been an extremely intense battle. There were tens of thousands of elites and hundreds of the blood race's top experts. Long Chen estimated that those few hundred were almost on the same level as the golden-horned blood expert he had slain in the opening battle. He guessed that they were all young kings of the blood race. At that time, Long Chen had killed 37 of them, only to be badly wounded himself. Fortunately, with Dong Minju's assistance, they managed to escape. Brother Long, we can't keep searching. There probably aren't any more survivors. The enemy is also wary. At this rate, we'll sooner or later be found by their full forces. The only good thing is that their 4th step nether passage experts still haven't come. We should prepare to use the world-crossing transportation formation art. Brother Long, you should leave. After they found a relatively safe place, Luo Chuan said that he could no longer sense any other auras of people from his continent. They had probably met their end. At this point, it would be a victory for them as long as they could leave the yin-yang world alive. But they would require a full day and night to activate the world-crossing art. That was far too long. At any time, the blood race might find them. Luo Chuan didn't want to implicate Long Chen. Hence, he indicated that Long Chen should leave now. If they could escape, then good. If they couldn't, then at least they could kill more of the blood race's experts. Long Chen shook his head. It won't even be half a day before you're found here. I know a bit about setting up formations, so perhaps I can help. What Long Chen knew about formations was all thanks to watching Xia Chen set up his formations. But he also had formation discs that Xia Chen had given him, and he knew how to use them. He could set up an illusory formation to hide them. A formation master wouldn't be tricked, but since the blood race wasn't familiar with their formation arts, there was definitely a chance of success. Long Chen found a mountain range and placed over 10 formation discs among them. He managed to set up an illusory formation, but if Xia Chen were to see what kind of clumsy formation Long Chen had set up with these formation discs, he might just cough up blood. I'll leave it like this. From a distance, Long Chen nodded. He didn't see any flaws. Big brother Long Chen, if we go back now, it should be easy, said Dong Minju. The blood race was busy searching for the Blue Star Continent's experts. Taking advantage of this timing would make it much easier. We can't leave yet. If Luo Chuan's transportation formation is interrupted, they'll all die here. Let's find a place to keep watch. Long Chen left with Dong Minju, leaving the Blue Star Continent's experts to set up their formation. He found a mountain top where he could still see his illusory formation, but was still far away enough. This was the best spot. Dong Minju didn't say anything. Her bright eyes looked at Long Chen. What is it? Asked Long Chen. Dong Minju smiled and hugged his arm. Big brother Long Chen is definitely the kindest person in this world. I'm liking you more and more. I definitely like being liked by you, but what do you mean kindness? It seems that in the entire Martial Heaven continent, there aren't many people who would use that word to describe me. Long Chen smiled. Amongst the Martial Heaven continent's experts, he was called a murderous, vicious, ruthless killer, not kind. That's because they can't see Big Brother Long Chen's good side. Would those fake heroes of the continent risk their lives to save people completely unrelated to them? Even Luo Chuan and the others don't know that you're planning on risking your life to increase their chances of getting away. Compared to those people who have to announce it every time they do something nice, as if they're afraid others won't know how great they are, Big Brother Long Chen is the real hero. Dong Minju looked at Long Chen worshipfully. Long Chen rubbed her head. Seeing that pure smile of hers, he saw a hint of childish innocence. You're really beautiful. Dong Minju blushed happily. She hugged Long Chen's neck, murmuring, "Thank you for not turning your back on me." "Why would I do that?" asked Long Chen, startled. "Because my body will never grow up," whispered Dong Minju. "Foolish girl, how could I do such a thing? Amongst those big sisters, you're unique. You also have a unique spot in my heart." Long Chen leaned down and kissed Dong Minju on the forehead. That touched upon a soft spot in Dong Minju's heart. Long Chen and Dong Minju hid themselves. With Dong Minju's aura concealing art, the blood race's experts went by them several times without noticing. Whenever they went near the place where the Blue Star Continent's experts were hiding themselves, Long Chen's heart would clench. But fortunately, they didn't notice. Eventually, when he calculated that Luo Chuan and the others should be about to succeed, a group of thousands of blood race experts appeared and looked like they were going straight to the mountain range that the Blue Star Continent's experts had hidden themselves in. Their speed showed that they were starting to panic. If they charged directly over, then they might be able to notice some clues. My luck couldn't be this bad. Long Chen cursed and then stood. He suddenly rushed away with Dong Minju, drawing the attention of the blood race experts. They all turned and chased after them. Chapter 22, 74 Layers of Blockades. As soon as Long Chen revealed himself and fled, all the blood race experts shot after him. At the same time, countless attacks rained down on him. Pulling Dong Minju, Long Chen repeatedly dodged. Suddenly, a group of the blood race's elite troops appeared in his path. He changed direction, only to have another group block him before he got far. He was forced to go in another direction. More and more of the blood race's experts converged on them, but Long Chen continued to weave through them. not allowing them to surround him. Boom! Suddenly, a giant mountain in the distance exploded. Spatial energy converged into a giant portal. The blood race's experts were startled and hastily looked over. They saw Xuanhuan and the others in the air, surrounded by spatial runes. The void twisted around them as they had finished their transportation formation. Xuanhuan and the others shouted upon seeing Long Chen and Dong Minju being chased, but separated by space. Their voices couldn't be heard. They knew that the two of them were winning time for them to get away. The blood race's experts immediately attacked Xuanhuan and the others, but before they could reach them, the void shuddered one final time and they vanished. Bastards! The blood race experts roared furiously. This game of cat and mouse had actually resulted in their prey getting away. You two let your comrades leave, so you can die in their place, roared one of the blood race's young kings. Long Chen sneered and grabbed Dong Minju. Lightning wings appeared on his back. We'll see if you have that ability. Like a bolt of lightning, Long Chen shot at the young king. Evil Moon appeared in his hand, and he sent that young king flying with a slash of his saber. Upon seeing Evil Moon and the lightning wings, the blood race experts let out alarmed cries. He's not from the Blue Star continent. He's from the Martial Heaven continent. Even as they cried out, Long Chen shot away, vanishing from sight. Dong Minju held onto Long Chen's back, almost flying off. Big brother Long Chen's celestial lightning body blink and sundering lightning heavenly wings are so fast together that probably only Big Sister Cloud can keep up, said Dong Minju. Although there was an army of blood race chasing after them, she still felt safe with Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. When it came to this, he knew only Cloud could keep up with him. Of course, this was a skill mostly useful for running. Since he liked to fight directly, many people often forgot about this speed of his. You call Cloud Big Sister, and she calls you Big Sister too, said Long Chen curiously. He isn't that nice. We're the youngest, so by calling each other Big Sister, we both feel a bit bigger. Dong Minju smiled brightly. Long Chen laughed. To be called Big Sister made them feel bigger. But what about when you called someone else Big Sister? Wouldn't that make you feel small? He didn't know how they calculated that. Sometimes Cloud and Dong Minju would say funny things accidentally due to how little experience they had with the rest of the world. Big brother Long Chen, the blood race is probably going to block our path back, said Dong Minju. The blood race had to have their own communication methods. No matter how fast Long Chen was, he wouldn't be able to outrun the flow of information. Long Chen nodded. That's for sure, but we have to go back. It's been more days than I wanted to be out. Everyone else should be ready to break through to the Nether Passage realm, so we can't tarry. He had entered the yin-yang world only to see little snow and hadn't expected to encounter experts from another continent. Hence, this trip had used up quite a bit of time. However, that investment had come with its own returns. Those experts that he had saved had all given him their strongest techniques. Those techniques were priceless treasures. Many of the Martial Heaven continent's inheritances had been lost in the Dark Eras, but the Blue Star continent's techniques were still complete. Long Chen was preparing to pass these techniques to the Dragon Blood warriors to strengthen them. Are you afraid? No, Dong Minju answered very directly. Why? Because I'm with you. Even a mountain of blades and a sea of fire can be a wonderland if I am together with you. Dong Minju smiled innocently, making Long Chen emotional. He was her sky. Perhaps even in the eyes of the Dragon Blood warriors, he was their everything. At the same time as he was grateful, he was also aware of just how heavy the burden on his shoulders was. His life did not just belong to him. That's right, as long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Long Chen smiled and suddenly raised an arm. He began to chant. A large flame lotus condensed within his hand. After that, flame energy gathered from every direction, causing the flame lotus to grow larger and larger. Long Chen's speed didn't drop even as the flame lotus grew to the size of a mountain. The surging flames made heaven and earth twist. Hold on tight. I'm going to give the blood race and Little Snow a present. A sinister smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Near the exit, in the area where the sovereign, couldn't reach, the giant army of the blood race had created layers and layers of blockades. Not even a drop of water could get past them. The 7 fourth step Nether Passage experts were all gathered. They had already received the news. Over 10 of the Blue Star continent's experts had escaped, and the one who had released them was the Martial Heaven continent's Long Chen. Hearing that it was Long Chen, they gnashed their teeth. especially the three of them that had tried to stop him from killing the golden-horned blood expert and failed. For Long Chen to dare to brazenly enter the yin-yang world at such a time was definitely an insult to the blood race. If he were to escape, all of the blood race's dignity would be lost. Practically half of the entire blood race's forces had gathered to block the exit. More and more of them continued to gather and report on Long Chen's movements. Just as they received word that Long Chen was rushing over in their direction, their expressions changed. A giant flame lotus had appeared, blazing with power fiercer than the sun. The flame lotus came flying toward them like a shooting star. Even from a great distance, their hair stood on end. When it got closer and only continued to grow in their vision, they realized just how minuscule they were in comparison to it. The sacred chanting ringing out was like an overture of death. If that flame lotus exploded amongst them, perhaps not even their bones would remain. The blood race's experts were petrified with terror, and even the 7 fourth step nether passage experts were too stunned to move. Ha, I, Long Chen, have come from afar. I didn't bring any good gifts, so I hope you don't mind this little expression of my sincerity. Long Chen laughed and suddenly pushed with his hand, sending the flame lotus hurling toward them. Terrified cries rang out, and the blood race's army instinctively fled in every direction. They felt that this flame lotus possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. These elite warriors had sharp senses toward danger. They could not receive this attack no matter what. Don't panic, we'll handle it. The 4th step nether passage experts finally took action, sending out blood chains that wrapped around the flame lotus. Those blood chains instantly shattered. They had clearly underestimated the flame lotus's power. Shocked, the 4th step nether passage experts hastily switched tactics. From that one attempt, they realized that countless flame blades were whirling within the flame lotus which had broken their chains. Essence blood seals the heavens. Blood chi exploded out of the 4th step nether passage experts. Upon clapping their hands together, giant blood giants appeared behind them. Life and death energy whirled within the 7 of them. They all reached out a hand at the same time, slamming those giant hands against the flame lotus. Boom! Heaven and earth shuddered. The 7 blood giants were forced back several steps by the flame lotus, trampling the blood race experts behind them. At the same time, the 7 fourth step nether passage experts coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ha, a group of ants dares to utter such big words. This move of mine required Sovereign Mo Li to personally suppress it. As for the 7 of you. Long Chen laughed and formed a hand seal. Explode. Chapter 22, 75 Mysterious Killer. Following Long Chen's shout, the flame lotus being held back by the 7 blood giants began to inflate. You want to detonate it? Keep dreaming. One of the 7 laughed and the blood chains burst out of the 7 giants, wrapping up the flame lotus tightly. Working together, the 7 of them actually managed to seal the flame lotus. It shuddered inside but was unable to explode. Long Chen formed hand seals controlling the flame lotus. He suddenly smiled. You're too naive. Just as he said this, a dagger stabbed through one of the 7's butts, causing that elder to let out a pained cry. That was Dong Minju. She had never chosen to target someone in that spot before. An assassin's goal was to kill the target in one blow. Stabbing the cruel dagger into someone's butt was definitely unprecedented in the Bloodco Hall's history. This was naturally what Long Chen told her to do. These extremely terrifying old existences in control of samsara power had a sharp sense of danger. Even for an assassin, once they initiated a killing blow, it would definitely be sensed. However, what Long Chen wanted wasn't for Dong Minju to kill them. All he needed was the slightest distraction, and Dong Minju had done that. With the immense pain from being stabbed by the cruel dagger, that elder was distracted. He instinctively kicked behind him, only to kick thin air as Dong Minju had already vanished. His comrades shouted at him. That slight distraction was all it took for their control to be thrown out of balance. The flame lotus once more began to inflate. The 7 of them turned green and used all their power to suppress it. Regretfully for them, they were too late. The flame lotus exploded. Their blood giants instantly collapsed, and the 7 of them were sent flying. Other than the 7 of them, the other experts of the blood race had fled into the distance. They had only stopped when they were safe and the flame lotus had been stopped. But even at that distance, the flame lotus's explosion reached them. The World Extermination Flame Lotus was the most powerful technique Long Chen had currently. However, it had its own fatal weakness. which was that it took too long to accumulate energy, so it was easily interrupted. The power of this flame lotus was on par with the one that Sovereign Mo Li had suppressed. It was a 5-star flame lotus, Long Chen's current limit. At that time, Long Chen had wanted to use it to wipe out the sea demon race, but Sovereign Mo Li had appeared and erased it. Even Long Chen had never gotten to experience just how powerful it was. Now he saw it. This attack broke all laws. Even as the laws tried to fuse back, they were broken once more. Everything within 100,000 miles was turned into a domain of death. Within this range, it didn't matter if it was the elites of the blood race. It didn't even matter if it was one of their young kings. They were all incinerated. Just at that moment, the void split open, and one old figure after another shot out. The 7 fourth-step nether passage experts were badly burned and covered in blood. As soon as they came out, they looked around, only to see the blood race experts standing outside a giant hole like statues. If they had been within the radius of the explosion, they would have forever vanished from this world. Bastards, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, one of the 7 of them roared because he noticed 2 figures rushing away within the twisting space. Boom, the elder sent a giant fist image smashing into the 2 of them. Those 2 wretched figures were Long Chen and Dong Minju. After detonating the World Extermination Flame Lotus, Long Chen had used Huo Long's power to block a portion of its explosive power, but even then, he had received quite the blow. Furthermore, for Dong Minju, he could only receive it head-on. Although the World Extermination Flame Lotus was his technique, when it was released, it didn't differentiate between friend or foe. Even with Huo Long blocking a portion of it, Long Chen's bones had been shattered. Dong Minju had activated the aura concealing art to help them escape at this time, and if it was during an ordinary time, perhaps they might have escaped right under the eyes of the 4th-step nether passage experts. However, those nether passage experts were actively searching for them, so they quickly noticed the spatial fluctuations. That elder's attack instantly exposed them. Run! Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and they sped away. At the same time, another flame lotus appeared in his hand, and he sent it flying toward the elders. There's another one. The blood race's experts were horrified. That flame lotus was definitely much smaller than the first, but it still terrified them. No, it's a fake. One of the 7 elders noticed something wrong and smashed it apart with his fist. It exploded, only unleashing a wave of weak flames. The other 4th-step nether passage experts were humiliated at their fear and charged after him. Die! Seeing that Long Chen was already too close to the martial heaven continent for them to block his path, they unleashed attacks. 7 giant hands slammed toward Long Chen. If struck, not even 10,000 lives would be enough for Long Chen and Dong Minju. Boom! The giant hands slammed down upon Long Chen and Dong Minju. The earth exploded from the impact. The blood race's experts cheered, but then their voices were cut off as if severed by a blade. In the distance, lights flickered. Long Chen and Dong Minju's figures reappeared. How is that possible? Are they ghosts? Why didn't they die? The blood race's experts were dumbfounded. They had clearly seen the 2 of them being struck. That was close. Long Chen took a deep breath, wiping off some sweat. That really had been dangerous. Dong Minju was also pale. While holding onto Long Chen just now, she had really thought that they were about to die. A formation disc beneath Long Chen's feet shattered. This formation disc was used for short-distance instant transportation formation. Upon entering the yin-yang world, Long Chen had set up a dozen of these discs that were linked to each other. Upon stepping onto one, he would be instantly transported to the next. The range of such formation discs was not very long, but the good thing was that it could be activated in an instant. Just as the blood race's experts had thought that those 2 had been struck by the giant hands, Long Chen had managed to reach the location of the first formation disc. Activating it, he had teleported just as the hands slammed down on him. He had been a hair's breadth from dying. Damn it! One of the 4th-step nether passage experts furiously unleashed a giant blood sword. Don't! His comrades shouted at him, holding him back. Long Chen had calculated his position perfectly. His current position was within the range of the sovereign's will. If they attacked, it would trigger a counterattack from the sovereign's will. Then all of them might be killed. The elder stopped. He could only furiously glare at Long Chen as he left. Haha, no need to send me off. I'll definitely return. Long Chen arrogantly laughed at them. The blood race's experts gnashed their teeth furiously. One of the young kings roared, "Despicable human, we'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. Once your damn ghosts will fades, we'll slaughter you all." Long Chen didn't reply. He and Dong Minju went through the exit. They saw that a large group of experts had gathered on the other side. Most likely, the large movements on this side had alarmed the Heavenly Dragon Legion. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed. With a shout, Evil Moon slashed toward the earth. The earth exploded and a figure flew out, attacking Dong Minju with a sword. Boom! Long Chen blocked with Evil Moon and sparks flew. Long Chen's arms shook and Evil Moon almost escaped his hold. This expert was incredibly powerful. Long Chen staggered back. That person was wrapped in a black cloak. His black sword was like a specter, and after knocking back Long Chen, he once more attacked Dong Minju. Space froze. Dong Minju was locked down by her opponent's killing intent. She raised the cruel dagger, only to be sent flying as well. Her arm had been shattered. That person seemed to have come for Dong Minju. He followed up, appearing beside Dong Minju and sending his sword slashing toward Dong Minju's neck. Chapter 2276, Attacking the Nether Passage Realm. Long Chen appeared in front of the sword, holding Dong Minju. The sword landed, and he felt the bones in his back shatter. However, at that critical moment, Long Chen had taken out the Heaven Flipping Seal to protect his back. The sword had landed on the Heaven Flipping Seal, or Long Chen would have been cut in two. Even with the Heaven Flipping Seal, Long Chen felt like his body was going to break apart. This person's power was terrifying, and he was so fast that there was no time for Long Chen to do anything but use the most basic and clumsiest way to save Dong Minju. Long Chen and Dong Minju tumbled back, with the Heaven Flipping Seal growing larger and slamming into that person. Boom! The Heaven Flipping Seal was sent flying. Even it was unable to stop this person's footsteps. Waves of divine light surged out of the sword as it once more slashed down. Yi Bencheng! Long Chen suddenly let out a shout and glared at that person. Although he wore a cloak and even had a sinister mask on, his eyes weren't covered. When their eyes met, that person's sword slanted down slightly, while Long Chen sent Evil Moon rushing forward toward his opponent's head. It was a sudden suicidal exchange. Long Chen concentrated all his power into Evil Moon. As long as he stabbed it into his opponent's head, then, even with that mask's protection, Long Chen was confident his head would explode. Considering how long Evil Moon was, although Long Chen's piercing strike was unleashed second, due to the slightest sluggishness from when Long Chen had shouted at him, his opponent's sword would only land at the same time as Long Chen's saber pierced his head. The mysterious expert snorted and didn't continue slashing. He directly smashed the hilt of his sword into Evil Moon. Long Chen was sent flying once more, hacking up blood containing his shattered organs. Who's there? At this time, the Heavenly Dragon Legion's people recognized Long Chen and charged over, unleashing rays of sword chi at the mysterious expert. The mysterious expert was already rushing over to Dong Minju, but he didn't have a chance to attack again. He raised his sword at an angle, shattering the attacks raining down on him. His figure twisted, and before the Heavenly Dragon Legion could surround him, he shot away, vanishing from sight. "Big brother Long Chen, are you all right?" Dong Minju rushed over to Long Chen. One of her arms was still gone and she was covered in blood. As for Long Chen, he could barely sit up. The Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors were shocked. Long Chen's combat power had left a deep impression on them, while Dong Minju was a terrifying assassin. What person could force them into such a desperate state? In the distance, the Blood Race's experts simply stared in dumbfounded silence, not understanding what was going on. Long Chen had managed to escape their blockade, but was almost killed upon reaching his own territory. Long Chen's bones creaked. He circulated the primal chaos space's energy to recover a bit. Only then could he stand. He cupped his fists at everyone. "Many thanks for your help. Without your assistance, I'd probably have died today. I'll remember this favor." Long Chen's words were sincere. Without the Heavenly Dragon Legion here, he and Dong Minju would have died. That mysterious expert was too powerful. "Long Chen, who was that person? You shouted that it was Commander Yi Bencheng, but are you sure?" asked one of them. Long Chen shook his head. "Actually, it was just a blind guess. I've only fought with one expert on that level and it was Yi Bencheng, but that person didn't react to my guess, so it's probably not him." Dong Minju looked at Long Chen. Long Chen silently tightened his hold on her hand, indicating that she should be silent. That person nodded. He really was powerful, but based on his techniques, he shouldn't be Commander Yi Bencheng. We've seen him fight, and his fighting style is different from the insidious, concentrated power that person showed. That person seems more like an assassin, and he was targeting this young lady. He was more like someone from the Bloodco Hall. That's very possible. In any case, you've saved our lives. I won't bother saying extra words. I'll remember this, promised Long Chen. All right then, we'll escort you. You're still injured, so it's best to be careful, said that person. Long Chen didn't decline. They sent out a 500-member squad to protect Long Chen on his way back to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's nest. When Long Chen was back, everyone was shocked. When the Dragon Blood warriors heard that he had been ambushed, they were infuriated. Who was that person? Asked Chu Yao as she and Liu Ruyan helped heal Long Chen and Dong Minju's wounds. It was definitely Yi Bencheng, said Long Chen. Didn't the Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors say that it wasn't him? The Divine Family's people must have seen him fight before and be familiar with his fighting style. Would they lie about this? Asked Chu Yao. No, they weren't covering up for Yi Bencheng. They also couldn't be colluding with Yi Bencheng, or they wouldn't have saved us at that critical time. Then what are you saying? The reason I'm sure it's Yi Bencheng isn't because of his aura or his fighting style. It's from the intuition of the 9-star Hegemon body art. His disguise was perfect. Even his eyes were different. They seemed dark and wise, completely different from his normal idiotic appearance. It's because my 9-star Hegemon body art told me that he was Yi Bencheng that I shouted his name. When I did, he clearly reacted ever so slightly, so I'm sure it was Yi Bencheng. Long Chen had absolute confidence in the 9-star Hegemon body art. Yi Bencheng might be able to fool anyone else, but he couldn't fool the spiritual perception of the 9-star Hegemon body art. If it really was Yi Bencheng, why would he attack Yuer and not Boss directly? Asked Gu Yang. Meng Qi was the one who answered. Long Chen would fight back if the assassin targeted him directly, and he wouldn't be able to kill him within a few moves. But by attacking Yuer and forcing Long Chen to save her, he managed to have control over the initiative. Those who know Long Chen all know that he would go save Yuer. It's the smartest tactic. How despicable, said Yu Ran hatefully. Most importantly, he didn't leave behind any proof. Even if Long Chen is sure, it's not possible to confront Yi Bencheng. We can only swallow this loss, sighed Meng Qi. Gu Yang and the others' expressions were ugly. This loss was difficult to swallow. Long Chen had entered the yin-yang world, and even the Blood Race's huge army and fourth-step Nether Passage experts hadn't been able to stop him. But he had almost died to Yi Bencheng. I'll remember this debt. I'll make sure it's repaid along with its interest when the time comes, but we'll set it aside for now. How is the situation on the continent? Asked Long Chen. He had been in the yin-yang world the past few days, so he didn't know the actual information. The various powers are all silent, and the talented junior generation has vanished. They're all in seclusion. They don't announce when they're going to break through to the Nether Passage realm, but from the news we've received from the Xuanhuan Dao sect and the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect, the majority of their disciples are currently attacking the Nether Passage realm. The day after you entered the yin-yang world, Yi Lingshan also started her breakthrough, said Meng Qi. Long Chen nodded. In comparison to the geniuses of the other powers, the Righteous Path is a level weaker. If the Righteous Path's experts are only starting their breakthrough attempt, then the others probably started earlier. All right then, today, everyone go rest. Tomorrow, we will collectively attack the Nether Passage realm. Everyone let out a cheer. They had been waiting for this. Just the day before, the final Dragon Blood warrior had touched the barrier. Everyone wanted to advance right now. Only upon advancing to the Nether Passage realm would the immemorial Essence Blood have any use. They also saw just how powerful experts with awakened spirit blood were. Long Chen, you and Yuer are still recovering. You might not be ready by tomorrow, said Chu Yao. Long Chen smiled. Not a problem. This breakthrough will only require our Yuan spirits to enter the netherworld. As long as our Yuan spirits aren't injured, it's not a problem. Long Chen's body had received heavy injuries, but his soul was fine. Moreover, he also wished to urgently break through. He couldn't get left behind. Only once he broke through would he be able to settle things with Yi Bencheng. Be safe. That very day, Long Chen brought all the Dragon Blood warriors into the wild world. He warned the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race to be safe. If any powerful experts attacked, they had set up a way for them to run. Long Chen didn't want anyone to attack them while they were attacking the Nether Passage realm. If the Dragon Blood warriors' bodies were killed while their souls roamed the netherworld, they wouldn't be able to return. From the wild world, they traveled to the skyscraping world, reuniting with Yue Zai Oqian. Yue Zihan opened up the skyscraping world's most well-hidden ancestral spirit land for them. Brothers, let's start. Once everyone was gathered, Long Chen took a deep breath, closing his eyes with everyone else. Chapter 2277, Entering the Netherworld. Long Chen reached out and pressed his hands against the back of Meng Qi and Chu Yao's heads. The two of them then spread their hands to touch Tang Wan'er, Yi Zhikyu, Liu Ruyan, and Dong Minju's heads. The four of them then touched Gu Yang, Zia Chen, Gu Ran, and the others' heads. Like this, everyone was connected. Even Cloud and Liu Ruyan were within their link. This advancement required sending their Yuan spirits into the Netherworld. All their cultivation bases were at the same level. However, they couldn't enter the Netherworld the same way the old man had brought Long Chen with him. Other than Wilda, everyone in the Dragonblood Legion had come. As for Wilda, his path couldn't even be called cultivation. His advancements didn't have any realms. Moreover, even Liu Ruyan had to make this advancement before reaching higher realms. This indicated that Wilda was truly different. Everyone's foreheads lit up as miniature versions of them came out. Those were their Yuan spirits. All their Yuan spirits were shining. Spiritual links tied them together, with all their Yuan spirit energy pouring toward Long Chen. Long Chen's Yuan spirit rumbled and boomed. Even with how powerful his Yuan spirit was, joining with so many Yuan spirits was extremely taxing. This action would definitely be considered fantasy to the outside world. With so many people linked, if any one of them wanted Long Chen's life, they could kill him and everyone else. There were cases where people would make their breakthrough together, but it required absolute trust, as well as a certain agreeability between their Yuan spirits. Even then, such a collective breakthrough could not possibly have more than 5 people together. Long Chen had underestimated the difficulty of what he was doing. Even though the spiritual agreement between the Dragonblood warriors was very high, linking with so many Yuan spirits was extremely difficult. If his Yuan spirit wasn't extremely powerful, he would have been crushed. The preparations are complete, let's go. Long Chen's Yuan spirit formed hand seals. After that, space shuddered and all the Dragonblood warriors, Yuan spirits became engulfed in death energy. To attack the Nether Passage realm required having the Yuan spirit go through death. This was a kind of suicide. If you hadn't comprehended life and death before going through with this step, there would be no rebirth, only death. Only upon touching the barrier and comprehending life and death was it possible to grasp the slightest chance of life upon dying to enter the Netherworld. Long Chen and everyone's Yuan spirits vanished. Their bodies slowly collapsed to the ground like lifeless, empty husks. Darkness, endless darkness. Within that endless darkness there was no sense of time or space. There was only an icy coldness. Eventually, they saw a gate within the endless darkness. Only when they saw the gate did Long Chen and the others sense their own existence. Did we end up actually dying? Gu Ran looked at his body strangely. He clenched and unclenched his fists. His body had clearly been left in the skyscraping world. However, he felt this body to be his. Even his clothes were the same. Every mark on his skin was the same. But then he clearly remembered his Yuan spirit leaving his body. Then why don't you try looking for your astral space? If you do end up finding it, that would mean that we really died, said Long Chen, his expression changing. Everyone checked their astral spaces. Upon finding that they were still there, they were horrified. Ha 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 ha, Long Chen suddenly laughed, causing everyone to realize he was just scaring them. Tang Wan'er angrily grabbed his neck. How is this the time for jokes? He, isn't it because everyone's too serious? A joke can adjust the mood, said Long Chen. Everyone walked through the gate. The world ahead was a world of mist, and the path beneath them was made of ancient bricks. It stretched off into the void. They curiously examined this world. Gu Yang asked, "Boss, is this the Netherworld? It's not as frightening as I thought it would be." Through the mist, they vaguely saw what seemed to be buildings. It wasn't a land of death as they had imagined. This is just the entrance. The terror comes later. Boom! Even before he finished speaking, the void not far from them split open. A giant gate appeared there as well. A giant figure came crawling out. It was a bestial figure, hundreds of meters tall, with strong arms and legs. A burst of blood chi blasted them in the face. What kind of creature is that? Boom! When that thing looked around and saw Long Chen's group, it snorted and bounced away, quickly vanishing from sight. Everyone looked at each other. Was that someone else attacking the Nether Passage realm? Suddenly the void split open again. A tiny gate appeared, and from it came a rabbit. A rabbit, everyone stared oddly. The rabbit was only a foot tall. Its body was snow white, and its ears were raised in high alert. When it saw Long Chen and the others, it instantly vanished. The Dragon Blood warriors jumped in alarm. That rabbit was so fast that they didn't even see in which direction it went. The void split open once more. A giant gate appeared, and from it came out a 30-meter-tall earthen dragon. It was covered in spikes that gave off a cold glint, and there was a blood-colored horn on its head that looked especially powerful. The earthen dragon didn't even look at Long Chen's group. It just walked off. After that, another figure appeared. It was a slender woman in emerald robes. She was very beautiful, but she had two antennas coming out of her forehead, which was odd. "Miss Beautiful Lady, may I ask?" Xuanhuan stepped forward to greet her, only for those antennas to flash. Then a strange force sent him flying back. It was like he had been struck by a wall, and he almost coughed up blood. When he furiously got up to demand what her problem was, she had already vanished. "You shouldn't get angry, she was pretty merciful. This is the netherworld, and creatures from all kinds of worlds must pass through here. Other than ourselves, we can't trust anyone. For you to suddenly get closer to her, she was naturally wary. To not kill you shows that she's pretty kind," said Long Chen. "I was clearly talking to her nicely. Does her conscience not hurt to respond like that?" Xuanhuan was still irritated. "First of all, although she looks similar to us, that doesn't mean that she's from the same race. She might not understand what you're saying. Second of all," Long Chen suddenly paused. "Second of all what, boss, tell me?" Meng Qi looked from Long Chen and Xuanhuan. She covered her smile. "Long Chen doesn't feel good saying it, so I'll do it. Second of all, your smile is too, how should I put it, wretched. She definitely thought you had some bad intentions toward her. As for why she only knocked you back instead of killing you, one reason is due to her own kindness, while another is because of her wariness of our numbers." "What? I don't feel like I'm that bad. Gu Yang, tell me the truth. Is my smile really that of a bad person?" demanded Xuanhuan. Gu Yang seriously looked at Xuanhuan closely, making him smile with teeth. He shook his head. "No, not at all. This smile makes you look far worse than an ordinary bad person." Everyone laughed. Long Chen waved his hand, knowing that Xuanhuan had done this on purpose to lighten the mood. Although everyone looked calm on the surface, they couldn't help being nervous. This was the netherworld. Only half the people who entered could leave alive. That was an iron law of the netherworld. "Let's get to the important matters. I've come here before, so I can tell you that while the netherworld is terrifying, it's not as exaggerated as rumors say. As long as everyone listens to my directions, we'll be fine." Long Chen led the Dragon Blood warriors through the path, and they quickly reached a bridge. The bridge had figures in strange robes patrolling. They held chains, and one of them suddenly stabbed their chain through the air, causing a piercing wail. A figure was pierced by the chain and vanished into the mist. The Dragon Blood warriors jumped in shock. That figure had been hiding in midair, and none of them had sensed it. That was a spiritual entity, and these monsters guard this place, not letting spiritual bodies enter our world. "As long as we don't attack them, they won't attack us," said Long Chen. Last time when he had entered with the old man, he had seen how terrifying these monsters were. He also had a strange feeling that they were much stronger than the last time he had been here. Everyone carefully walked forward. Just that moment, a snarl came from behind them. Chapter 22:78, Standing Before the Gates of Hell. Long Chen looked back and saw a strange python rushing over. It had spider-like legs on the upper half of its black body. Two giant teeth flickered with a cold light as it snarled at them. It seemed that the python felt that the Dragon Blood Legion was too slow. Its body was very large, and to the sides were the patrolling monsters of the bridge. It didn't dare to touch those monsters, so it chose to glare at the Dragon Blood Legion. The bridge wasn't wide enough for it to pass, even with the Dragon Blood warriors sticking to one side. It was urging the Dragon Blood warriors to quicken their pace. However, the Dragon Blood warriors ignored it. After all, there were too many monsters present. If they ended up crashing into one by accident, that would be troublesome. After two more snarls, the python seemed to be enraged that they were ignoring it. It opened its mouth, and a black sphere shot out at the Dragon Blood warriors at the rear. Courting death, the Dragon Blood warriors were enraged. That python clearly knew how dangerous the bridge monsters were, and yet still did such a thing. That black sphere was a powerful divine ability filled with the aura of destruction. The Dragon Blood warriors were forced to dodge. As a result, the black sphere exploded on contact with the ground, sending surging black chi waves that sent the dragon blood warriors flying. Others let out infuriated roars. This place was the netherworld, and there was a law preventing them from flying. If they ended up crashing into the bridge monsters, that would be troublesome. The python seemed excited by the Dragon Blood Legion's chaos. It opened its mouth, about to unleash a second attack. Its mouth had barely opened when Gu Yang kicked its jaw, sending it flipping back. With a furious roar, it dragged its long tail against the ground to stabilize. As a result, its tail struck one of the bridge monsters. That monstrosity's chains immediately shot out, piercing the tail. It then pulled, dragging in the huge python's body. The python screamed. They really aren't the same guards as the last time, thought Long Chen. When he had entered the netherworld with the old man, these figures hadn't been so powerful. At that time, he thought that he could handle them. At that time, his cultivation base and power had been much weaker. In theory, at his current level, he should be able to sweep away these monsters. But now he found that they were much more frightening. The python struggled with all its might. Its claws dragged against the bricks, but it was useless. Although they were all spiritual bodies, it was unknown what laws the netherworld had to make them feel like they were in their real forms. Sparks flew as its claws dragged against the ground, and sharp sounds rang out. The monstrosity was expressionless as it pulled its chains back. The cold chains didn't give off any fluctuations, but they were able to drag back such a powerful expert. The python's tail suddenly broke off, unleashing a rain of blood. With its remaining body, it leaped into the air and charged across the bridge. The blood splattered across the bricks and then slowly faded. As for the bridge monster, it acted as if nothing had happened and continued to patrol. The broken bricks and clawed bridge automatically recovered. The python was truly powerful, but even it was unable to retaliate against the bridge monster. In the end, it had severed its own tail to run. The dragon blood warriors' hearts turned cold. After that disturbance, a few dozen other lifeforms had paused. More and more lifeforms were entering the netherworld. Long Chen noticed there were more bridges in the distance, just like the one they were on. The heavy mist blocked most of his sight, though. This was completely different from when he had entered with the old man. Last time, there had only been one bridge. He had always assumed that there was only one. Was this because the great era had come? The netherworld had set itself up for greater capacity. Or was this a different path than the one he had come with the old man? After that disturbance, the Dragon Blood Legion and the other lifeforms that had arrived slowly crept over the bridge, afraid of touching the patrolling monsters. After passing the bridge, there was only a single path. Upon reaching the end of the path, they saw an endless sea that was the color of the darkest ink. Boss, this aura, it's so familiar, is it? That black water made Xuanhuan react. When devils had poured out of the devil abyss, Long Chen had given him death water to use against them, and it had the same aura as this black water. The difference, though, was that the aura of death coming from this black water was even stronger. Everyone felt a chill. This is death spirit water. If you fall in, you'll definitely die. As a demonstration, Long Chen stuck a divine sword into the water. When he took it out, the portion that entered the water had silently vanished. That scene was shocking. The black water had some floating logs on it that could be used to travel. That was the same as last time. These floating logs were the only way to cross this path leading to the gates of hell. Long Chen had everyone stand to the side, allowing the other lifeforms to cross first. The other lifeforms stared at Long Chen and the others for a moment before jumping on. Those floating logs looked very unsteady as they bobbled in the water, but they never sank no matter how heavy the entity jumping on was. How curious, why do they seem so familiar with this place, wondered Xuanhuan. Perhaps they already know a bit about the netherworld before entering. Unfortunately, for the human race, upon managing to advance from the netherworld, all the memories of it will be lost. There's no way to transmit useful information, said Long Chen. After the old man had come out, Long Chen asked him what he had experienced upon entering the gates of hell. However, the old man didn't remember anything at all. As for Long Chen, upon returning to the martial heaven continent, he felt like there was some invisible law keeping an eye on him, not allowing him to mention taboo things about the netherworld. It felt like if he said something, it wouldn't just be him that would suffer. The person who heard would also suffer unbearable karma. That was why in the outside world, Long Chen hadn't exposed too much about what had happened in the netherworld. But upon returning, that feeling of taboo had clearly vanished. Boss, let's go too. When those life forms had all vanished into the darkness, Xuanhuan spoke up. "Don't be impatient. Come, let's distribute the weapons and armor." Long Chen took out bundles with names written on them. Long Chen had taken everyone's equipment before entering the netherworld. The netherworld did not allow them to bring in items from the outside world, but Long Chen was an exception. He had the primal chaos space and was not limited by this. Once all the dragon blood warriors were equipped, they all felt refreshed. Yue Zifeng in particular was like a completely different person with his sword. "All right, let's go now. There's no need to fear. If anyone causes trouble again, we'll directly hack them." Xuanhuan's confidence inflated upon getting his armor again. With this equipment, they had a huge advantage over other lifeforms that entered the netherworld. Those lifeforms couldn't bring in objects because their astral spaces were not like the primal chaos space. The human race had quite a disadvantage when entering this world due to not having special physical bodies, unlike other lifeforms that use their teeth or claws as weapons. "We have too many people, so this path is too dangerous. We'll take a boat across." Long Chen took out a giant boat. It was an ordinary flying boat, but Long Chen had covered the outside with the black soil. The black soil could prevent the corrosion of the death spirit water. Seeing that boat, everyone was delighted. They jumped on. However, here the boat could not fly. The oars were also wrapped in black soil. Over 200 dragon blood warriors rowed at the same time, bringing them gliding across the water. From the boat, they could see all kinds of lifeforms carefully crossing. Those lifeforms stared at them in disbelief. Some of them accidentally tripped, resulting in their feet falling into the water. Screams rang out, and when they pulled them out, their feet had vanished. As the Dragon Blood Legion sped across with the boat, Long Chen saw multiple paths of wooden logs with various lifeforms carefully creeping forward. Who would have thought that there were so many different lifeforms other than the ones on the Martial Heaven continent? "We really are frogs at the bottom of a well," sighed Ming-Chi. They had to have encountered tens of thousands of different lifeforms, but not one human, let alone someone from the Martial Heaven continent. Eventually, the flying boat reached a 9-colored whirlpool, and they jumped onto the wooden logs. The Dragon Blood warriors were all stunned by the sight of the 9-colored whirlpool. Long Chen smiled. He had had the same expression as them when he had first seen this whirlpool. Long Chen put away the flying boat. After that, the Dragon Blood Legion descended down the whirlpool through a staircase. Upon reaching the bottom where there was flat land, they saw a path of illusions that went through the waterfall of the whirlpool. Long Chen looked at the surrounding waterfall. This was the core of the 9 springs. He and Zai Qianqian had been sucked into purgatory from here. Long Chen led the Dragon Blood Legion through the passageway, and they quickly arrived at a set of giant gates. The Gates of Hell. Chapter 22, 79 Nether God. The gates were so huge that people's hearts shuddered. If they were on the continent, they would probably be engulfed amongst the stars. Black and ancient diagrams covered the gates. Those diagrams weren't of sinister, ghoulish faces, but they still exuded a dense air of death. In front of the Gates of Hell was a sea of various lifeforms. Those lifeforms were all silent. That was because upon getting closer to the Gates of Hell, the dense air of death made them feel like an invisible hand was clutching their throats. "Last time I came, I didn't feel such pressure. My realm must have been lacking." This was Long Chen's second time coming to the Gates of Hell. Last time, although he had been shocked, he hadn't felt such pressure. This feeling was like his life was in someone else's hands. Ming-Chi and the others were a bit pale. It felt like there was a law present in control of life and death. They couldn't fight that law. If it wanted them dead, there would be nothing they could do. That wasn't a good feeling. Long Chen looked at the other lifeforms and found that some of them were in an even worse state. Some of them were shuddering. The Dragon Blood Legion slowly got closer. Suddenly, a furious roar came from behind them. Long Chen turned to see the giant python. The giant python's tail was still gone. Perhaps due to the netherworld's laws, it was unable to heal. It was infuriated at the sight of them, and black energy gathered within its mouth. Yue Zifeng snorted and reached for the sword on his back. However, before he attacked, a hand suddenly reached out of the black gates and smashed the python into bits. It had happened so quickly that it felt like it was over before it even began. A terrifying life form was killed without even understanding what was going on. The life forms that were killed here would never return to their bodies. What remained in the outside world of theirs would just be corpses. That hand returned to the gates an instant after killing the python, as if nothing had happened. Long Chen and the others suddenly realized why these lifeforms didn't dare to say anything. The gates of hell had their own automatic attack laws. The great gates were not fully open, but there was a slight crack. Of course, it was slight in comparison to the giant gates. There were many miles of space. However, too many lifeforms had gathered here, so they could only slowly enter through that crack. Why does it feel like lining up to reincarnate? Mumbled Xuanhuan. All these lifeforms had terror in their eyes but had no choice but to follow. Hey, don't talk nonsense. You're going to jinx us, rebuked Li Qi. Long Chen said, actually this is nothing. The path of cultivation is one of no return. It's the same as the Yellow Springs path that we just walked. You want to go back, just look at the people behind you. They've blocked your path. When you look back, the first one to kill you will be the person behind you. Just like in cultivation, we can only continue to advance. We cannot stop. If we stop, our enemies will advance until you face a terrible fate. Death isn't frightening. What's frightening is dying without being able to decide what time, place, and way you die. Don't we cultivate to control our own life and death, to transcend everything else and be free? However big your aspirations are is however much resistance you'll face. That is something that will never change. Long Chen in the Xuanhuan monastery, I asked you about your aspirations. Do you remember what you said? Tang Wan'er smiled. Of course I remember. I wanted to be a new and improved scoundrel with dreams, accomplishments, integrity, and meaning. Long Chen sighed deeply. It's too bad, but after all these years, my dreams, accomplishments, and meaning are still present, but my integrity has been shattered. Meng Qi and the others covered their mouths as they laughed. The tense atmosphere lightened quite a bit. Quite a few of the other lifeforms stared at them with shock, and some even with disdain. They didn't understand what these humans were saying, but for them to be laughing in this place where others didn't dare to speak, some of them admired their guts, while another portion sneered at them for being fools. Curious, Chu Yao suddenly said. What is it? Look, it seems like there's a nail missing from the gates, right? It's very conspicuous, Chu Yao pointed. Everyone looked in the direction where she was pointing. The nails on both gates were symmetrical, except for one spot where one nail was missing. It couldn't be. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out. Wasn't that the same location he had taken a nail from? How was that possible? After entering the netherworld again, he had found that it was completely different from last time. He thought that he had entered a completely different place. However, seeing the missing nail, he jumped. Before this, he had been comforting others. Now, he was the one who had an urge to flee. Last time, when he had taken that nail, a giant hand had chased him out all the way to the exit, almost killing him. What is it, boss? Do you know what's going on? No, I have no idea. I was just wondering who would be so brazen as to take a nail from the gates of hell. Someone took a nail? Impossible. If it was boss who dared to pluck it, I'd believe it, but someone else. I'm confident no one else has such big guts, declared Xuanhuan. It's our turn, be careful and don't get distracted, whispered Long Chen. Just as they were talking, they had reached the crack between the gates. At that moment, they saw white light from the other side, which obstructed their vision. Everyone could only step through with trepidation into that white light. Upon entering the white light, their bodies vanished. Long Chen took a deep breath. Since there was no way back, he could only advance bravely. When Long Chen was enveloped by the white light, he was blinded for a moment. However, when his vision recovered, he saw that he was within a grand palace. The palace was gigantic. He was like an ant inside of it. There were stairs ahead of him extending onwards, and at the end was a beautiful throne. Atop the throne was an icy woman in a black dress looking down upon him. Her hair billowed back like a waterfall. Her blue eyes were like sharp blades, icy and emotionless. She was like a god sitting there. Long Chen almost cried out upon seeing her face. All his hair stood on end. You? Long Chen had never been so nervous that he was tongue-tied. He felt despair. How are you? Long Chen felt like his throat was dry as if boiling iron was being poured down in it. This person was Leng Yuan. Actually, if she was Leng Yuan, he wouldn't be so afraid. The main thing was that it was. She was simply someone who looked identical to Leng Yuan, but Leng Yuan had said that this woman was a god, a nether god. A nether god, as in the god of the netherworld. Long Chen suddenly realized that he had sent himself to his doom. Who knew if he would even be granted the mercy of death now? The nether god looked at Long Chen without the slightest emotion. There was no joy or anger. She was motionless, wordless, like she was a statue. Long Chen felt goosebumps exploding all over his body. It was over. Long Chen sensed that she was this world. With just a thought, she could wipe him out of existence. Back in the martial heaven continent, he hadn't been able to sense her power. But here, he didn't even have the bravery to resist. She was a god. Resistance was futile. "Ah, I see that you're very busy, so I won't take up more of your time. Let's talk another day." Long Chen stared at her for hours before he admitted defeat. He was drenched in sweat, unable to endure it any longer. Forcing a smile, he slowly retreated. That silent stare was too painful. He felt enough pressure to drive someone insane. Every breath had felt as long as a year. This kind of stare was torture. Long Chen slowly retreated, but the nether god still didn't move. Even her eyes didn't blink. She was like a statue sitting there. Has her divine soul left? Long Chen suddenly had a thought. Leng Yuyan had said that the nether god had made countless clones. Her true body's mind had to control those clones. During that time, her soul would be with those clones to control them. This guess made Long Chen's withered guts grow again. Could he capture her true body at this time? However, after thinking about it, he shook his head. What kind of joke was that? This wasn't the martial heaven continent, it was the netherworld. What was he going to use to capture a god? Long Chen slowly retreated out of the palace gates. The gates were hundreds of meters tall, and he didn't know what metal they were made of. They seemed ancient and heavy. Long Chen pushed the gates, only to find that they didn't budge. It was like they had grown out of the earth. Long Chen pushed harder with both hands but was still unable to move them. Starting to panic, Long Chen summoned the Azure Dragon battle armor. He was able to use all his techniques, but even so, he was unable to shake the gates. Crack! As he increased his force, eventually, it was his shoulder that dislocated. Cold sweat dripped down him. Fuck, what an evil gate, cursed Long Chen quietly. Yes, these are the gates of evil. At this moment, an icy voice without any emotion rang out, making Long Chen's hair stand on end. Chapter 22, 80 The ability to kill you. Ah, what a good name, haha, Long Chen stiffened. He forced out some laughter. Although he couldn't see his own face, he knew that his current smile was definitely very ugly. These gates are called the holders of evil. Even if you tore down this entire palace, you wouldn't be able to open them. The holders of evil contain the devils and fiends of countless worlds. Every 48,000 years, they will open once, unleashing the souls of those devils upon the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures, where they will start a slaughter. The nether god looked at the giant gates expressionlessly. For the nether god to say so much to him surprised Long Chen. It seemed that he had a chance. The nether god hadn't directly killed him on sight. Perhaps there was room for talk. However, with her expressionless face lacking any joy or anger, he didn't know what to say. Long Chen was normally able to judge a person's mood and general character with a glance, or at least know what to say to them. However, he felt powerless and minuscule in front of the nether god. Can I ask what the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures are? Long Chen really didn't know what to say. He simply continued with the topic she had left off, while his head rapidly worked to figure out what he should do. Long Chen stealthily appraised the nether god. He hadn't dared to examine her before, but now that they were closer, he saw that her black dress was composed of countless runes. Those runes were as tiny as specks of dust. Each of them was moving according to a strange rhythm, as if they represented different laws bowing toward her. The dress was as black as the blackest night, but her chest was as white as snow. The stark contrast was especially intense. The worst thing, though, was that, when he thought about that, his memories of tearing off that dress popped into his mind. Long Chen involuntarily gulped. Within the silent palace, it was like thunder. The nether god slowly turned away from the holders of evil to look at Long Chen. She didn't seem angry upon knowing his thoughts. Her sapphire eyes looked at Long Chen calmly. Tell me, how do you want to die? Can I tell the truth? Yes. I don't want to die. The nether god shook her head. That's impossible. You blasphemed my body and cast dust over my heart. Without killing you, I cannot undo that knot, so you must die. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Is there really no room for negotiation? No, death is your only fate, said the nether god coldly with supreme divine might. Hearing that sentence, Long Chen somehow felt a kind of joy in accepting his fate. It was as if he could set down all his burdens, as if death was a release. Long Chen actually formed such a desire to kill himself. However, as soon as he thought about it, he awakened from that desire. He was once more covered in cold sweat and stared in horror at the nether god. The nether god was a bit surprised. You really aren't a normal human. You can actually resist my imperial decrees. Long Chen stared at her in terror. The Nether God hadn't even made a move but had almost made him kill himself. He felt like his will was weak in front of the Nether God. Evil Moon appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at the Nether God. "Since you want to kill me, I can fight to the death against you." Although this person looked identical to Lang Yuhian, she was Lang Yuhian. She was a god, the ruler of the Netherworld. Even knowing that this was the territory of the Nether God and that he had no chance, he still took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He forcibly condensed his battle intent. Unfortunately, he was like a person trying to fight against the cosmos's river of stars. That was just how great the difference between them was. Holding Evil Moon, he had a feeling that it was as laughable as using a banana to threaten a dragon. The gulf in power made him feel profoundly powerless. You were actually able to bring objects from the outside world into the netherworld. Long Chen, you really are surprising. The Nether God smiled. That smile was beautiful enough to topple a world, but Long Chen only saw death within it. The Nether God's will to kill him could not be changed. Long Chen didn't hesitate any longer. He stabbed Evil Moon forward. Evil Moon was just a few inches away from the Nether God's head. However, it felt like there were countless layers of defense in that small space. His power was quickly exhausted, and at 3 inches, it felt like he had struck a giant iceberg and could no longer advance at all. Long Chen, these are the laws of the Netherworld, warned Evil Moon. Here, everything must submit to her. You cannot kill her. If you're smart, you'll think of some other way. Even Evil Moon was anxious and helpless against such a terrifying existence. Long Chen muttered inside. Maybe smarts might work against the people he normally faced, but in front of a god. Was that a joke? Divine Ring Battle Armor. Long Chen's divine ring burst into existence. The laws of the world were shattered, and the palace trembled. What kind of cultivation technique is this? The Nether God's expression finally changed. The laws of the Netherworld were being broken by Long Chen's divine ring. Evil Moon stabbed toward her head. However, just as it was about to pierce her head, the Nether God raised 2 fingers and lightly clamped down on Evil Moon. Long Chen was instantly unable to push Evil Moon forward. Boom! The earth trembled as Long Chen pushed. Evil Moon pushed through the Nether God's fingers, once more causing her expression to change. She was the ruler of this world. Her power could no longer just be called power. She was the will of the Netherworld, ruling the laws of the Netherworld. With her fingers, she embodied a lock using the laws of the Netherworld. It could be classified as a divine ability, but Long Chen had actually broken through. In all her years in control of the Netherworld, she had never encountered such a situation. Split the heavens 8, Evil Moon swung down with a thunderous howl. An explosion of waves erupted. The Nether God raised her hand, using her palm as a shield against Long Chen's saber. Long Chen felt a powerful backlash and coughed up blood. With just a random blow, Long Chen was sent flying. However, the Nether God's shock continued to grow. When it came down to it, Long Chen was just a mortal. All mortals had an innate reverence for gods, but Long Chen was still fighting fearlessly against her. Furthermore, his attack was not being suppressed by the laws of the Netherworld. Instead, it was the laws of the Netherworld that were broken. She was growing more and more curious about Long Chen's origins. However, at the same time as her shock grew, she also became bewildered. You know you're not a match for me, and you're still not starting off with your full power. You just lost your only chance to injure me. Just now, Long Chen's surprising power had caught her off guard. There truly had been a chance for him to stab her. But the curious thing was that he still hadn't used his full power. You're a woman I've been with. Although it was the result of many factors and accidents, it's reality. I committed a mistake against you, so you want to kill me for it, which is understandable. I had a chance to kill you just now, but I let you off. Now, whether I die to your hands or you die to my hands, our grudges can be settled. You think you can kill me? The Nether God's lips curled into a beautiful smile. It looked disdainful, but it was still very moving. Let alone a mortal like you, even a god would be beneath me in my Nether God palace. If you think saying something like that will make me feel sympathy for you and let you off, you're wrong. You should give up on such thoughts. The Nether God suddenly vanished. A hand silently reached for the back of Long Chen's neck. Without looking back and without hesitation, Long Chen slashed Evil Moon behind him at exactly the same time as the Nether God vanished. Evil Moon swept through the air. After that, a hand appeared where there was originally nothing, and the saber cut through her wrist. A line of blood flowed out of her pale skin. The blood was multicolored and bright. As a result, the palace shook and rumbled. This was the blood of a god. Long Chen had actually injured the Nether God. At this moment, the Nether God looked at her wound with disbelief. Flickering lightning appeared on top of Evil Moon. Now do you believe it? I really do have the ability to kill you. Long Chen suddenly swung his saber again, a pair of lightning wings appearing on his back and a giant lightning blade shooting out of Evil Moon. It was like a lightning war god had appeared in the netherworld. Chapter 22, 81 Karmic Hell Flames. Lightning danced along Evil Moon, crackling with power. The palace quivered from its power. The Nether God's dress was torn, but her wound quickly healed. Following that, her dress also healed. The only thing different was that the Nether God was now deeply shaken. You were able to bring the outside world's thunder force into this place through a Yuan spirit body. The Nether God could not believe this. This place was the Netherworld, the place in charge of reincarnation. To bring the outside world's objects in here was already surprising, but it wasn't unthinkable. Some lifeforms did have powerful Yuan spirits that could merge with divine items. When they were inseparable like that, it was possible to bring those divine items with them here. However, throughout all her time in control of the Netherworld, she had only seen such a thing a few times. However, to bring a whole elemental power from the outside was unimaginable. This didn't just break the laws of the Netherworld, but it also broke the laws of an even higher level. After a brief moment of shock, the Nether God shook her head at Long Chen. You really are surprising. You were able to bring your world's most violent energy here. Even in the 100,000 years I've controlled the Netherworld, this is a first. Fine, I admit your thunder force was shocking. However, even in the best case, it can only give me a heavy injury. To destroy the god of a world with just this is impossible. Long Chen, giving up your remote chance of injuring me makes me feel great pity for you. You will regret your foolishness. Long Chen suddenly laughed. I, Long Chen, have never done something that I regret. A man must be able to accept responsibility. Even if I die to you, I won't regret it. If the Nether God was just a Nether God, then Long Chen wouldn't give up the slightest, most remote chance to kill them. However, this was a person who looked identical to Lang Yuan and whom he had been intimately close to. Although it wasn't a sentimental affair, he wouldn't ever be able to forget what had happened that day. Even if he could comfort himself by saying that it was a result of mistaken identity, he still felt guilt and shame. Facing this Nether God, despite knowing she wanted him dead and that he had no chance of victory, he still gave up his only chance to heavily injure her. That was essentially giving up his chance to survive, but he didn't regret it. Instead, he felt even more at peace. At the very least, he could die with a clear heart, and now he could fight without that shame weighing down on him. His fear of the Nether God also began to fade, and his confidence rose. That's fine. Due to this, I won't cast you into purgatory for an eternity. I'll give you a quick death. The Nether God nodded slightly. Raising a hand, divine might crashed down. Long Chen's black robes billowed in an invisible wind. Black serpents shot out like sharp swords, containing within them endless death energy. Lei Long burst into existence, roaring. It unleashed its full power, transforming into lightning runes that merged into the lightning wings on Long Chen's back. Sundering lightning heavenly wings, the two wings slashed down like blades. Boom! The black serpents exploded. Long Chen was no longer holding back. Lei Long had essentially given over all its power, merging with Long Chen. If Long Chen died, it would die as well. In the Netherworld, Long Chen couldn't activate the full power of the Paragon art. He couldn't connect to the lightning field's energy. All he could do was use Lei Long's power. Once all its power was used up, Lei Long would vanish from this world. What Long Chen was using was Lei Long's life. The Nether God was once more startled. This lightning was even stronger than she had expected. As the ruler of the Netherworld, nothing that took place here could escape her. But before this, she hadn't sensed this immense power of Long Chen's. At the same time, she had to admit that if Long Chen had suddenly unleashed this power at the start, perhaps he would have had the slightest chance of killing her. When she thought of that, a ripple finally appeared in her eyes. However, she didn't overthink it. Evil Moon was rumbling toward her with berserk lightning. God power Nether slash. The Nether God snorted and waved a hand. A black mark appeared in her palm. The palace rumbled as all the Netherworld's power converged on her palm. Boom! Lightning exploded. The thunder force Long Chen had condensed on top of Evil Moon was shattered. Long Chen felt an irresistible power send him flying. He was shocked to find that this one attack had used up half of Lei Long's life. One more and it would be destroyed. The power of a god was truly terrifying. As he flew back, Long Chen raised a hand. A flame lotus appeared and chanting filled the palace. The palace shuddered wildly, as if power was trying to pour into it from every direction. The nether god's expression changed. This world extermination flame lotus was condensed by Xuanhuan's core energy. The nirvana scripture activated almost instinctively. When he began chanting, he noticed that there was no effect in the netherworld, but that didn't make him stop. The chanting grew more and more sonorous within the palace, and Long Chen could clearly sense some kind of energy pouring over. However, the nether god palace blocked that energy from reaching him. The energy crashed against the palace walls, trying to break in. The palace continued to rumble. It was like a volcano was trying to explode into the palace. Even Long Chen was startled by this. He didn't know what was going on. The flame lotus remained the same size as it was not supported by the rest of the world's energy. Boom, it felt like something had exploded outside the palace. The light of endless flames could be seen. From a window, Long Chen managed to see a sea of flames outside the palace. The flames were red, but not an ordinary red. It was the red of blood. Even their form seemed similar to blood. For some reason, Long Chen felt a chill upon seeing those flames. He didn't know what those flames were, but he knew that if he was touched by one dot of it, he would be instantly incinerated. As for the nether god, she was horrified. Ignoring Long Chen, she rushed over to her throne. However, just as she approached her throne, an identical figure appeared, pointing a white bone sword at her. There was a bewitching smile on her beautiful face. Did you end up miscalculating? Lang Yuhin, Long Chen was delighted to see her. Lang Yuhin winked at Long Chen. You're worthy of being my man. When we get back, I'll reward you. The nether god's expression sank. Killing intent raged in her eyes. You're angry? Haha, it seems that this is a first since you were defiled by my man. What are you getting angry at yourself? At your miscalculation. You wanted to use my man's death to threaten me and force me to appear. Now that I'm here, aren't you happy? Laughed Lang Yuhin. Long Chen, I didn't expect you to be able to draw over the netherworld's karmic hell flames. It looks like more and more of them are gathering. When the entire netherworld's karmic flames gather here, even the nether god palace will be incinerated. Once this throne is destroyed, she will lose her power as nether god and be killed. Activate the throne. If I die, you'll die too, shouted the nether god. Who cares? I've always been fighting for the initiative, but in the end, I'm just a clone. Even after merging with more of your clones, you remain the true body. No matter how strong I become, I will always be suppressed by you. To tell the truth, I'm pretty tired of it all. We can just die together, said Lang Yuhin nonchalantly. The nether god furiously took out another bone blade, slashing it at Lang Yuhin. Their bone blades clashed. Long Chen felt a burst of power send him flying. Long Chen hacked up blood. As for the world extermination flame lotus, he didn't even have a chance to unleash it. It dissipated, and he smashed into the holders of evil. Long Chen was pressed flat against the gates. Smiling as she blocked the nether god's sword, Lang Yuhin said, Although I'm not a match for you, I can stall you for an incense stick's worth of time. By the end of that, you will be dead. Long Chen quickly extinguished the flames. The nether god's expressions went through several transformations before she shouted at Long Chen. Chapter 22, 82 Nether God Order. The great nether god, ruler of the netherworld, a supreme existence, is actually begging for help from a mortal. Ha ha ha, it really is delightful to think about. Lang Yuhin laughed as her sword danced, blocking the nether god's attacks. Their two bone swords danced through the air, unleashing waves of power that tore through the void. Long Chen was pressed flat against the holders of evil by the bursts of power coming from them. Whistling sword chi slashed through his body. He felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Lang Yuhin, you and I are one person. If I die, you'll definitely die. Condensing a new divine core will require going through reincarnation and starting over. Are you really willing to destroy 100,000 years of cultivation? Shouted the nether god. Lang Yuhin smiled. I'm fine with it. You separated me from you so you could kill me. Don't act like we're one. You are you and I am me. I have always been viewed by you as a weakness to be wiped out. Now we can all die together and go through reincarnation. Isn't that great? We don't need to keep fighting for our lives. Lang Yuhin seemed completely indifferent, but this shocked Long Chen. It seemed that the nirvana scripture had brought over something amazing that could destroy even the nether god. Long Chen wanted to try mediating things, but their immense power was crushing him. He had to do his best just to not die. Long Chen, are you willing to watch her die in front of you? Shouted the nether god. Ming Kangyu, I didn't expect you to have fallen to such a level. You are using me to threaten a mortal. You really are a disgrace of the world of nether gods, mocked Lang Yuhin. The Nether God ignored Lang Yuan. If the Nether God Palace is destroyed, the Netherworld will be thrown into chaos. The people that you brought with you will be destroyed. Long Chen was startled, but then he heard Lang Yuan sneered. What nonsense! You are merely the one in control of the Nether God's laws, not the creator. If you die, the Netherworld will continue acting according to its laws. Ming Kangyu, I'm looking down on you more and more. I'm telling you the truth. If the throne is destroyed, the laws here will be temporarily thrown into chaos. There will definitely be a change in the laws. Your Dragon Blood Legion will be lucky if even a third of them can leave alive. But if the Netherworld does not get thrown into such chaos, up to half of the Dragon Blood Legion can pass according to the laws, declared Ming Kangyu. Long Chen, don't you want to say something? How can I fucking speak? Long Chen concentrated all his power just to curse. As a result, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He felt the power of his Yuan spirit flying away, with death approaching. He immediately shut his mouth. However, this also resulted in Ming Kangyu reacting. Long Chen was just a mortal, and this fight between gods was unbearable for him. Seeing his state, she was startled. She was no longer able to view him as an ordinary mortal, but seeing him plastered to the gates due to the shockwaves from their power made her realize the difference. Ming Kangyu retreated, no longer fighting with Lang Yuan. Long Chen finally slid down the gates, feeling like his skeleton had been crushed into paste. This body was made of only his Yuan spirit and was not a physical body. But the Netherworld's laws were mysterious, and everything that passed here felt the same as on the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen endured the pain. He tried to speak, but suddenly the palace swayed. Ming Kangyu's expression changed. The protective light of the Nether God Palace has been incinerated by the karmic hell flames. If you don't dispel them, the palace will also be quickly destroyed. Ming Kangyu's tone was flat, but there was some panic in her eyes. All her hopes were on Long Chen now. If he was willing to die along with her, then this place would be turned to ash. The palace's temperature suddenly began to rise. The gates, the walls, the ground, the pillars, they began to glow red. Long Chen felt the heat coming from outside, incinerating some kind of law inside the palace. Perhaps when that law was gone, the palace would also be gone. Promise me that the people I brought can all leave alive, and I'll immediately think of a way to extinguish the flames, said Long Chen. Impossible, said Lang Yuan. She is the executioner of the rules, not the one who made them. She does not have that ability. Lang Yuan's expression was calm. She didn't seem to fear death. She walked over to Long Chen and smiled. Don't be afraid. When she dies, your Yuan spirit will follow the laws of the Netherworld and continue onward. You will still be able to complete your breakthrough. What about you? Asked Long Chen. He didn't feel any ease from Lang Yuan's words. Instead, he only grew more worried. It sounded like she was saying goodbye. Lang Yuan gently caressed Long Chen's cheek. Looking into his eyes, there was sadness in her ocean blue eyes. My foolish man, you have so many women beside you. Are you going to be hung up on me? I've always been hung up on you. I can't forget you, even in my dreams, said Long Chen. It was the truth. He had been constantly worried about her since the last time, worried about her being consumed by the Nether God. He saw his own emotions being reflected within Lang Yuan's eyes. Her normally icy expression wavered, her eyes reddening. In the eyes of the outside world, he was an iron man, but even a hero couldn't endure that pain. You really are a bastard. If you act like this, we'll have lost completely. Lang Yuan suddenly held Long Chen tightly and cried. Lang Yuan was gratified to be cared about this much. But at the same time, if Long Chen was unwilling to let her die, the Nether God would have an advantage over them. Long Chen would definitely expel the flames so that she wouldn't die. If that happened, her fate would be to be consumed by the Nether God. Her memories would be erased. If that was the only option, then she would rather die. Long Chen, if you wait any longer, we'll all die. Seeing Long Chen and Lang Yuan hugging, the Nether God felt a strange emotion. The inside of the Nether God Palace was ablaze. It was starting to show signs of melting. Fine, I'll think of a way. Long Chen formed hand seals, preparing to use the Nirvana scripture. Hold it. Lang Yuan suddenly stopped him. Ming Kangyu, for our own safety, hand over the Nether God order to us temporarily. Otherwise, who knows if you'll kill us as soon as the flames retreat. The Nether God's expression changed. Absolutely not. The Nether God order is the key that controls the entire Netherworld. Giving it to you would be entrusting my life to you. And Yuan smiled coldly. You and I are one, wasn't that what you said to Long Chen? If you want to con me, don't you think you're insulting your own intelligence? Even if I had the Nether God order, so what? You are the true body, you have absolute authority. Can I defeat you? You'll still have the Nether God's throne. That's where all the laws and energy of the Netherworld converge. Even if I have the Nether God order, I can't threaten you. It's just a guarantee for us. If you don't like it, then fine. Long Chen, don't waste your energy. Once you force back the flames, she'll instantly kill us. It'd be better for us to all die together. Long Chen had no way of forming seals with Leng Yuan holding his hands. He knew she was fighting for more cards to use against the Nether God. He could only stare at the Nether God. The Nether God's expression changed several times, but the rumbling and deforming of the palace made her throw out a black tile. It looked very ordinary. On its black background were 9 differently colored diagrams. Long Chen's heart shook. Those diagrams were an image of the 9 springs. At the core was the waterfall, and within the waterfall was a set of gates. Before he could get a closer look, Leng Yuan took it. With the Nether God order in her hand, she smiled. That smile made the Nether God feel like she had been tricked. Let's go. Leng Yuan's figure swayed. The 3 of them vanished from within the palace, appearing on top of a giant bone tower. From the giant tower, Long Chen was stunned by what he saw. Everything in the surroundings was enveloped in flames. There were countless crazy and anguished figures within the flames that were attacking the bone tower. The outside of the bone tower had a layer of black chi protecting it, but as those figures crazily attacked, the black chi grew sparser. Long Chen formed hand seals, and chanting filled the air. Long Chen activated the Nirvana scripture with all his power. The surging flames and bestial roars coming from the flames calmed down. The Nether God sighed in relief. However, that moment of calm lasted for just a few seconds before they became violent again. The flames erupted with even greater intensity. The Nirvana scripture had failed. It didn't matter how long Chen tried, he was unable to stop the flames. Seeing the black chi be almost burned away, he let out an unwilling roar. How can this be happening? Chapter 22, 83 Powerless. Long Chen was shocked, angered, and panicked. The Nirvana scripture was able to control flames. Just now, the karmic hell flames had clearly started weakening, but he was unable to suppress them. The Nirvana scripture was not the problem. It was that he himself was too weak. These endless flames were on a completely different level from him. Long Chen, I was the one who brought the karmic hell flames here. I used you. Leng Yuan stood beside him, guilty. The Nether God's expression changed, and her bone sword whipped down. However, Leng Yuan seemed to have expected it and pulled Long Chen away. The Nether God raged. Leng Yuan, why would you do this? How does this benefit you in the slightest? Now she realized that this was the result that Leng Yuan had always wanted. Even Long Chen had been used. The Nether God had now been pushed into desperate straits with no way to reverse things. Long Chen was staring at Leng Yuan with shock. However, he didn't feel anger toward her. He was merely befuddled. I'm sorry, Long Chen. I'll explain. Leng Yuan turned to the Nether God, raising her bone sword against her. I've been fighting you for a long time now. I've already gathered the energy of all your clones. However, clones remain clones, and we only occupy 40% of your divine energy. As the true body, you have absolute dominion over the remaining 60%. Perhaps you anticipated such a thing when you created your clones, so you kept the main power to yourself. As a result, I can never defeat you. I thought of 1,000 ways to fight, but not one was able to beat you and take control. I've had enough of those days. When you stopped hunting me down, I knew that your attention had turned to Long Chen. When Long Chen subdued you on the Martial Heaven continent, you came to learn many things about him. You also knew when he would be coming here. You stood guard here, waiting to use him to force me out. You set up the inverted cosmos barrier so that once I came, I couldn't leave. To tell the truth, I'd say that your intelligence must have reverted to the level of a child after you cut me off. Have you forgotten that the inverted cosmos barrier also cuts off your senses toward the outside world? You're the one who trapped yourself. I opened the hell flame purgatory of the 18 levels of purgatory. I didn't have the power to draw them here, but I could construct a spatial portal that allowed them to come here. You thought you understood everything about Long Chen, but you didn't know that Long Chen possesses his own special world within his body. His thunder force and flame energy are both stored there. Furthermore, you could not know that the Nirvana scripture that he controls is an extremely ancient secret art capable of calling the power of all flames. So when you had him cornered to draw me out, you didn't realize you also cornered yourself. At least 1/10 of the karmic hell flames from the hell flame purgatory have been drawn here. You should know for how many millions of years the hell flame purgatory have existed. The flames contain the power of karma, the karma of countless life forms that died. Long Chen can control the flames, but he can't control the karma within. As for you, you actually didn't think of that. You thought that Long Chen was able to draw the karmic hell flames here, so he should be able to send them away. Ming Kangyu, you're really too naive. When the Nether God heard all this, the fury in her eyes faded away. The flames continued to get closer. They were about to envelop the entire tower, but a faint smile appeared on her face. Karmic flames, the flames of karma. The cycle of karma purifies all things. Even after so many years of overseeing the netherworld, I still didn't understand the true essence of the karmic hell flames. The karma that I set into motion back then is the karma I am reaping now. The faint smile on the nether god's face gave Long Chen the same feeling as Leng Yuyan. She was no longer an arrogant god, no longer cold and emotionless. She now seemed free. The nether god smiled at Leng Yuyan. Back then, I was single-mindedly focused on perfection. I kept feeling like I had a hint of goodness wrecking my thoughts, creating contradictions within me. I sent you to a different world so that your experiences could erase that trace of goodness. That way, I could reach a perfect state of heart and break through my current shackles to higher realms. I didn't expect to meet my retribution in the end. All this karma was created by me and must be accepted by me. Leng Yuyan looked at her with a complicated expression. It truly must be accepted by you. You cannot blame anyone else. I don't resent you for it though. You are me and I am you. The Nether God looked at the Nether God order in Leng Yuyan's hand. She shook her head. I find it hard to believe that my clone would love someone, and immortal at that. Leng Yuyan smiled. She looked at Long Chen anxiously, then turned back to the Nether God. You're once more starting a contradiction. If I didn't love him, how could you use him to draw me out? Ever since you separated me from your soul, your intelligence has been dropping. You were unable to sense it since you are the ruler of this world. But if you had met a real opponent, you would have been killed. I tricked the Nether God Order out of you to help Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion pass this tribulation. That way, even if I die, I will have repaid the debt I owe him. Leng Yuyan turned to Long Chen emotionally. However, she was surprised to see him staring at the sea of flames furiously. There were veins popping on his forehead. She didn't know what he was thinking. Long Chen, don't be afraid. You and your lovers will be fine. You'll be able to pass safely and live good lives in the other world. Leng Yuyan thought that Long Chen was still trying to resolve their current crisis. He was unaware that even the god of the netherworld had already accepted her fate. No, you can't die, neither of you. There must be a way. Ideas popped into Long Chen's eyes and deflated just as quickly. His intuition was telling him that he could resolve this predicament, but he was unable to figure out how. The sea of flames was about to overwhelm them in a few more seconds. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu would both die then. He was unable to accept such a result. However, at this critical moment, his head had stopped working. He was unable to think through the problem clearly, making him feel like tearing open his head. Leng Yuyan knew that Long Chen wasn't so panicked because of his own life, but because of them making her even more emotional. Long Chen, thank you. Although my life was short, having met you during this short time made it worth it. Take care. Leng Yuyan raised her hand. The Nether God Order shone, enveloping Long Chen in light. The Nether God Order was the only thing capable of influencing the laws of the Netherworld. Using it, Ming Kangyu had brought Long Chen to the Nether God Palace instead of where he should have gone for his breakthrough. Now, Leng Yuyan was able to send Long Chen through to where he should be. Furthermore, Leng Yuyan was planning on fulfilling Long Chen's wish and allowing all the Dragonblood warriors to pass smoothly. By drawing Long Chen here, the Nether God would have to face a curse from the Netherworld for interfering with its laws. However, that level of curse was within the acceptable range. However, to use it to allow over 10,000 people to cheat their way through this tribulation would result in a terrifying curse. That curse was something not even a Nether God could endure. Since they were about to die, she didn't care about this curse. Emotions flowed within Leng Yuyan's eyes. Long Chen, goodbye forever. In her final moments, Leng Yuyan made her choice. The Nether God Order shook. The nine-colored whirlpool flowed, sending Long Chen away. Suddenly, Long Chen jumped out of the light, diving into the sea of karmic hell flames. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu both shouted at the same time. Even the Nether God was stunned, not knowing what Long Chen was doing. This was clearly suicide. Leng Yuyan had opened a path for him to leave, even letting the Dragonblood Legion pass through the Netherworld. The Nether God could have stopped her, but she had given up. Perhaps while facing death, she had finally broken the knot in her heart. No longer hating, she chose to accept reality. Although she didn't feel much toward Long Chen, she was affected by Lang Yuan's emotions. Inside, she hoped for Long Chen to survive, so she hadn't interfered with Lang Yuan's actions. However, for Long Chen to jump into the karmic hell flames, even she was unable to react. The Nether God Order could control everything within the Netherworld, but not the 18 levels of purgatory. The laws there were not under her control. That was precisely why Lang Yuan had drawn the karmic hell flames here to face her end together with Ming Kangyu. Long Chen, Lang Yuan let out a mournful cry. She was ready to face death, but she didn't want to see Long Chen die. It was too late, though. Long Chen had been devoured by the karmic hell flames. Let alone a mortal, even a god wouldn't be able to last long. Lang Yuan wiped away her tears. A warm smile appeared on her face. Long Chen, you want to accompany me in death? Then I'll accompany you. She prepared to jump in as well. Just at this moment, a heaven-shaking will erupted from within the sea of flames. Chapter 22, 84 Mystery of the Pill Sovereign. Long Chen was doing his best to think of something, but no matter how he tried, he was unable to think of anything to save Lang Yuan. In his fury, his head was buzzing. He had jumped directly into the sea of karmic flames. Since you've chosen me, you won't let me die. I can't rouse you, but I refuse to believe you'll just watch me die. Long Chen roared inside his heart. He could vaguely feel that the Pill Sovereign's will was his only hope, but he was unable to consciously evoke the Pill Sovereign's will. When he fell into the sea of karmic hell flames, he fell unconscious. In that instant, a terrifying power erupted from within his soul. A will that looked down on the rest of the world appeared. When that will appeared, the surging flames seemed to become terrified. They calmed down, like a wild wolf becoming a puppy wagging its tail pitifully. The sea of flames burst away. A pair of invisible hands gently held onto Long Chen. As the flames retreated, flame runes trembled, prostrating themselves to Long Chen, or more accurately, toward the hands holding Long Chen. The two hands vanished in but a moment, causing Long Chen to begin falling once more. A different pair of hands took their place, holding Long Chen. It was Lang Yuan. In the distance, the karmic hell flames retreated back toward purgatory. Who is he? The Nether God looked at Long Chen with absolute shock. I don't know either, but the first time I saw him, I had a feeling that he would grow to a terrifying level. He is the only one I can rely on. With him, I can handle you. That's why I pursued him, to make him grow up faster, said Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan maintained a safe distance from the Nether God. Who knew if the Nether God would suddenly attack now that the danger had passed? Seeing her vigilance, the Nether God shook her head. You don't need to be on guard. I chose the wrong path. I was the one who gambled and lost. This netherworld is yours to oversee. Perhaps this world doesn't need me. The Nether God faded into the void, shocking Lang Yuan. She felt the Netherworld's laws converging toward her, submitting. The Nether God had bestowed her own power to her. However, in her fading image, she seemed desolate. Long Chen's soul fell into endless darkness. Everything was deathly silent. Am I dead? Long Chen looked around at the darkness, feeling sorrowful. He had failed in the end. He hadn't managed to save Lang Yuan or the Nether God. He had died himself, and the Dragonblood Legion would definitely be cut to half its number at least. He hadn't managed to resolve the mystery of his origins. He hadn't found his father and mother. He was forever gone from his brothers and sisters. Do you feel unresigned? Just at that moment, a woman appeared within the darkness. She was so beautiful that Long Chen forgot to breathe. However, her figure was clearly illusory. Long Chen was startled. He had seen this woman twice before. The first time was in the Heaven Dragon Flame region, when he had just earned the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. She had appeared and said some curious words. The second time was in the Brahma Divine Palace. She had been talking to herself again, but at that time, Long Chen had felt great pain, as if the sight of her had triggered some memories buried deep within him. This time he found that, although she was illusory, there was no longer the feeling of being isolated by endless space and time. It felt like she was actually present. For some reason, Long Chen felt great pain upon seeing her. He couldn't hold back his emotions. Trying to remain as detached as possible, he asked, "Can I ask who you are?" The woman smiled. That smile made Long Chen feel like spring had returned, like flowers were blooming. All his anger, sadness, resentment at dying, they all faded. I am the master of those memories deep in your soul. You are the Pill Sovereign. Long Chen was shocked. The Pill Sovereign was actually a woman. The Pill Sovereign, I suppose. My soul is incomplete and shattered. It could only merge with you in a very limited manner, so you only have the very first initial memories of when I embarked on my Tao. When I reached sovereignty of the pill Tao, I was 37. At that time, he was still 1 year younger than me. The woman was looking at Long Chen but was talking to herself, as if lost in her memories. Eventually, she sighed sadly and focused on Long Chen once more. I have two pieces of news for you, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first? Long Chen was surprised that the great pill sovereign would play a little game with him. Up to you. In any case, I will forever be hearing more bad news than good news. No, actually, I have two bits of good news for you this time. The first is that you haven't died. The woman smiled at him. I'm not dead, great, I knew that you wouldn't let me die. Long Chen jumped up excitedly. If he wasn't dead, that meant that there was still hope. You're smart to use this method to arouse my discarnate will. Having done so, the second bit of good news is that you now have a chance to obtain the third volume of Nirvana Scripture's Flame Control Arts and Immortal Divine Pill Refining Arts. The Flame Control Arts and Immortal Divine Pill Refining Arts of the third volume of the Nirvana Scripture. Would a pill refined from such things be enough to allow someone to directly ascend into a god or immortal? Long Chen was filled with joy at this, but the woman continued. However, having used this extreme method to arouse my discarnate soul results in bad news as well. My discarnate soul is fading away. I no longer have the power to transmit those to you. You're going to disappear. Long Chen reached out to grab her, but his hands passed right through her. She was just an image, not a solid body. Seeing that Long Chen's first thought wasn't what he had just lost, but her smile vanished, replaced with a warm expression. You are him, but you aren't him. Perhaps he is you, but you aren't him. Long Chen, if you learn one day that you were used, will you hate me? The woman reached out and held Long Chen's face. Long Chen could only feel a cold feeling, but not her actual flesh. However, deep in his soul, he could feel her tender emotions. Long Chen shook his head. I won't hate you. I will never hate you. I like acting according to intuition. I don't need any further reason than that. The woman's smile returned. You're really the same as him when he was young. He didn't care about the consequences of his actions either. It was foolish enough to make someone hate him, but it made me love him unswervingly. The woman's figure began to fade away. She sighed sadly. Time is up. In this world, time is the strongest weapon. No one can stop it. As she vanished, she pressed a hand against Long Chen's forehead. A rune appeared on his forehead and merged into his soul. Chanting filled his head. However, this time, the chanting was a woman's voice. The soft but perfect chanting contained a certain emotion, one of sorrow at the world. Long Chen felt all the tension in his body be released. Flames runes whirled within his body. He felt like he was a ball of fire. Many aspects about controlling flames that he hadn't understood before were now perfectly clear to him. However, the chanting grew quieter until it stopped. It started again, only to fade away quickly. The darkness suddenly vanished. Long Chen found himself awake in a bed. Leng Yuan was sitting beside him. Seeing him awake, she smiled. Were you dreaming? Why are you crying? Only then did Long Chen realize that tears filled his eyes. That illusory woman had made him feel forlorn when she had left. He hadn't thought that he would cry in his dreams. A bit embarrassed, he said, It's nothing. I thought that I was dead, so I cried. It's a good thing I wasn't so scared that I pissed myself instead. Long Chen. Leng Yuan suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him. Within her embrace, Long Chen's hands naturally wrapped around her slender waist. Leng Yuan suddenly laughed, blushing. There was a strange emotion in her voice. It's no longer your first time. Why are you acting like you have no experience? Long Chen was provoked and reached out to tear off her clothes. Leng Yuan's palm slammed into Long Chen's chest, blasting apart his black robes. Have you forgotten what I said? You Long Chen are fated to be subdued by me. Leng Yuan's hair flipped back. Her black dress transformed into black runes that slowly dissipated. Chapter 22, 85 Subdue Her. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen felt his body was about to collapse. Leng Yuan was like a wild leopardess. Long Chen didn't know how many times he had been tormented before being utterly spent and falling asleep. However, this time was better than last time. He finally experienced what it was supposed to feel like. But that feeling had lasted too long and for too many times. Even though Long Chen considered himself to have a strong body, he was almost exhausted to death. Long Chen had tried to free himself several times, but had been suppressed by Leng Yuan. She had even summoned runic chains to bind his hands and feet. No matter how he struggled, He was unable to break those chains. He had tried to press Leng Yuan beneath him but had never succeeded. More exhausted than if he had fought an immense battle, Long Chen finally slept. After an unknown amount of time, Long Chen slowly woke. Leng Yuan was sleeping on his chest like a gentle cat, a sweet smile on her face. It was like a flower that had received the nourishment of rain and grew, even more resplendent. As the beauty slept, for the first time, Long Chen stared peacefully at Leng Yuan from a close distance. At this time, Leng Yuan wasn't the slightest bit wild. She lay there warmly. Long Chen did a careful count of her eyelashes and eyebrows. They were identical in number and position. Her face was perfectly symmetrical. Although most people's faces look symmetrical, they weren't perfectly so. If you looked closely, there would be many differences between the halves of their faces. Long Chen moved down from Leng Yuan's face. He saw her curves and silky skin. Some changes occurred with Long Chen's body without him noticing. Leng Yuan's eyes fluttered open. Long Chen hastily shut his eyes and feigned sleep. Suddenly, her giggling rang out in his ear. "Your body has sold you out." Long Chen blushed. He suddenly grabbed Leng Yuan's waist and pressed her down onto the bed. However, Leng Yuan laughed and slipped away. Standing in front of the bed, she stretched and yawned, fully revealing her body to Long Chen, making him feel like he was on fire. His blood flow quickened. "Hee, you want it, beg me." Leng Yuan laughed as if she could read Long Chen's thoughts. Long Chen looked at Leng Yuan. She was normally icy, arrogant, an existence too high to blaspheme. But at this time she was incredibly seductive. Long Chen felt like he was about to start burning. "Beg me? Go ahead." Leng Yuan leaned closer, her long hair framing her perfect face. She was even more charming now, making even Long Chen feel like his will was about to crumble. However, he clenched his teeth and refused to speak. Seeing him bitterly enduring, Leng Yuan laughed delightedly. Stiffly, Long Chen turned away, no longer looking at her. "Hee, as expected of my man, you're smart. Even if you begged, I wouldn't have given it to you." Leng Yuan giggled and snapped her finger. Black runes condensed around her from the feet up, transforming into her dress. Once her dress was on, her giggling stopped. Her smile slowly faded, and she once more became an icy and arrogant goddess. "Is it interesting for you to act like this?" Long Chen sat cross-legged on the bed without the slightest thread on his body. He hadn't begged because he understood Leng Yuan far too well. He could never get anything from her by begging. Instead, he would just be taunted. Leng Yuan said, "What's not interesting about it? It's true that I like you, but it's not like I would marry you like some normal mortal, nor did I say that you would be the only one. You are the first man that I, Leng Yuan, have subdued." "What's that supposed to mean? You're going to look for more men?" Long Chen's expression turned cold. "Oh, is my man jealous? What a good feeling. But don't you feel that if you're able to get multiple women, I should be able to do the same?" Leng Yuan looked at Long Chen. "Of course not. You are my woman. In this life you can only be my woman," declared Long Chen decisively. Leng Yuan smiled faintly. "If you want to be my only man, it's not out of the question. It'll just be up to your own abilities." "What does that mean?" demanded Long Chen. "You know that Ming Kangyu and I are the gods of this netherworld. We are one. She has given me her god energy, but she is still the true body. Our power is forever balanced. As a result, our hearts were connected at that moment for eternity. She can feel everything I do, and I can feel everything she does. Perhaps I can consider having you be my only man, but what about her? If she finds her own man, I'd feel it when they're intimate. That feeling." "It's very lifelike," said Leng Yuan deliberately. Long Chen turned green. If Ming Kangyu found her own man, it would pull Leng Yuan as well. That was unacceptable. "That's why, if you want to keep me forever, you better think of a way to subdue her." Leng Yuan leaned down and whispered into his ear. She kissed him on the cheek. "Didn't I already do it?" Long Chen felt a chill. "Last time doesn't count because she wasn't willing. Furthermore, she was in a different world, separated from her divinity. However, if you could be together here, you would have fully subdued her. She would definitely be loyal to you. Then you wouldn't need to worry about anyone else," said Leng Yuan solemnly. Wasn't this crazy? To subdue an icy god was as difficult as defying the heavens. However, it didn't matter how difficult it was. Long Chen had to do it. He wouldn't allow another man to touch his woman, or even if it was just half of her. Long Chen stood and walked off the bed. Curiously, his clothes automatically appeared on his body. That was good. If he had to go talk to the nether god naked, perhaps she would kill him instantly. "I want to know about her past," said Long Chen. "That should make it easier." Her past was sealed by her. Even I don't know it, said Ling Yuan. Then what am I supposed to do? Demanded Long Chen hotly. I trust that you'll think of something. Ling Yuan nodded at him, giving him her optimistic support. As for Long Chen, he raged inside, but in any case he had to try. He learned that Ming Kangyu was currently at the highest point of the Nethergod Palace, the Divine Wind Eye. Long Chen walked over. The Divine Wind Eye was a giant observation platform. From there, it was possible to see far into the distance. Long Chen had only just climbed up when he felt some kind of energy support his own vision, allowing him to see further. Long Chen saw a world he had never seen before. It was very similar to the Martial Heaven continent. There were cities bustling with busy people. Long Chen had come to see Ming Kangyu, but he was drawn in by this sight. He watched the people of that world go about their business. Why have you come here? Just at this moment, Ming Kangyu's voice rang out behind him. Only then did he realize that she was standing beside him, looking in the direction that he was looking. I came to talk. Long Chen's mouth almost slipped. He almost said that he had come to seduce her. The reason he had an automatic urge to tell the truth was because she was a genuine god. Long Chen could clearly feel that she was different from Ling Yuan. She controlled a different kind of energy. Facing her was a very difficult thing. Ming Kangyu didn't seem to sense anything. What is there to talk about? The victor is king while the loser is cast away. If you gamble, you must be willing to lose. I planted this karma, so I reaped it. She won, I lost. I've already given her this world. She deserves it. You're wrong. How am I wrong? Ming Kangyu turned to look at him. Long Chen looked into her eyes. Neither of you lost, both of you won. I don't understand. Ming Kangyu frowned slightly. Long Chen didn't directly reply. He instead asked, do you drink wine? Seemingly surprised by Long Chen's sudden change in topic, she answered, occasionally. What does this have to do with drinking wine? Good, I also drink. Let's drink together. I'll tell you how you both won. Long Chen looked around and didn't see a place to sit. Ming Kangyu waved her hand. Runes condensed into 2 chairs and a table. She sat, her gaze on Long Chen, seeming to be waiting for his answer. It seemed that there really was an opening. It was time to show off his skills. Long Chen was encouraged by her expectant gaze. Chapter 22, 86 Divine Boasting. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen took out some wine bowls. Hesitating, he asked, do you have any good wine that I can try? The Nether God looked at Long Chen. Upon extending her hand, a delicate fist-sized jug appeared. However, she didn't pour it into Long Chen's bowl. Instead, she took out 2 small jade cups. They were so small that Long Chen felt that they could only contain the tiniest amount of wine. The Nether God passed a cup to Long Chen, but before she could say anything, Long Chen had tossed the wine into his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, he spat it out and started coughing. The wine went flying toward Ming Kangyu, but it parted around her. Long Chen violently coughed, like he was coughing out his tongue. He wanted to speak but was unable to say anything. Ming Kangyu slowly smiled at Long Chen's wretched state. Long Chen only managed one word before succumbing to the violent coughs. Even tears squeezed out of his eyes. This wine was excruciatingly spicy. It was like lava exploding in his mouth, and the strangest thing about it was that it even invaded his soul. Long Chen had drunk spicy wines before. Tu Qiansheng's wine in particular was strong in that aspect. However, even his wine was not like this. This didn't even feel like wine. It seemed more like poison. You drank it too fast. You can't blame me. Ming Kangyu shook her head at Long Chen's furious gaze. This was definitely intentional. Long Chen was sure of it. She had had more than enough time to explain it while pouring the wine but hadn't, only acting like she wanted to say something when he was already swallowing it. Find this wine. Long Chen suddenly found that his voice had changed. It was rougher like an old bull. Ming Kangyu laughed. Feeling like she was lacking in propriety, she turned away. What is going on? Raged Long Chen. This voice was not his. It was incredibly ugly like an old cow farting. Even he couldn't bear it. Just as Ming Kangyu managed to suppress her laughter and look back, Long Chen's furious gaze made her laugh once more. Finally, Ming Kangyu pointed a finger at Long Chen's throat. A cool and refreshing feeling blew away the burning feeling. Seeing that he was still angry, she said, it truly is wine, and a high-grade wine of the divine level at that. I'm normally only willing to drink a bit of it occasionally, but because you are a mortal, you cannot come into contact with that kind of energy, so it naturally burns your throat. Are you sure you're not scamming me? Demanded Long Chen. He realized that his voice had returned to normal. I'm sure, Ming Kangyu nodded. All right, goodbye. Long Chen nodded and rose. Didn't you want to talk? You're leaving like this. Are you angry? Ming Kangyu was slightly curious. If you're really angry and don't even have this little bit of endurance, how will you accomplish anything big? Who said that I ever wanted to achieve something big? I wish I could be an old farmer with a group of wives to keep my bed warm. Hesitating, Long Chen sat back down. He hadn't accomplished his mission yet. Let's keep talking. You can put away your cat piss wine. I'll give you some of my fine wine. Long Chen took out jugs of wines from his primal chaos space. Ming Kangyu shook her head. One mouthful of this divine wine is equivalent to decades of cultivation, but you aren't blessed enough to enjoy it. Wine is wine, while medicine is medicine. The former has its own realm to enjoy, while the latter must be taken for a goal. One is passive, one is active. Although this wine I've gathered is from the mortal world, it has manifested its own grand Tao. Even as a god in control of a whole world, some things can't be changed. For example, the heart can drag down mortals and gods with no distinction. All living things must traverse the sea of bitterness. All living things must traverse the sea of bitterness. Ming Kangyu seemed to be affected by Long Chen's final sentence. Here, first try this bowl of wine. If you are willing, you can dispel your god energy first and enjoy it with the attitude of a mortal. That will give you greater comprehension. Long Chen handed the wine bowl to her. Ming Kangyu hesitated ever so slightly before a rune lit up on her forehead and then vanished. Long Chen clearly felt her aura change. She was no longer a supreme god but more like a true woman. Long Chen was startled inside. Ming Kangyu had truly dispelled her god energy. That was a kind of trust in him. If he had been colluding with Leng Yuan and attacked her together at this moment, she wouldn't be able to resist. Without realizing it, a new tender feeling appeared in his heart. Trust was something extremely hard to obtain. Although she was a god, due to the 9-star Hegemon body art, he was still able to sense the change in her emotions. Even he didn't understand this. When you drink it, let the wine pass through the two sides of your tongue and converge in your throat. Don't look at me like that. I'm not scamming you. Long Chen hastily raised his hands in innocence upon seeing Ming Kangyu look at him warily. Ming Kangyu was naturally wary after how angry he had been when she had offered him wine. Was this payback? But then thinking about it, she found it laughable. How could something from the mortal world harm her? She allowed the wine to enter her mouth according to Long Chen's method. Curiously, the wine was like clear water when it touched the tip of her tongue. Then when passing by the two sides of her tongue, it gradually unleashed its flavor before finally converging at her throat. She was surprised to find that when the two streams converged, a new flavor appeared. Although the flavor of the wine wasn't very strong, she reflected upon it for a long time. She had never drunk such a wine. Good wine, praised Ming Kangyu. This wine is called Rouge Red. It's a very, very ordinary 100-flower wine. When it enters the mouth, the wine energy is slowly released. The left side gives birth to sweetness, while the right side gives birth to bitterness. They advance together and then merge, reflecting the union of yin and yang. That is the essence of this wine, explained Long Chen. Ming Kangyu drank another mouthful after hearing this. She experienced those sensations that she hadn't noticed the first time. It was true, the left side was sweet and the right side was bitter. When they merged, a new flavor was born. The divine world's fine wines weren't really wine, they were medicinal wine. The fine aspect about them referred to their medicinal effect, not taste. Actually, the finer the wine, the worse it tasted. I didn't expect that I would be a frog at the bottom of a well. The mortal world actually possesses such fine wines. Why would anyone dream of becoming a god or immortal with such a wine? Ming Kangyu sighed emotionally. Long Chen clapped his hands in praise. Miss Kangyu, this question is excellent. Let's discuss it in a bit. Please try this wine. Long Chen handed over another bowl of wine. This wine was golden like honey, but it gave off a refreshing scent. How am I supposed to drink it this time? Asked Ming Kangyu. With your mouth. Ming Kangyu laughed. How else? I meant if there was anything special. No, drink it however you please. Ming Kangyu drank the wine and was instantly overwhelmed by a burst of flavor. However, when she tasted it carefully, there was a trace of bitterness within the sweetness. Following that, Long Chen gave her another bowl of wine. Ming Kangyu drank it and frowned due to the bitterness. What do you feel? Asked Long Chen. The first bowl of this wine had a hint of bitterness within its sweetness, but the second bowl was full of bitterness, said Ming Kangyu. Long Chen smiled. The first bowl is bitterness within sweetness, while the second bowl is sweetness within bitterness. Why didn't I sense such a thing? Demanded Ming Kangyu. Long Chen didn't reply. He handed over another bowl of wine. When Ming Kangyu drank this bowl, she finally sensed that trace of sweetness. Long Chen finally explained, "This is why I said that there are still many principles that are the same for both mortals and gods. Those 3 bowls of wine were the same. To tell the truth, I was also puzzled just like you. Compared to bitterness, we prefer sweetness. A trace of bitterness within sweetness is easily sensed, but the slightest sweetness within bitterness is easily overlooked. When we are in pain, we turn a blind eye to things we find negligible. When we are happy, disagreeable things are easily noticed. Our sense of taste is the same as our perceptions. Our own desires trick us into this misperception." Ming Kangyu pondered this explanation. Long Chen continued, "Let's not discuss all that right now. Let's keep trying more wine. Every one of these wines possesses its own realm. If you like it, I want you to tell me a story about this next wine." This was the 4th wine. Ming Kangyu's thoughts were all over the place, as if she didn't have time to consider each wine. When she saw the 4th wine, she was startled. There were 2 kinds of energy intertwining within the wine. "What kind of wine is this?" "The yin and yang harmonious merger wine.